Assalamu alaikum, Imam Elam. If you're there, you can open us up with dua, inshallah.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, Imam Adil, and of course, President Imam Warfi Muhammad II. Okay, dua. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen. Welcome to the first Sunday.
Wa alaikum assalam, Imam Elam. And we're going to have our president, Imam W. Muhammad II, welcome us for this first Sunday community program.
All right. All right, good afternoon and assalamu alaikum. Peace, everyone, and welcome to the Mosque Cares First Sunday. This is our, I believe this might be the last first Sunday. This will be the last first Sunday before the convention. I hope everyone's doing well, enjoying this the summer weather we've been having recently. It's been raining here in Chicago, which is good. We needed it. Everybody's lawn was getting dry. All right, we have a great program today, and inshallah, we're going to get started. I see Dr. Ramadan, Imam Dr. Ramadan, and Imam Elam, and we're going to open up with dua. I'm going to turn it over to, oh, he did? Okay. We are going to get started with the Muslim Health Consortium with Dr. Ramadan, inshallah. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Brother Imam. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu rasuluhu sallallahu alayhi wasallam. We like to, as always, we like to thank the Mosque Cares and Imam Warfi Muhammad II for this opportunity for the Muslim Health Consortium to share this information that we've had an opportunity to study and compile. And we pray Allah that the audience finds it beneficial, inshallah. We'd like to get right into what we have today. As always, we'd like to begin with a brief public health report, and we will go through this pretty quickly. The first thing that we'd like to aware everyone is that about the new COVID wave. This is the fourth summer surge or summer wave we're into right now. And as we mentioned, we are now up about 12% in our numbers. Even though we don't hear about it or really feel it as a community, but we are having about 300 to 400 deaths per week in the US from COVID. That's continuing. The new subvariant is XBB.1.5, and it's now about 40% of the new cases in the US. So it's spreading, but alhamdulillah, it's not too much more virulent than the previous strains. But and it's been circulating now since last fall and winter. And the FDA has just recommended updating the new vaccine to target this strain. and that makes sense. We as a people, the population in the country are now more susceptible, and that's because our immunity has been decreasing and waning since our last boosters. And anticipating a rollout of the new booster probably next month or so. And it's gonna likely target those 65 and over, especially those who are sicker and have immune compromised status, especially those in nursing homes. So we want you to give you a heads up for that. In terms of our recommendations, you should wear a mask if you're concerned about going into large crowds, if you have any health concerns that you're dealing with, don't hesitate to wear your mask. And if you have anything like a summer cold or summer flu-like symptoms, be sure to get tested for COVID. And for those of us elderly, if you test positive, be sure within 5 days to get your Paxlovid. Also, in terms of public health concerns, we've had a severe heat wave, and July has been the hottest month. We broke global temperature records, and some climate scientists said that this has been the hottest month in the past 120,000 years. So that's saying something. That's a whole discussion by itself. And our recommendations regarding that is stay hydrated, stay indoors. Those of you who are in these suffering with this hot climate right now, avoid strenuous exercise outdoors, and be aware of heat exhaustion and heat stroke in yourself and those around you. Also check on your relatives, neighbors, and the homeless.
Connected to. I found you.
The other concern has been major city air pollution. And especially this has come from the Canadian forest fires. And it seems to be lightening up now. At one time, there was 1,000 fires going on at the same time. And the recommendations from that was to stay indoors, avoid strenuous exercise out of doors, wear your N95 mask when you're outside. And those with asthma, COPD, chronic pulmonary lung disease, and heart patients, exercise definite caution in those sorts of situations. That puts an additional strain on your respiratory and cardiac systems. Also, one thing that's not hit everyone is the flash floods that are going around. We are having storms come in quickly, and so we urge you to have your weather alert radios in your home and on your smartphone. And if you run into a road that's underwater, don't chance it. Just turn around, as they say, and don't drown. So those are the key public health issues that we wanted to address. Our topic for today is stress and aging. And we will deal with part of it now, and our colleague will take us further into it. The stress and anxiety are so key to what's happening, especially after COVID. We wanted to address it perhaps from a slightly different angle. We wanted to look at this topic in terms of the spiritual and clinical aspects. And most of the time, we don't really hear the talk on the spiritual aspects. So we'd like to remind everyone that Almighty God Allah tests every human being, male, female, rich, poor. He tests all of us. And in fact, that's part of the human condition that comes without saying. And it's important for us to recognize and realize that by this testing, Allah strengthens us and he gets rid of some of our sins. And the harder the test, the higher we rise. All we have to do is look at Prophet Abraham, peace be upon the prophet, and the test that he underwent. That tells us a lot. Almighty God Allah doesn't test us with anything greater than we can stand. So no matter what we're going through or how we're struggling and feeling the pain, the anxiety, and we know that we can take it. He doesn't put on us anything that we can't take or greater than we can bear. Almighty God Allah says in Quran 2:155, be sure we shall test you with something of fear, hunger, some loss of goods, lives, and the fruits of your toil. But give glad tidings to those who patiently persevere, who say, when afflicted with calamity, to Allah we belong, and to him is our return. Allah speaks the truth. So as we said, pain, stress, and anxiety are normal parts of the human existence in this life. We could look at the example when Almighty God Allah was speaking to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in Surah Al-Kahf 6. Thou wouldest only perchance fret thyself to death, following after them in grief, if they believe not in this message. This is Almighty God Allah speaking of Prophet Muhammad, that he would fret himself to death, perchance, and that he was in grief. Now, this is Prophet Muhammad, his messenger, who he loves the most. Think over that. Allah's design before creation, he explained to the angels. That's right. That he was going to make one that was cause problems and be a problem to himself. That's us. And at one point, Almighty God Allah reminded Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that he had not abandoned the prophet. Okay? And that what was going to come later was going to be better for him than what he was experiencing now, because he was stressed, he was concerned. And we learn from that interaction how to be empathetic with one another when we are under such tests, trials, difficulties. That's the way that we should be. So the only stress-free place that we can look forward to being, inshallah, is Jannah hereafter. We be sure that we don't want to, ever request tests, that I can take it, let's bring it on, if get better and higher and get rid of sins, give me the test. No, we don't want to We don't want to get that mindset because we might fail. May Allah forbid. So there are many other causes, even their stress and anxiety can be free floating, and anxiety attacks and other things. These occur. But we just want to say that it's important when we encounter one another that are undergoing these sorts of tests or trials or difficulties to don't guilt trip the individual. That makes it worse. That you are suffering this because your man or your faith is not strong. If you had strong faith, you wouldn't undergo this. No, it's not like that at all. Just think, Prophet Muhammad went through stressful moments of grief and anxiety. So we can have these too. Remember, spiritual therapy, the prayer, that we learned in the first. Remember this prayer? I seek thy refuge from anxiety and grief. I seek thy refuge from lack of strength and laziness. I seek thy refuge from cowardice and niggardliness or stinginess. I seek thy refuge from being overpowered by debt and the oppression of men. O Allah, suffice thou me what is lawful, and keep me away from that which is prohibited. With thy grace, make me free from want of what is beside thee. Amen. I know that's a prayer that I use frequently, often. Difficulties that comes to mind, that covers a whole lot of things, and generally the anxiety and grief right off the top. And we also remember that Almighty God Allah is the merciful Redeemer. Don't ever consider that I just messed up so bad that you will not forgive me. I really blew it that time, or I really went off the deep end. Allah is a merciful Redeemer, and that's important for us to keep in mind. So this is a quick covering of this aspect, the spiritual aspect of these issues. And our Sister Sharon will go into it deeper, or another aspect of it. And we also wanted to mention, before bringing her on with that part of the presentation, is aging, which was the other part of our topic today. And this is an important subject. All of us are dealing with it every day. And we want to remind you that our bodies have an aging time clock in all of us, and that all parts of us are not aging at the same rate. Right? Some things are ahead, some things are behind. We like to look at it quickly from a genetic level. And this is a name that you should remember, telomeres. Telomeres. And telomeres are required for cell division. And they function just like the little plastic caps on the end of a shoelace. And what they do is they keep the chromosomes, which are two strands of DNA, from unraveling. So these telomeres are sitting on the end and holding that together. And each time the cell replicates, the telomeres get shorter and shorter, until after a while, they're so short that your cells can no longer divide. And when the cells can't divide, your tissues and my tissues age. because they're not getting the new cells to replace the worn out cells in the organs, in the skin, and liver, and lungs, and heart. So the telomeres are, as we said, hold the chromosomes, the two strands of DNA together in the chromosomes, necessary for dividing the cells, and the new cells are necessary for keeping us young. And if we don't keep getting a new supply of cells, fresh cells, we get old actually, and old looking, okay? Now, there's an enzyme that controls the telomeres, and it's called telomerase. And this enzyme restores the telomeres. When the cells divide, the telomeres get short, but this enzyme lengthens them. So it's like, it's like making you young again. And they add the telomeres they lengthen them on the ends of the chromosomes. However, if they are not in the right balance, they can also overdo their job and become cancer. So they have to be in the right balance to make us new cells and not overdo it to go all the way to cancer. And when they're in the balance, then we grow old in a very regular way, okay? And if we do the things that enhance the telomerase, we can hold up what, at least for a moment, appears to be our aging process. We can, and how do you do that? You do that with the things that we've always said: good diet, exercise, rest, reduce stress. Okay, all of these things that in our faith, these are the things that you do, and that promotes the function of the telomerase, which extends the telomeres, which holds up the aging for you and I. Now, one final thing I want to say, this process reminds me of a portion in the Quran. And it is when Solomon, Prophet Solomon, and his cane. Let me read that. It's Saba 14. Then, when we decreed Solomon's death, nothing showed them his death except a little worm of the earth, which kept slowly gnawing away at his staff. So when he fell down, the jinn saw plainly that if they had known the unseen, they would not have tarried in the humiliating penalty of their task. Alhamdulillah. It's like Prophet Solomon's cane is like the chromosomes that we just spoke of. The gnawing worm is like the shrinking telomeres on the end of those chromosomes. And when the telomeres disappeared, old age and death set in. Alhamdulillah. So that's just something that was so similar that I just had to mention it. Allah is the best knower. So with that, we don't want to take our portion of it too far. We'd like to turn this now over to the hands of Sister Sharon. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Sister Sharon.
Walaikum assalam, Dr. Ramadan. Thank you so much for opening on behalf of the Muslim Health Consortium, and to Imam W.D. Muhammad II, Imam Adil Muhammad, Imam Ali Ella Muhammad, Ela Muhammad, and to the listening and viewing audience. It's a pleasure and a blessing to be before you once again, just to speak about something that every one of us, if you're in earsight and you can see me, we will and we are experiencing stress and aging. So I wanted to take a few minutes to share with you just a brief PowerPoint on stress and aging, inshallah. So I am going to share the screen, inshallah. Okay. All right, alhamdulillah. So what is stress? According to the World Health Organization, it's a normal part of living, as Dr. Ramadan was saying, and it can be short-term or it can be chronic. It can repeat itself over and over again. Say an example would be, you have a stressful job and you haven't decided to leave it or not, but every day you're punching in and you know what you're going to meet. So that would be a type of chronic stress. Or a pain that won't go away. That's something that you're dealing with every day. That's a chronic type of stress. A short-term stress. You're in traffic on 95. It might not be every day, but it revs you up. It makes you anxious because you might be late for work. So that's an example of a short-term stress. A state of worry or mental tension caused by a difficult situation, as we talked about, or belief of being actually unable to handle a situation. And so this causes the release of a hormone called cortisol. And so stress must be managed to avoid severe illness or an early death. All right. So let's talk about the panel. There you go. Next slide. Let's talk about stress and daily challenges of aging. So we all know that if we're viewing and listening the audience, that we have daily stressors in our lives, and some of them are related to aging. So we arrive, as Dr. Ramadan was talking about, our telomeres and the aging process. We have some chronic medical conditions going on. We may have some heart conditions, diabetes, or what's called high blood pressure or hypertension. Memory is not so acute and sharp as it used to be when we were younger. Those are cognitive changes. We may forget some things. Time to, take out a notepad. Mobility issues. Some of us are using assisted devices. Maybe some of us are using wheelchairs, walkers, or canes. Caregiving demands. We're taking care of, as we age, another family member that needs more help, or friends or community members. Financial concerns. Usually when you retire, you're on a fixed income. And if you haven't planned or something comes about, that can add added stress, because we know that we're in inflation and there's increased costs of living, and also there may be increased medical expenses. And of course, inevitably, we're going to lose someone that we love, and being lonely or isolated from others. All right. So according to the National Council on Aging, older adults have always faced the unique risk factors of social isolation, including, as I was saying before, mobility challenges, hearing loss, being ill yourself, or losing someone that you love, and more. So COVID-19 has both highlighted the extent of the problem and made it worse. So today, as many as 25% of US residents, adults that are ages 65 plus, report feeling lonely. And then they cite certain strategies, including online group therapy and peer support groups may help ease social isolation. And what I would like to do is interject at this point, we're sort of seeing our way out of the brunt of COVID-19. So we're slowly being able, with caution, to come back out to the places that we love, Juma, or just various community events that kind of help ease the isolation that some of us maybe have experienced. All right, so what are we doing? We have this beautiful faith, Al-Islam, and it helps us to manage stress. Dr. Ramadan mentioned, of course, our Quran, that's our holy book, and practicing our 5 pillars. So we have a constant awareness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creator. We make our salats, we have zakat, we fast, and we have hajj. So they keep us centered. All right, and I do believe we're gonna, this is also from Surah 3, Ayah 186, Al-Amra, the family of Amram. If it's being repeated, alhamdulillah, A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim, you shall certainly be tried in your possessions and in your personal selves. And you shall certainly hear much that will grieve you from those who received the book before you and from those who worship many gods. But if you persevere patiently and guard against evil, then that will be the determining factor in all affairs. So managing stress through faith, continue. These are some tangible things. Of course, we talked about our 5 pillars of Al-Islam. And then we, of course, need to add exercise. Exercising can be done at any age level. There are many communities that have senior centers, and you actually can participate and you can do age-appropriate exercises. Of course, we know about the healthy diets and socialization, as I love to call it, and we all know it's called community life. Okay, spirituality is used to manage stress, and we talk about our faith because we believe in a higher power. We realize that the buck doesn't stop here, that we can't do it all. And so that kind of relaxes the anxiety that you may have when you're going through particular trials. We do our prayer and we meditate. And so also we can use nature. One of my favorite things is walking in nature. It calms me down when I feel anxious. And just to see Allah's creation is a wonderful experience. Of course, for those who love the arts, they're another way to manage your stress. And music therapy, yes. Okay, and so for those who are on the phone and cannot see my pictures, I did put a few pictures in as far as what we just talked about. So we have exercise. This young lady has a ball, a therapy ball. And again, this can be age appropriate because it doesn't demand a lot on your limbs, a lot of stress on your limbs and your back. And then we have, of course, that hue of a healthy diet, the beautiful colors when you eat a healthy diet. And of course, time and time again, community life, walking in nature, that music therapy, and also the arts. If you like to paint, or if you like to just go to the museum and look at the beautiful artwork. Okay. Went too fast. All right, next slide. All right, managing stress. All right, so what we want to do is remember that when you manage your stress, or when you have a faith and you have a spirituality, then you have that feeling of a sense of purpose. You connect with the world. You release control. You're not in control, and you can lead a healthier life. Some points from the Mayo Clinic on mindfulness. All right, nurturing relationships. If you were blessed to be born in such a community that we had in the Nation of Islam, actually, you always had surrogate parents. You had your natural parents, and you had surrogate parents that made sure that you were going along the right path for growing up to be a good human being. And so that was a blessing that we've had. And inshallah, we need to keep those relationships going. So we have to nurture them though. So I love this point that you have to give more than you receive. Don't just give with the expectation, okay, I'm going to get mine, but give more than you can receive. See that there's good in people and in yourself. As Dr. Ramadan said, don't be so down on yourself when you make a mistake. Accept others as they are without being judgmental, and contribute to your community by volunteering. And we learned that very young. Our parents took us with them to volunteer. So it's like second nature. And we need to put that into our children and our grandchildren, because volunteering is the gift that keeps giving. Inshallah. Okay. All right, so signs that we're not managing stress as well as we should, especially as we age. All right, so what we're doing is we're wreaking havoc with our immune systems. And so you have problems sleeping. If we don't have the proper sleep hygiene, then our bodies will physically have issues. And so we definitely want to get that adequate sleep. Difficulty concentrating. We already know as we age, the memory takes a hit. So basically, if you didn't get enough sleep, you even have more difficulty concentrating and making decisions, feeling pressured and rushed. It's important, especially, I'm speaking as an African-American woman, wife, mother, grandmother, and recently great-grandmother. You have to balance it. You want to do more, but what is realistic for you at any given time or place? And then that can lead into eating too much. And we know that leads into obesity or not enough. As we age, you need the proper nutrients so that you can keep that immune system robust. We become irritable or moody. That can also, happen as we age. Physical discomforts. Okay, stomach problems, headaches, and chest pain. All right. So let's talk about reducing stress with our breathing. Most of you know that I was a respiratory therapist for 32 years. So breathing is very important, and it's automatic. You just can't choose to breathe or not to breathe. In order to be on this planet, you have to breathe. And so that's controlled by the respiratory center of the brain. So when we feel stress, what do? Our breathing rates and patterns change, usually more rapidly. We call that hyperventilating, and we call it the fight or flight response. Okay, so we're becoming anxious, and we're taking shallow and small breaths. So we're not getting that oxygen in sufficiently to be carried all throughout the body to the lungs and the vital organs. All right, breathing relaxation techniques. So when you breathe correctly, take that time. When you relax and breathe correctly, deep, slow breaths, hold, and then release through pursed lips. What are you doing? Well, if you've elevated your blood pressure, you're going to lower your blood pressure. If you've elevated their heart rate, you're going to lower their heart rate. You're going to reduce those levels of stress, those stress hormones such as cortisol or adrenaline in the blood. You're going to reduce that lactic acid buildup in your muscle tissue. So you're going to balance those levels of oxygen coming in and carbon dioxide leaving. You're going to improve your immune system function. You're going to feel more energized. Your physical energy is going to improve. And there will be a feeling of calmness and well-being. All right. Alhamdulillah. We're not there yet. All right. So we're going to use our abdominal muscles, abdominal breathing to manage our stress. So again, we're talking about abdominal breathing, sometimes called belly breathing, and it helps to control that nervous system and encourages the body to relax, bringing about a range of health benefits. So diaphragmatic breathing is a technique that helps you focus on your diaphragm. That's the largest respiratory muscle in the in the body. And it's like I said, it's sometimes called belly breathing, but you can train that diaphragm to open your lungs and you can help your body breathe more efficiently. So inshallah, I'm going to take a second to see a brief YouTube video on the proper way to do abdominal breathing, inshallah.
This breathing technique is super simple and effective. By lengthening our exhales, we're slowing down our breathing, our heart rate, and even our thoughts, helping us to connect to a greater sense of calm and clarity. All we're doing in this practice is making our exhales longer than our inhales. In this technique, we'll breathe in to the count of 3 and exhale to the count of 6. Breathing in through the nose and out through the mouth. If 3 and 6 are too long, try 2 and 4. Or if you want to extend the exhale longer, try 4 and 8. For this exercise, you can be sitting upright or lying down. Just taking a moment here to notice how the mind and body feel in this present moment. And then bringing the focus to the breath, noticing its rhythm, and then breathing in for 1, 2, 3, and exhaling for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Making sure you're breathing into the belly for 1, 2, 3, and breathing out through the mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathing in, 2, 3, and breathing out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then just returning the breath back to its natural rhythm. Just taking a moment to just notice how the mind and body feel. I find this practice to be extremely helpful when wanting to slow down my mind and my thoughts. So if you find that your mind is racing before or even during your meditation practice, this can be a great way to slow down those thoughts. But this can be practiced whenever and however long you'd like.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. All right, alhamdulillah. Okay, so now we already have this. Actually, being believers in Al-Islam, we already have this type of community life. So this is what the Surgeon General's priority is from the Office of Minority Health. Is one of the current priorities. So what if there's something in our everyday lives that can transform our whole health and well-being? Sometimes that can decrease the risk of us developing or worsening heart disease, anxiety, high blood pressure, dementia, depression, and diabetes. It exists. It's something that needs to be cared for and nurtured like a garden by all of us. It can create healthier, more prosperous, and resilient communities. And that's something that's called a social connection. So alhamdulillah, we know we have it, but again, it needs to be nurtured like a garden by all of us. So how do we do that? We reach out to our pioneers and our seniors who have gone before us. If you don't see them, give them a call. We try to do that here at Masjid Muhammad. How you doing? You have any needs? If you can't reach them, they may have older children, adult children who are taking care of them. Reach out to them, keep a good relationship with them. And then, of course, we're teaching those coming under us how to care for those older than themselves and how to care for others. So inshallah, just wanted to show you. This picture is dear to my heart. Actually, what you're looking at, if you can see, and if you can't, I'll describe it to you. So recently, Masjid Muhammad had a community luncheon. And these three sisters are part of the Masjid Muhammad Health and Human Services Committee. You have Sister Najia Akbar and Sister Saisa Neal, who has actually left the East Coast and gone West Coast, and and Sister Ayayud Williams. So looking at the smile, if you can't see it, they have these beautiful smiles on their faces because there's a genuine connection. And so this does wonderful benefits for their mental and physical and spiritual health. So according to the Office of Health and Human Services, Office of Health Equity, this is a sobering fact. Among older adults, chronic loneliness and social isolation can increase the risk of developing dementia by approximately 50%. And before I go to the next slide, it brings to mind Imam Yusuf Salim was doing Jummah the other day at Masjid Muhammad. And he just mentioned this phrase that just caught my ear. He said, marriage matters. And he had statistics on how many young people are not getting married. And so what does that mean as they age? Who is going to look after you when you can't look after yourself? Do you have any children? Do you have a spouse? So those are things that we just need to consider as we go through the phases of our human existence. So inshallah, here's another page. It's one of my favorite surrogate moms, Sister Labiba Salam, and she was at Jummah. She's amazing. She's in her 90s, just as sharp as, yes. So alhamdulillah, just to see our pioneers continues to energize us, and just to see the younger ones coming behind us and them, that actually you're instilling those qualities in them, so you know that the community is intact. So being more socially connected can improve stress responses and minimize the negative health effects of stress. So we already know and live that, and inshallah, we're truly blessed. So just ending with two short ayats from two surahs in Al Quran. And these are a blessing from Sister dear Katara Alim. She texts us every day, inspirational, quotes from Al Quran. Again, a blessing from just being in community life. So, A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. O you who believe, seek help with patient perseverance and prayer. For Allah is with those who patiently persevere. And then there's Surah 13, Ayah 28, Al-Rayad of the thunder. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, verily, with the remembrance of Allah, do hearts find peace. Alhamdulillah. So with that, I am going to stop my share. And if there are any questions, turn it back over to Dr. Ramadan. Inshallah.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. We'd like to open up now if there's any questions from our audience or any comments that people would like to share.
Okay, thank you, Sister Sharon and Imam Dr. Ramadan. At this time, in the Zoom audience, if you have any questions or comments for the Muslim Health Consortium, please raise your hand in the chat and we'll acknowledge you. And those of you in the YouTube audience, please enter your comments into the chat and we'll ask them for you. We're going to go first. It looks like Brother Fleming, Elamine.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alhamdulillah. Excuse me. What should we do, those of us who are just listening? How can we let you know we'd like to ask a question?
Yes, thank you, Sister Mahassan. And those of you who are on the phone line, just open up your mic to where we can see you, and then we'll call on you in that order. And we'll try to accommodate those of you on the phone line as well. We'll mix you in between the two audience. So you'll be next, Sister Mahassan, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah, thank you.
Yeah, I was
Go
going to
ahead.
ask. I have to go to an agent conference literally next month, inshallah. And I'd like to use your PowerPoint that you just presented as a reference, if you would make that available.
Wow.
I serve as the vice president for the Department of Human Services and DSS here in Forsyth County. And so I'm always looking for materials I can use to enlighten the board there. So please share that with us in some capacity, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, sir. Did you want to put your email in the chat, Imam Fleming?
It's Brother Fleming, but I'll be glad to do it.
Use it, that's you get the show your agent, tell him there, yeah.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Sakia Sadiq. I just want to let you know I did enjoy your presentation. It was so informative, Dr. Ramadan and Sister Abdullah. It was so informative. Everything that you said really hit home. It really did. Very touching and educational. I want to ask a question. It's regarding blood pressure. If your blood pressure is like, say, 97 over, say, 46, is that considered low?
It's on the lower side. It might be normal for you, but for what we consider a normal blood pressure, that is low.
Yeah, and why I asked was I do take blood pressure medicine, but when I see it's low like that, I kind of made the decision not to take it because it's going to make it lower. So I just don't take it. And I don't know why it's, running low.
You may need to be reevaluated.
Mm-hmm.
You and the medicine you're on need to be reevaluated by your doctor. You may have been on that for years and you no longer require that dose or that particular medicine. And that's a pretty low blood pressure, especially.
Yeah, and it fluctuates. So, it can go up 113 over something, or then it goes to 140.
That's the kind of indication that we get to recheck this, recheck our original thinking and to see if you even any longer need medicine.
Oh, okay.
You may have changed your requirements, and so this is what we want to do. We want to work our way out of the need for medicine.
Right. Maybe I'm doing something right.
That's right. You eat right, losing weight, whatever you do.
Yeah, and I did.
Then that's right. You may no longer need it. And get your blood sugar checked and other things. You may no longer need the medicine. That's a blessing. Okay. But if you continue to use the medicine when you no longer need it, it could do damage. Okay.
Yeah.
90 over 60 is when I hear that kind of blood pressure in the emergency room, I'm saying the person is shocking.
Yeah, and like be 97, and then if I take it like in my neck, my other arm, it's like 113 over something, over 60 or something.
So that's also a situation. If you got markedly different blood pressures in each arm, that's a condition that has to be looked into too. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that says something. So just go back and get checked and inform your doctor of those two situations.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Nice alaikum.
Thank you for that.
To everyone.
Okay, go, Sister Mahassan, you're up next, and then we'll go with the 1+8 Pro after that. Sister Mahassan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Brother Adil, and greetings to everyone who is on the line. This has been such a wonderful first Sunday presentation. It's amazing. And Dr. Ramadan and Sister Sharon, those are the two presentations I've heard. Just being exposed to the first Sunday is such a relaxing experience. And Brother Imam Ramadan, especially the guidance that you were giving us, I was definitely interested in. I'm going to do more research on the telomeres. Hadn't heard of that before, but by you giving us deep information according to your experience and research, it really advances our capacity to live long and to live proper, right? And we always need the advice. Appreciated your comment. Going to do research on that, on the Solomon and how the worm, what the worm was doing caused notice of his demise. I want to emphasize as a grandparent and thank Sister Sharon for the depth of her information, how much we need to emphasize, we need to care of our children, the interest of our community, keeping pace with how we are doing, even though we may look excited or all right, we may not be complaining. Just a regular check-in with us. And I thank you because of the educational approach that both of you have satisfied in responding to the needs of our elderly. Last thing, and then I'll stop. I encountered an excellent and very stimulating book written by Imam Shahid Abdullah, and it's called The Success is Automatic. Every morning with the Lifeline community, we get on and we study and share information. And he has been doing it consistently with encouraging us to make good of our griot capacity, our holders of history, and sharing that as a legacy to our children and how that stimulates it. And lastly, he encouraged us never stop unleashing the power of our industrious nature and pursue our dreams no matter what age we are. I'll stop right there. Loving you both dearly. Thanking you for the work of the consortium. Wonderful work, Dr. Ramadan. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalam. Thank you for those wonderful comments. And I just want to say also that I just love the Lifeline community. I just get the spiritual boost every time I'm on with them. So keep up the good work, Neil. I continue to bless you all.
Okay, up next, let's see, we have it's the OnePlus 8 Pro. You have a question? Whoever has
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
It's Brother Glenn from New Orleans. I've taken all my COVID shots, and after taking my shots, I have caught COVID 3 times. And it's never been harsh or bad. It's been like just a loss of appetite and some fatigue. So I'm in it. I have it right now. But and what I wanted to ask you is, when you lose your appetite from COVID, should you force yourself to eat something?
Good. That's a good question. I would say it's important to realize that the shots were successful with you. It doesn't mean that you got the shot, so why'd I get COVID? That's not it. It's a blessing that if you were kept out of the hospital, and you didn't die. And so that's what the shots are to do, you know. And yes, all the time when patients are in the hospital, they lose their appetite. And the nurses and the doctors, we gotta encourage you to eat. Even if you don't feel like your body is asking for it, it requires it, it demands it. So yes, the nutrition has to get past, your willpower, because the cells and all still have their requirements. So yes, you do, you still have to force yourself to eat reasonably, but always it has to be done in moderation, because if you absolutely are rejecting food, that has to be looked into. But if it's just a desire, yes, you can push past the desire because you need it, even if you might not want it.
I also like to thank you for that information, and I also like to thank you for telling us about how we can slow down aging and by exercise and food. And I think most of the problem why people don't like to exercise is they need something to live for. If you have something to live for, then you want to take care of your body. Assalamu alaikum.
On that, that I was mentioning about the telomeres is where a great deal of research is going on. They are doing research on that particular area in the telomerase to see about how extending life. Okay, this is what the research is going on, and another article that I just read today was mentioning with so many thousands of people they did in subjects in Great Britain about extending the lives by women 21 years and men by 24 years. And you say, how did they do that? Just by what we said: diet, exercise, sleep, all of the usual things, enhancing your immune system. It wasn't anything new, but they are now documenting it. And how it does, it impacts the telomerase, which impacts the telomeres, which do their job longer. So all this is doing is seeing how those things that we've always said actually work to do to extend the life and prolong cell division, which works against aging. Doesn't get rid of death. We know that doesn't happen, but the quality of life and the length of life can be impacted. And so, alhamdulillah.
All right, next question was Sister Tawhida Mustafa.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wassalam.
I just want to add that I appreciate Dr. Ramadan, your your teaching, and also Sister Sharon. I'm saying it right. You spoke on socialization. That is so important. It does uplift when you are aging. It does uplift your demeanor. It is really important. And I know that once we had the first Sunday, someone spoke about family care. And I think that was something good to really, think about doing, not just with your blood family, but with the family and in the community. And I know maybe in some areas, you're doing that, the socialization with the seniors, but it's real important because I know a lot of them are, alone sometime. As myself, I was raised up in a family that had many children, 10 children. And then if you brought, somebody who you was your friend, everybody couldn't even come in the house. You had to stay on the front or the back porch. It's so many people. And when you're used to something like that, I don't know, it impacts your life. It probably impacts your life even if you weren't in a big family, but being in a big family, being in a close community, it does something to your demeanor, does something to for your heart and your intelligence, things you want to do that can profit everyone in that community and in that family. And when you're alone, that it makes it different. I myself, I always have to think that Allah is always with you. And I say, if you're patient and persevere, and step up to the plate, he'll put it all in place. And the first Sunday, is doing that, just having the first Sunday. But I know, no buts now. What I'm saying is that it is important to look at family care. I know somebody brought that up. So that's all I want to comment, that on socialization is very, very important. It keeps you alert. It keeps you involved. and the community will benefit from it. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, are there any more questions or comments for the Muslim Health Consortium? Just go ahead and raise your hand in the Zoom audience or open up your mics if you're on the phone line calling in. And for the YouTube audience, please enter your questions or comments into the chat.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Sister Zakir, go ahead.
Yes, the sister just made me think of a sister who from Brooklyn. She's deceased now, Aliyah Abdul Kareem. She had a saying, "You must connect to correct," and we took that and put it on a t-shirt and other things, but when I reflect on it, it also bears witness to what Sister Sharon was saying, how important it is to have connections. So I thank Allah for that, and for this gathering here on the first Sunday, that's a way of connecting also. So thank you all for
Thank you.
all you brought to us today. It was very, very helpful. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Brother Jihad.
Okay, say go ahead, Brother Jihad.
Yeah, this is Brother Jihad, alhamdulillah. Yes, Dr. Ramadan and Sister Sharon, we thank Allah for the good information. And yes, we have to eat good, exercise and whatnot, but we're going to age regardless to what we do, and we're going to come back to Allah. But yes, we should do that. But that anti-aging thing, that phrase there, it just doesn't register with me. You know, Allah has created us. I'm 67 years of age, born November 27, 1955. When November 27 come up again this year, I'll be 68. So we're going to age, but we have to eat. And the good socialization that Sister Sharon talked about. But I just accept life that Allah has created. In life, I've enjoyed my beautiful wife, Zelly, sitting here beside me. This is my best friend right now, and who I can truly confide in. More than my residential Imam Furqan Muhammad was an excellent man, good man. But my wife is my most trusted friend right now in this world. So we're going to age, but like I say, we eat good, we exercise and whatnot, but the anti-aging thing doesn't register with me. Allah is in control of our life. It's not, I think the phrase was that not how long you live, but how well you live. So may Allah bless us all. Assalamu alaikum.
You know, it doesn't change Allah's qadr. No matter what you do, remember, you know, even if you build towers and go and do whatever you want to do, it's not going to change what Allah has planned for you and your destiny and His qadr. So, you know, it's more quality and all, and whatever is done, it's still done by His permission. We're not working outside of what He has allowed or permits, and so that's it. I understand what you're saying about that, not liking the title anti-aging. It's like that's anti-natural, anti-gravity. I don't know, something against what's natural. But you know, yeah, I understand and I feel you.
Yeah.
But we know it's all within Allah's permission and His qadr.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to comment too. It's everything, whenever we speak on Allah, said the best thinking is to think on Allah, and you know, the only way we can do that is by observing his creation and connecting them. For some reason I was telling one of my children the other day, I was like, you know, where Allah is, the reason Allah gave us the five senses. The reason we know our five senses is because we're literally connected to our environment. You know, we're seeing everything that's in the environment around us. Our entire body, every square inch of the surface of our skin can feel and sense the environment around us. Allah has even enhanced that by putting hair on our skin that's already sensitive, and the hair is disturbed by the wind and our emotions and everything. And so we're all, you know, one. And Allah has created us a very sensitive creation that's higher than any creation that we know. And we have this curiosity. We have the human intelligence that allows us to study it. And it's so beautiful that, you know, Allah, he wants us to experience life to the fullest and to pursue excellence. So it's our desire. It's not necessarily our desire to go against Allah's qadr, what he has ordered for life, but for us to make the most of it and to pursue excellence. And, you know, and we're the only real religion that really emphasizes on the fact that Allah created excellence even for the human being, that it's actually his plan for all of his creation is to be better and better. You know, the blueprint for that is for everything he created. It starts out as an itty bitty seed, but the blueprint for its fulfillment is already in its entirety in that seed. Us, plants, trees, everything. So the excellence, you know, and when I think about the challenge of life, like the pandemic and things like that, you know, it really is overshadowed by the desire, the human spirit, you know, that I see as being the most powerful force in the creation is the human spirit. And that with faith, like Sister Sharon that brought the aspect of Allah and our faith and wanting to please and prayer, you know, that's faith, that anything's possible, that we believe in unseen. We don't have the answers, and we know we don't have the answers, but we never stop. We never give up. I wanted to mention something that, just to throw it out here, is kind of, you know, forgive me ahead of time. Have y'all heard that they got viable DNA, not viable sperm and egg from a single cell, that they can take a hair from a human being, they can take an eyelash, any DNA, and they can reproduce me in the lab from me. So I'll be the mama and the daddy. And the same thing, if they have, you know, we don't agree with it, but if they have same sex, they can have real babies that are from the mother and from the father. Have y'all heard that? They said they did it with I think rats in the lab. And this I haven't heard too much more about it, but I heard it on NPR. Y'all can Google it, look it up, but it's real. That's what I heard. That I don't know if they've done it or not, but I figure if they're talking about it, somebody already tried it. Yeah.
Cloning, but I don't have details.
No, there's something recently. This was just around first Sunday. I heard it on NPR that they can get a viable egg and sperm from any individual. That's wild. I should have talked to you about that in private. I didn't know. I thought everybody knew. I thought everybody heard about that. That's kind of, I don't know, is it scary or is it good or bad? It's along the lines of where they're trying to make the, what do you call, tailor-made, like where they can change the chromosomes or whatever. They can get rid of whatever the genetic problems you have, like if you prone, like if it runs in your family, those diseases, that they can get those, they can even fix those type of situations, you know, where the baby won't have it. They can remove it, I guess, at an embryo stage, or I don't know. Yeah.
Embryo.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look into that. Look into that. They're talking about it. Sound real. I hope they wasn't tricking me.
No, they
Yeah.
weren't. They weren't. They can do a lot of that now, but
Wow.
I haven't seen the latest on it.
I don't know what the implications are, for especially
They,
for people of faith. Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Can I interject? Remember, we're moving into the arena of artificial intelligence.
Mhm.
And they're always only telling us, bringing us to speed after they have done years of research on it and perfected the changes that they want to make. Just like with the COVID, we didn't know Dr. Fauci had been experimenting for 40 or 50 years before that unfortunate situation came. So right now they are moving and operating and beginning to talk about the quantum supremacy. There's a book put out by a wonderful Japanese scientist where he talks about this, and he alludes to the Quranic logic that we embrace. Kako, I think, is his last name, Kako, but it's called, the quantum physics, but quantum supremacy. Very interesting. And Dr. Deepak Chopra has done a lot of writing on the quantum existence and what science is revealing. So I'll stop right there.
Thank you for that. I have to look that up.
Yeah. I kind of want to comment on what Imam Muhammad said. Imam Muhammad, he put it out there that what they're trying to do is try to create a human being that's, but he said that they can't do that Allah creates the human soul and that they're going to fail trying to, slavery was an attempt to create a man-made human being that's, created to serve him as, like a slave, like God. And that's what they want. But but I believe in the artificial intelligence. But the only red flag that I see that goes up with the artificial intelligence, that we do have computers that ultimately will be more intelligent than any one individual. They're going to be as smart as we make them. So they'll be smart as whole institutions, whole generations, hundreds of centuries of worth of intelligence packed into a robot, and they might make it look like a human being. So you may feel it's superior to you, but no, it'll never be superior to the creation that Allah made or to one individual. Yeah. And it would never have the power to, I believe, which they're trying to put fear, to overcome or take over what Allah created. I believe the human spirit is much bigger than any machine or any invention of the mind. The human soul will overcome anything, any threat like that. But what I see as a threat is that they can take a video and they can make it look like, and it'll know, let's say my father, this is who I'm thinking about. It can know Imam Muhammad so well that on video, they can bring him back to life. And he'll be making giving new tafsir on the Quran. He'll be giving new commentary. He'll look and have the same flair that we knew when we knew him, and we'll believe it's him. I believe that artificial intelligence can do that. They may be doing it right now. So we have to be careful. This is why you have to support the Mosque Cares, because I know him like a son knows a father. But I'm not saying I'm smarter than our computer, but we know what he recorded in his lifetime, and we have to preserve that, and we have to protect it, because now it's under a greater threat than we threat that we wouldn't even imagine. Because I saw doctored pictures. I saw a picture that I thought that I was familiar with the original picture, but then they had the picture, the duplicate, I could be wrong, having Imam Muhammad in an artificial image in it, making him appear to not be the leader he was. It was a picture of him and Malcolm. I never saw it like this, where he's looking to be. All the other pictures, it looked like Malcolm is relying on him, which was the case, for information. He's given a lecture, and he's relying on Imam Muhammad for information from the Holy Quran. And Imam Muhammad, in his manner, is humbly accepting the question, but not trying to take, you know, the position. You could read in the end of that picture everything that was going on in that picture. Minister Malcolm was seeking the assistance of Imam Muhammad in matters of the Holy Quran, which is nothing wrong there today. But now he's this big super image. So you got people that say, oh, he's bigger than Imam Muhammad. You can't show him in that light with Imam Muhammad. Let's put him in a lesser light. Let's create an artificial situation that was never there and doctor this picture. And that's what I think I saw. I saw a doctor picture. And if they doctor in pictures, the next thing you know, they're gonna be doctoring videos and the whole history, you know, will be to future generations. We were there, but what about the young people? You know, so we have to preserve our history for future generations. And to me, that's probably my most dire job. That's that I have, the most challenging thing that I have in front of me as an individual, and I know I can't do it alone. So that's why we need our community to be as one, to, you know, to love our past and our history and to want to preserve it for future generations, because we believe that what we have is a blessing and mercy from Allah, and it's good for the future generations to come. You know, so, you know, and I probably shouldn't feel this way. It's a little paranoid, but I feel some people put too much focus on me. It ain't about me. It's about our future. And I'm in a position where I can guide and steer, and I can give the most support to whatever it's going to take to do justice to Imam Muhammad for future generations, because others would take it, but they're not going to give him credit. You know, as a people, we should want to see our leader seen as the face of the inspiration that Allah bless him with. It should be his face and not somebody else's face, you know, because they'll turn it real quick. They'll turn it over. And, you know, the new Imam Muhammad would be Caucasian. You know, 100 years from now, we don't know. He'll have a Caucasian representative, just like many of the people on earth, but Allah rotates the power and the face and everything, you know, because I had someone argue with me about who built the pyramids in ancient Egypt. And they swore it was white people. I said, no, that's on TV. I said, I was there. I saw the statues. I saw the black granite statues. I saw the paintings on the wall. They were brown and red, and they were my color, you know. And then through time, you know, after, what was it? The different groups, European groups that came in, and, you know, it was then a little more light-skinned people and some brown people. And now you got mostly Arabs there. I said, but in the beginning, in the early years, those people were brown skinned, you know, they were dark. And the early pictures, they say from the earliest time of the dynasty, the Egyptian dynasties, them was black people, what we call black people. So they'll change that. And I hear when they came here, most of the Indians were dark skinned, and the original Indian people, and they're digging up now. This is what I love, that now they don't feel threatened. The Western world doesn't feel threatened by the accomplishments of the non-white world, because believe it or not, that's the motivation for the image of Jesus Christ that we've had before us. That's the motivation for the communists with Hitler and all of that, because they saw the greatness of those people that came before, and they didn't associate them with humanity. They associated with them being non-whites, so they had to outdo them. But now we have great towers, skyscrapers. We have great bridges and barges that, you know, and a great, you know, sea carrying. We have airplanes and all that. And now that I think it's because of the time of technology now that that the West, when I say we, I mean the West, which is mostly European dominated. They don't see that as a threat, and they see now's the time for the coming together and to bring about these primitive cultures and to give them their due measure, because they're no longer jealous, and that's a good thing. You know, that's a good thing. So all isn't lost. Even all that was lost, now's the time for the world to take credit and not fear going backsliding. Because we bring all of the truth about the greatness and the technology that exists in other cultures and society. Don't mean we're going to go back to their way of belief and worship. We're not going to start worshiping animals and statues and pharaohs and this and that. That's not going to happen. So we should honor it by giving the correct, and I think that's what's happening. I don't think we're going to ever see, I Googled, I tried, I looked for people praying and kneeling before the image of Christ. I couldn't find it. I put Black church praying before the crucifix. I put this, I couldn't find that image. And who do we have to thank for that? Elijah Muhammad? No, Elijah Muhammad, he didn't knock down that image. It was Imam W.D. Muhammad that came and said, remove all racial images, and the world listened. They saw his sincerity. They heard his logic and his rational, his reason. And they didn't say, oh, well, he follows Muhammad. That's Muslims. He's just trying to make us all Muslims. They saw the humanity in it, and they saw the decency that it represented, and they saw the purification of their own faith. And now faith is being purified all over the world, and we have Imam Muhammad to thank for that. You know, as far as I know, I could be wrong. I never was a good student, but that's the way I saw it. I saw this with my own eyes. We went church to church asking people to take down that image. Some of them put a Black image up, but that Black image, it ain't even cute, you know. It ain't no good in that Black image. They got them looking angry, and most of them are angry, and so I don't think that's in too many churches. And I didn't find nobody kneeling and praying and staring up at that image. I looked, I searched, because I was going to send it to my kids. You know, I like to use pictures sometime when I send them my children messages of inspiration, so they stay strong on the path, you know. But this is what the fight that I like to fight. I like to pick up where others left off and just make sure that they were successful. If we see them successful, every now and then you got to look back, because that same weed that was growing back there, you pulled it up, but you come back, it might have dropped 1,000 seeds. And you'd be like, all them weeds is gone. I picked them up. Come back a couple of months later, it'd be a whole field of weeds, you know. So this is what we should take, I believe. And I took way too much time. Anybody want to comment, go ahead, or we're going to move on to the next step. But this is where I think we should be as a people, that Allah has blessed us with a great gift and an ability to help heal and to correct a lot of the evils of the world. And we can follow Imam Muhammad's footsteps and pick up where he left off, you know? Yeah, because he saw things, but I'm sure we see things that he may have not yet seen, because he's not living the day. We're living the day. We may be able to even advance what he wanted. You see, we should think like that, I believe. Yeah. Because I see things I don't even talk about publicly, because I don't think it's appropriate. Alhamdulillah. And Imam Muhammad didn't mention it too. I could use him as an excuse and just talk about subjects and things I don't know, because he over here grinning, because he know, he's like, don't start. Because I see things that I don't think my father saw. But it's not relevant now, because the world has changed. Yeah. So alhamdulillah. Yeah, alhamdulillah. I'm gonna turn it back over. But yeah, it's a blessed day. Even though we have trouble and have problems, I believe this is a day for humanity. This is the fulfillment of prophecy, like Imam Muhammad said. Yeah, that, you know, Allah is fulfilling his promise that we asked for. We prayed for it as a species. We prayed for it for this day. And so we should take advantage of it. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. Yeah.
Dr. Ramadan, we have 3 more hands if you and Sister Sharon are willing to take those questions. And then after those 3, we'll go ahead and let you all close out, and we'll move on to the next portion of our program, if that's all right with you all.
That would be fine.
Okay. First, we have Imam Alfred, then we'll go with Sister Tawana, and then we'll close out with Sister Najma. So go ahead, Brother Alfred, then Sister Tawana.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Imam, and to the staff. I was just recently at a meeting of Catholics, and they have changed our language. I remember when the Imam told them, suggested the language of, instead of Allah's children, he said Allah's dependent, God dependent. And they're now using that language.
Yes,
They
yes,
have
sir.
changed. Imam has remade the world of religion.
Yes, sir.
It is very important as we travel around the world to see the changes that have taken place. And in fact, somebody asked me in Mexico, what did it mean, nomine patris filii spiritus sanctus? And I said, we're talking about your development as a physical being, then your mental being, and then your spirit. And she said, where did you learn that from? I said, I learned that from my leader and teachers. I understand when you give me the sign of the cross, you're telling me about your physical, mental, and spiritual. You're not talking to me about God, because God is not the. She said, I never thought about that. And I thanked her. Well, dear people, I have to go take care of something. I just had to obligate myself to come to the greet the Imam, to the president of the mosque cares, and to greet you marvelous people. Because let me tell you, you all have to be marvelous to be following a marvelous leader who followed the perfect follower of Prophet Muhammad. The one whose hand was under the Prophet Muhammad's hand at that tree. Remember, that's what Imam told us. We know he never was a liar, so he never extended himself other than sometimes when traveling, when I had to say to him, brother, man, you got to speak up. And he said, you think so? But you never could get him to speak up for ego purposes. If he thought it would help the community, he would do it. And I was one of the people I could talk to him. I love him so much. I miss him. But I see him right in you.
Alhamdulillah. I miss him
I
too.
see, it was not Alhamdulillah Muhammad. Yeah, Alhamdulillah Muhammad didn't change that. He put us in a maintenance position, but the Imam cleaned up, man. Alhamdulillah. Yes, sir. Thank y'all. Love y'all. See you at the convention.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in touch.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Alhamdulillah.
Good to be seen.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Sister Tawanda.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
How y'all doing?
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
This is not for the Health Consortium. Not saying that it wasn't good. It was very informative, very important to have. But I just want to say this here. I'm watching this picture called Uncle Drew. And I was looking at, they went, it's about a bunch of basketball players, but to make a long story short, one of the guys went looking for the preacher. He's a basketball player as well. But in his church, he has a picture of a black man with an afro. Beautiful black man. And I just want to say, things are changing right before our eyes. They don't want us to talk about Black history because they said it makes them look bad. Well, who else is supposed to look bad? Because they're not talking about our story. They're talking about their story, and they're talking about what they did to us.
Yeah, Sister Tawanda, I was just literally, I mentioned your name just before you raised your hand. I hadn't heard from you, and I don't think we heard you. And I was about to do a wellness check on you, make sure you was all right. But I'm happy to see you here today. And that's good. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. But the emphasis that we were stressing that was to remove all images that portray divine from the place of worship. That why? Well, this is what I stress to people, and I tell my children to stress to people that this, as our God asked us in our holy book, not to pray to things that can't help us or harm us.
That's right.
They have no power to do. They can't change anything. So, and just like me, I'm walking and living on earth, and my abilities are limited. I'm no better than any other human being you see walking, as far as a help to you or another person. And then once I'm gone, I'm even less. My memory is the only thing you can benefit from, but I have no power to change your situation. God is all powerful.
Allahu Akbar, that's right.
Right. So the faith comes from believing in the unseen power of God.
That's right.
Not the power of man in disguised as some deity. You
Right.
see, so whenever
And
you
what
see a man disguising himself as a deity, that's a false deity, you know, and even objects, even things of great honor, because one day in primitive days, people would have worshiped this technology. Man, there ain't a God in the primitive world that can match my cell phone. It can't come close. My cell phone is powerful. It's a powerful, amazing instrument. I'm sure it would be a God during the Pharaoh's time. But we don't want to worship black, white, brown, green. We don't want to worship I don't care how pretty he is.
Allah Akbar. And the reason why I brought that up was because of the fact that even during Moses' time, how they built a golden calf. Allah don't need no help.
Right.
Allah created all of us.
Right.
And my prayer, every prayer that I make in the name of Allah is I thank Allah for being my eyes because I can't see everything.
He's our liberator. He liberated the human soul and the human spirit up to the position that he created us for. He created us for he said he created everything for no other purpose than but to serve him.
Allah Akbar.
Right. So everything doesn't serve in the same manner. Like
exactly.
The sun doesn't serve Allah the way I do. A bird doesn't serve Allah the way a fish does. But he or the way the wind or the air or the water serves God. But all of it serves God. We're the only ones that have this unique ability or privilege that we can go outside of what God created us for. And so we need guidance. And with his guidance, we can stay in line with what he created us for. And that's to purify our faith and to purify our worship. And Muhammad the Prophet, if we view him as that human being that sought to purify himself and his worship of his Lord, oh man, your mind will be blown. I guarantee you, any human being that studies Prophet Muhammad looking for the perfect servant of God, he doesn't neglect any aspect. He doesn't just go through the spiritual. He doesn't just go through the material, the physical, or the social aspect, or anything intellectual. He come with all of it. And that's why with all of it in a manner which is correct, because he was highly successful, and he showed, and there's no match to him to this day.
And that's
nobody stand up to Muhammad the Prophet when it comes to devotion to God and expressing it with what God equipped him with the purity of language. The Holy Quran, they trying to corrupt it now. Even when they try to corrupt it and make it sound like when you hear a Muslim prayer service or Muslim going to prayer, they want you to feel like you're going down one of them old paths, them European paths, like you may be marching to a funeral or to your death, and it make you fall out your chair, going to sleep, and you're depressed. You get out, like you just watched a scary movie or something. But then that's not gonna work, because as soon as you hear a sincere believer recite the Quran, no matter what Hollywood did to our religion, it comes back in the spirit of the human being with the human voice. We don't use a bell or horn or nothing. We use the human spirit to convey Allah's message.
And that's why
we got that from Muhammad the Prophet.
And that's why
our religion is a gift that none of us can really afford to neglect. We can never pay God back for what he's given us back as a creation through Muhammad the Prophet. There's nothing greater or more valuable than the example that we have in Rasulullah, Allah's messenger. Yeah. So alhamdulillah, and it's really good to hear you. I thought you haven't been here for a couple of months, right?
No, I haven't. I have not.
Yeah, we missed you, and I'm happy to hear your voice. Allah has healed my heart now. I was sure about to ask about you.
and wait, brother Muhammad, brother Muhammad II. That's why we should read Surah 2, Ayat 255, because it says that Allah sits on a throne that's over the heavens and the earth. So it doesn't matter if you black or white or Caucasian or Bilalian. We have to, Allahu Akbar, believe and keep the faith of Allah
Yes, ma'am.
Allah is in our heart because Allah knows our heart. He knows what we conceal and what we reveal. Allahu Akbar. But I'm doing fine, thank you. And my family's doing fine too. Thank you, Allahu Akbar. Assalamu alaikum, brother Muhammad II, and assalamu alaikum to brother Adil.
Okay, the last question is going to be Sister Najma. Go ahead, Sister Najma.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, to you, Brother Ward, second, and our Brother Adil, appreciate you so much. You just don't know, inshallah. But I just wanted to comment to Sister Sharon and Brother Mikhail. I love the topic you brought up today. Alhamdulillah. I remember when Imam Wati Muhammad talked about stress. He said that if you're sitting around thinking about something and it's stressing you out, get up and start moving around. He said, if you're moving too much, go somewhere and sit down and think, you know. That's what he would give us that advice. He used to come to the house and I stayed with his brother in Kansas City. And also myself personally, I like to, if I have an issue, sometimes I ask my youngsters, what would you do if you were in this situation? They can give some excellent advice. You know, the young children give that advice. Even my 4 or 5-year-old great grands, they give good advice. So I check with them as well. But when all else fails, Sister Najma is going to sing a song. I love Earth, Wind, and Fire. When you feel down and out, sing a song and it'll make your day. That's where I go. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum.
That's wisdom for the ages. That's wisdom. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, Sister Najma. Okay, we're going to turn it back over to you, Imam Dr. Ramadan and Sister Sharon for your closing remarks, and then we'll proceed to the Quranic Arabic discussion, inshallah.
Thank you, Brother Imam Adil. We're just so grateful to have had this opportunity to share this information, and we just pray Allah that for you and us that it is beneficial, and we have learned so much. We have learned so much in preparing and hearing the comments and the audience that it's just we just thank Allah. So, and we just love this community. Sister Sharon.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to echo that, Dr. Ramadan. Your family. And just to let you all know, as we go through this season of extreme heat, don't forget, if you're in an apartment or somewhere, know where your cooling stations are. Don't just sit there and become sick because of extreme heat. So there's just something to be mindful of, because we're not through yet. So inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you again to Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan and Sister Sharon and the rest of the Muslim Health Consortium. At this time, we're going to proceed to the next part of our presentation, which will be the Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam Elam Muhammad. And we do still have a full program ahead of us. We have an excellent program lined up. After Imam Elam Muhammad's presentation, we'll have the business and technology presentation presented by Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, then which will be followed by comments from our Imam, W.D. Muhammad II. And then we'll be closing our program with our featured guest presenter, which is the acclaimed artist, writer, producer, entrepreneur, child and student, and member of the community, Sister Shahida Omar. So with that being said, we'll go ahead with Imam Elam Muhammad with the Quranic Arabic presentation discussion.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Welcome to the Quranic Arabic discussion. With Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, I testify that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. The Quranic discussion today, we're going to, before I get into it, I'd like to, I don't know if anybody can see it, but this is a certificate for about 20 people. Got my name on it this time. I don't know. And have the president's signature on it. Let's see if I got it. Hope I didn't do it upside down. Yeah, that's the certificate of completion. That's, all of the ones who receive that, they know who they are, and they've been with me for a couple of years, and they have shown that they have reached a particular level in the Quranic Arabic. The next one, certificate, inshallah, will be after Ramadan or a little later after that, will be a certificate of completion. So we got about 20 people, and many of them are on the First Sunday program. Probably all of them are on the Lifeline program, and so all of them are probably on this program right here, the First Sunday program. And they are even working with the convention. Many of them are on the convention planning committee. Today, we're going to use the chapter Ar-Rahman, chapter 55, and we're going to work with 4 verses. And I sent out a sheet, 2 sheets, one that tells how to teach the grammar with using one noun or one attribute of Allah, and a step-by-step process of explaining the grammar of the Arabic grammar. I sent that sheet out with a step-by-step process. And so the students, they know that process. We developed that during because of the time of the coronavirus. I used to teach Arabic 7 days a week. And then many of them had been in the Arabic class before, but they hung in there and look at where they are now. The other sheet, which we're going to work on today, is the one that is that when you look at a verse of the Quran, you look for 5 things. You know, you can look up 6 things, 7 things, but a good 5 things that if you can identify, then it help you with your reading and understanding and the grammar of the verses of the Quran. And so with the chapter of Rahman, I believe we got about 3 of those things. The first thing is that's on that list is that you look for a verbal sentence. That's a sentence that has a verb in it. Whether it be a subject, verb, and an object of the verb or predicate. The next one will be a non-verbal sentence. You have a subject and a predicate, and the verb is understood. You don't see it. You have to put it in your translation, and it's the verb to be. I am, you are, he or she is. Next, you look for prepositional phrases. To have a prepositional phrase, you need a preposition. And then you have to have an object of a preposition. That's a prepositional phrase. The next would be an adolph structure. It's a structure where it shows possession. And when you read the Quran, you got most of them are adolph structures. And in that with that adolph structure, you see a sentence that the verb is understood. Surah Fatiha, Makkiyatun. That means a chapter of Fatiha, or what you actually see, you see chapter al-Fatiha, Makkiyatun. Well, to translate it, it would be the chapter of al-Fatiha is Makkiyatun. Is the verb, you don't see it. Then you can look at the next thing to look for is see adjectives and how they're used. The beautiful thing about the attributes of Allah, they're referred to as nouns. Ismun means nouns, so they're referred to as nouns, but they're also called the descriptive attributes of Allah, so they can be used as adjectives. And so, and they look, nouns and adjective, they are a mirror image of itself, so they look just like, if it's look just like nouns. So we're going to start with the first verse. Of course, it's opened up with Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim, with the name of Allah, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. Chapter 1, not chapter 1, it's chapter 55. But verse 1, it says, Ar-Rahman. Let's see, most of the time I'm using the board, so that's what we're going to do. See if I can do the whiteboard. Yes, I can. So this is what you see. Ar-Rahman. It's just a noun. It's the attribute of Allah. Ar-Rahman. And so you have to know the rules of noun. The rules of noun, before I go to that, Arabic is made of three things: nouns, verbs, and particles. So you have to know the rules of nouns. And so in this case, this is a noun. And the rule of noun is that they're definite and indefinite. What makes them definite is al. It means the. So you got Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim. Even though you don't hear the al, there's a reason for that. But you have El-Malik, El-Qudus, As-Salam, El-Qudus, I might have said that again, and so forth. Al, it means the. And the last letter gets a dhamma. So that's a noun in Arabic. It's definite and indefinite is that you take off the alif lam. Last letter gets a double dhamma. So I did Ar-Rahman, you have al, then you have the ra, the ha, the mim, the noon. Now there's a shadda over the ra. So what you have to see in your mind, that ra is a sun letter. So what you have to see in your mind is that when that shadda is over that ra, that means there are two R's. You have to see two R's. Two R's. One has a sukoon, just like an al. Al has a sukoon. So it becomes that one R takes the place of the L. So it's R. Then the next one, let me correct that. There we are. Then the next one will have the fa. R, ra. Then the sukoon is over the ha. So it's R, ra. Then the little short aleph, that means that's a longer ass sound. Ar-Rahman, nu. When it's indefinite, it's the ra, the ha, the mim, the noon with a double dhamma. All right. When we are teaching our Arabic class, first thing you do, we start out with a noun. Then we break it down to its three-letter root. So with our Rahman, you take off the Aleph Lam, which is now R. You take off the Noon. That's the three-letter root. That's the verb itself. And you look, now you're able to, you got it, the three-letter root. You see it right here. Just took it away. The Ra, the Ha. Okay. So now we have the three-letter root. And when you look it up, you'll find that the three-letter root, which is a verb. Now this is the verb. So you have noun, verb, then that's the three-letter root, rahimah. Then because you have the three-letter root, now you should be able to conjugate it. Conjugate the verb. If I say, Ana rahimtu, that means I was merciful. Anta rahimta, you was merciful, male. Anti rahimti, you was merciful, female. Huwa rahimah, hiya rahimet, nahnu rahimna, and then you go on. Okay, so here we have, again, the very first verse. It starts out with a noun, Ar-Rahman. The reason, of course, you see Ar-Rahman new, but when there's a period, you rest on the last letter. So it's, instead of Ar-Rahmanu, it's Ar-Rahman. Okay? The next you go to, so when you are learning Arabic, you learn the alphabet. Then once you learn the alphabets, you learn how to put the letters in the alphabets into words. And so you just saw me how I took a word, a noun, and broke it down into its basic letter forms. So you should be able to learn the word, learn the meaning of the word, and learn how to spell the word. So I'm writing, I wrote this word, of course I'm looking also, but I pretty much, I can write it from memory, and I can tell you the 3-letter root, and I can tell you what it means, the merciful benefactor. The next verse, Allah is teaching you how to do a sentence. That cough should be, circle should be a little bit bigger, but I don't erase it. So you have allama, allama, then you go from here to the lamb, allamel Qur'anu, allamel Qur'anu. So first we're going to deal with the verb. Allama. This is a verb. Has a shadda over the middle letter. This is a second form of the verb system. There's 10 forms. There's some places that says, well, it's 15, there's 20. But for the most part, they teach you 10 forms of the verbs. So the first form is just basically, I believe this is it here. That would be the first form, just like we did Rahimah. And but the second form, the letter has the lamb, the middle letter has a shedda over it. So it's allama, allama. And if you was to conjugate this verb, it will be ana alamtu, mean I taught. Anta alamta, you taught, male. Anti alamti, you taught, female. Huwa alama. So we know what the subject of this sentence is. It's huwa. A lot of times the verb is given. If you know the way it looks when it's huwa, you don't need the huwa there. You automatically know that the subject is he. Allama. And then you have a noun, which is now the object of the verb. I wanted to break this apart, so let me do it that way. You have the ein, the lamb with the shadow. So the first letter, C2L, the first gets a sukoon. That's al, al. The next one gets a vowel, la, and the last letter, ma, allama. The next word is alif lam. Now this is a noun that has the first letter that is a sun letter. I said sun letter, moon letter. I do that a lot. Moon letter, because I'm writing and speaking at the same time. So you have, so you do have al. Okay, al. So we know it's a definite noun because it has alif lam. And the next word, the next letter is ku. And the ra with the sukoon, al-kur, al-kur. And hamza has a fatha. And the rule of hamza is the same as the aleph. Whatever you put over or under it, that's the sound. So it's al-kur a. Aleph is a long, makes it a long vowel. Al-kur a. Then nu. Al-Qur'an, because of the period, Al-Qur'an. And the tajweed, I'm not going to explain the tajweed at this particular, but really what you have is Allama Al-Qur'an. But when you read this, you do have to use the tajweed, Allama Al-Qur'an. And so it means he is the subject. Allama is the verb, he taught, and the Quran. So who is he? Allama al-Quran. That is, actually it's Ar-Rahman. He taught the Quran. And that is a descriptive attribute of Allah, is Allah, he taught the Quran. Ar-Rahman. The word Ar-Rahman, real brief, is that the believers, they know the name of Allah is Allah, but then because many people, there was situations, maybe they saw the beneficence of Allah, they will call on Ar-Rahman, other attributes of Allah. So the companions came back to the Prophet and mentioned that, and so the revelation came, Ar-Rahman. And so in the Quran, it's told that you can call on Allah by any of his beautiful names. And we have 99 attributes, but that's the most popular attributes. But there's the attributes of Allah, you cannot count them. You know, Rab is an attribute of Allah. Dar, the time, is an attribute of Allah, but it's not among those 99. So here we have a straightforward sentence: subject, verb, and the object of the verb. He taught the Quran. He taught the Quran, and really the subject is right at the beginning, Ar-Rahman. Okay, then doing real good. So that's your basic verbal sentence. Sentence that have a verb that you can see. Then the next one, then you have let me do it right. Okay, just about got this. That's too big, but that's okay. Call insan. Now, when the first verse, we got our Rahman, nothing affecting the noun. The second verse, you have Alam al-Quran. So you have al-Quran, which is the object of the verb, so the last letter gets a fatha. It's definite. Last letter gets a faha because it's the object of the verb. Okay. The next, you have khalaqa insan. Here you have the first form of the 10 forms of the verb. And it's right here, the 3-letter root that you can look it up and you will see khalaqa in the dictionary means he created. So then you got khalaqa, that's kha, lam, la, pa. It means he created. And what did he create it? Again, you have an object of the verb, al. Lam aleph is a lam and aleph together, but you separate it and pronounce it. So al e, noon with the sukoon, in, seen with the faha, and it gives a little aleph that makes it longer sound. Then again, noon with a faha. Al insana. Al insana, but the period, you will say al insan. So you would pronounce it Paula insan. You have to go from the qaf to the lam. Paula insan. And the translator would say he created man. Imam Muhammad has said that insan means the human being. We know we do have the bashir, also means human being. But this is more towards sensitivity, but it's the human being. Khalaqal insan. So he created the human being. So again, you have a sentence with a verb. The subject is huwa or ar-Rahman. Huwa. Then the verb, the object of the verb is al-insan. That is your basic verbal sentence. Finally, now, I counted the letters. Well, question. I counted the letters, but I really counted the words. I counted the words. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words. So if you want to learn the 4 verses, you have to practice maybe 1 word every day. Write it out, spell it, and translate it. Just keep writing it on paper and so forth. In 7 days, you would know how to read and write these 4 verses by within a week. But you have to take it upon yourself that you want to memorize these words. Again, this is a sentence with a subject, verb, and object of the verb. Make sure I got everything. Nah. Okay. Allamahu, we already saw that. Allama, he taught. We saw that when it said Allam al-Quran. The difference is it has who attached to it. That is an attached pronoun that you can attach to verbs. The attached pronouns can be attached to nouns, verbs, and prepositions. And so here's the attached pronoun. Ni means me or my. Ye means me or my. You have ka, means you male. Ki means you female. You got na, which means us or our. You got who, which means him or his. who, and it can be connected and not connected. That's it. Who, and then you got have, then there's others. But these are the ones that we can do real short with our amount of time. So that means who means him. He taught him. So that's an object. Him is the object of the verb allama, and also el-bayan. I think I wrote it. If I wrote it out, I'll write it out again. Aleph lam, then the ba, then the ya. Aleph makes it longer. Alamahul bayan. Alamahu, not bay though. Ba ya na. Because of the period. Bayan. 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 Alamahu bayan. So again, who is the subject? The verb is allama. Who is the object of the verb, which is attached to it? Taught him. Then el-bayan, which means the clarity, clear evidence, or speech, different interpretations of. But we know there's a chapter called el-bayinah, which means the clear evidence. It's the three-letter root would be the ba, yeah, and the noon, or ba, aleph, and the noon. But bayinah. Bayinah means to make things clear. So it taught him the clear evidence. So out of all this, the lesson was, you know the rules of nouns. You know that you can break the nouns down to that three-letter root, which is a verb. And then you have two types of sentence: a sentence with a verb that you actually can see, a sentence that is called a nominal sentence or a noun sentence or equational sentence, a sentence that you do not have a verb that you physically see. We have also adoptive structure, no adoptive structure today, and no prepositional phrases here in these particular verses. So basically, the class is what I just said, but with the stress on verbal sentence. A lot teaches us how to use the verbal sentences. So I'll read this and conclude. Ar-Rahman allama al-Quran. Khalaqa al-insan allamahu al-bayan. Allamahu bayan. Sadaqallahu al-Azim. Allah has spoken the truth. This concludes the Quranic Arabic class for today.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Oh, I'm yeah.
Yes, sir.
So we can go into the next program if you like.
Yeah, excellent. Alhamdulillah. What you been doing in the sun? We got a brown skinned Imam Elam today.
I work 4 days a week, and I had to go outside, and it is hot.
Yeah, it's been really hot. Oh, I know you went to that picnic. How was the Swift? We have an interfaith program that Imam Elam has led some long-lasting relationships that we developed with the Catholic, the Jewish, and now some immigrant Muslims who now believe is the chair of an organization which is a South Suburban Interfaith group called SWIFT. And I hear the picnic is an annual picnic that they do, which is similar to our 4th of July picnic, where they have the public come out and enjoy a little family day together. And alhamdulillah, I heard it went well, and the Mosque Cares participated in it. And I just wanted to commend Imam Elam for keeping that up, for keeping that relationship strong, inshallah. Thank you.
I appreciate you having me represent you, Imam. Actually, most of the people are like the common people of the churches. So I'm really the highest ranking person there. They might have maybe a person of one or two from a particular church, but they're Protestants, Catholics, and Jews and Muslim. And as you said, the Muslim brother, they got 4 chairs, I believe, three chairs.
Oh, wow.
4 chairs. So
they rotate.
That, yeah. So
Okay,
the Muslim brother, he has his turn to do it. So.
And they're probably a part of the Chicago Sure Body, or are they suburb?
They're suburb. Frankfurt. They have a masjid in Frankfurt. Yeah,
the big masjid there.
then they got that big one now in Orland Park, and then that's really a part of Ridgeview. And then remember that we did a tour, the place that's in Palos Hill. So they all sort of connected.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Well, that's great. And we, we started it. We were there first.
That's right.
Started with Walter Ruby of the Chicago Times in New York, and I hear he's doing better. He had a little illness about a month back, right? And he was, had a little health scare, but he's doing well. And I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that we're keeping those relationships going. And we hope to see him someday soon, someday in the future.
And this is a local group, but of course, Imam Warfdeen.
Yeah,
you're in board of trustees of Religions of Peace in the same seat as your father.
Yeah,
you a trustee emeritus of the Parliament of World Religion, which is next week. So we got to encourage you.
Yeah, that was the next thing I was going to ask if you wanted to mention just very briefly about that. There's I believe this is, I don't have the last time they were here in the United States, but the Parliament of World Religion is one of the oldest interreligious. Is it referred to as interreligious or interfaith? It's
interfaith
organization. It's interfaith. It's interfaith because it's made up of all of the world's religions. And I know they have on record over 100. I think when we were in Canada a few years back, about 5 years back, maybe.
They do it every 2 years. So it's every 2 years. So
it's every 2 years. So last year they were somewhere else. But the last time we attended in purpose, we attend every year. And they refer to me as trustee emeritus.
Yeah.
And which is a high honor. I believe emeritus is probably a Greek, or what is it? What do you think is Latin? It's probably Latin. Emeritus. It's Latin for an esteemed guest or an esteemed trustee. A person from the legacy of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and they accept me. What they're saying by that is that they accept me in the same honor and honor me in the same way that they did when my father was alive. So I'm honored to be there. And I'm gonna tell you straight out, I'm speaking to my community that this is a once in a lifetime experience. If you can, they're going to be at the McCormick building. I believe it starts on the 14th through the.
I think it's 14th. We're speaking on the 17th, I believe.
Yeah, and we're presenting there, and we would love to see you come out, and those that can afford it, come out and show your support. But otherwise, you've never experienced anything like this in your life, to see all these people of faith, sincere believers in God, in the Lord, in the Creator. They don't practice the way we practice, and they don't all believe the way we believe. But you do have Muslims, Christians, and Jews there, which are the closest in kin to our faith. But you have all these other groups there, and they're all expressing how the path, and what I see is the path that led them to seeing and knowing their Lord, which is something that no man can give a person, that only God guides a person to faith. So it's an experience for us that's unmatched anywhere. It's the largest gathering of believing people, believing in God and worshiping God in one place, acting as one, so it's a miraculous thing. And we attended different prayer services, and we attended different seminars or different practices. Some people sing, some people read scripture, some people dance, some people do different rituals, and they have all their different dress, the different beautiful dress that they wear. And it's just an amazing thing to see. It's something you if you have one chance in your life to try it, is well worth the registration cost. I do it every year.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to bring you back to how it was did last 2 years ago. The whole world was tuned in by the platform similar to Zoom, and we did our presentation by Zoom.
That's the beautiful part. I hope they were watching. I hope they didn't turn it off. But yeah, that's you see, we don't know. This pandemic might have been so that the community of Imam W.D. Muhammad, under the leadership of the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, got to hear us speak about our almost 100-year legacy from the beginning, but with emphasis on our leader, Imam Wafiuddin Muhammad. And that's what we did our best at expressing our relationship and where we fit in that great history that we have given to us in the life of Imam W.D. Muhammad.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I didn't think about it that way. The whole world, they had to watch us, huh?
That's right.
I'm joking, because it's a very diverse, and of course our room is not filled unless we fill it. So we had a nice audience in Canada. Yeah.
So we'll get the advertisement about us. I'll get with Adele when we get about the advertisement.
Yeah, we'll probably pass some flyers out. We probably should pass some invitations to our seminar. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So we'll get together on that. You it's titled 93-year legacy, I believe, of Al-Islam here in America, and you represent it. The honorable, you're the grandson of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the son of Imam Muhammad, and you got your own legacy as a continuation.
I'm gonna tell you one reason why that's going to be easy for me to do, because almost my entire life. Now, when I was young, I used to be able to say, "Oh, you know Elijah Muhammad?" They say, "Yeah, we know Elijah Muhammad," and I don't have to explain no more. That's my granddad.
That's
my
right.
father's the leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad. Yeah, I heard of him. But for about the past 20 some odd 30 years, I have to explain the whole history of 90 years to everybody before they view me as something other than what I really am. Yeah. If I say I'm a Muslim, Muslim is frowned upon amongst the poor, the ignorant African American. Most of the ones I run into that they turn their deaf ear to any information that ain't that's not Jesus or not what they understand. And so I have to let people know that we love Jesus, we're followers of Christ Jesus, that we even accept all of his scripture as being from God. We read the scripture, and we don't discriminate against him when it comes to his validity as him being a messenger or a servant of God. So we just look at it, we just get it from our book. We believe in all of what God says about Christ Jesus in our book, and we accept all of it as truth. You see?
President Obama, he mentioned when you was at head table with him in Washington, D.C. at the iftar, he mentioned you mentioned to me and others.
And I was also on the White House's executive council as a trustee. That's what they referred to me as, a trustee.
Of the
Interfaith
White House,
White House, yeah.
Okay.
I remember when we first went to the White House. I think Adil's father, he was with us.
Yeah.
And there was a little mix-up at the beginning. They was like, "No, we're looking for Imam W.D. Muhammad." That's right. And they had other people trying to come in there saying they was me, and when they weren't me, and that blew my mind.
The president said that you had your legacy, and as we look back, 14, almost 15 years, you have maintained the legacy of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and that's a long time, and it's growing strong.
It is. It is.
People don't know the battles that we had to deal with people going in other directions and separating.
Right. But I think when it's all said and done, that what's going to last is the truth. The truth is what's going to last, and all of the falsehood is just going to wash away to the side, like the foam rolls off of all of the scum comes off of the ocean, and the waves bring it in with the tide and leaves it to dry in the sun on the shores, and nothing but clean water go back out. Right. So I believe when all said and done, that's what's going to be. You're going to see the truth, and you're going to see that we continue strong and never wavering in our faith and in our devotion and our sincerity, our sincere loyalty. Yes, loyalty to what we believe our leader represented and what we believe he wanted for us in his future, and that includes the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because we have to include the Honorable Elijah Muhammad if we believe that Imam W.D. Muhammad was the future that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wanted. So Elijah Muhammad, his whole life was so that we could have the leader we had, you see, and our leader's whole life was so that we could have the future that we have. So yeah, alhamdulillah. Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah, that Allah is with us, and Allah has been merciful for us, and I believe he has accepted our prayers and accepted our sacrifices as being one that's worthy of his attention, because we don't want anything for ourselves, and we've proven that 15 years, right? And when I say we, I mean all of us. You too, Imam. None of us has betrayed any arrogance or selfishness or disloyalty, and I think that's the key to our survival, the key to our strength. Yeah.
There's you put it in the focus of this year now. We're going to be at the Parliament World Religion, and you're trustee emeritus. Your father was a trustee, and now you're maintaining the legacy.
Yes,
this year, you are the chair of the United Council of Muslim Organization for the year, and you are the part of the board of trustees of the Religions for Peace, and in the same position that your father was in. And then, thank you. Are you still a United States president of the Religions of Peace? But they had about quite a few of those.
Yeah,
but all that at one time.
Yes, we still have good relationships, and with the now the Parliament of the world's religion, we're Religions for Peace USA. I'm an executive president. That's my title, executive president.
That's right.
Religions of Peace USA.
Yes.
And my father was a representative of the Parliament of the world's religion, and we have a good relationship with them. When we were in New York at the UN, we were in the office of the head at that time. I believe he's still the head, Bill Finley's office.
That's the Religions of Peace, probably, man.
That's the world religion, the Parliament of the world religion. Yeah.
Yeah. And your father, he was one of the 4 founding presidents, is that correct?
Yeah, as if I'm not mistaken, I believe so. And so we've tried our best, and I believe we've done a good job of honoring that legacy and keeping those relationships strong. And this is something that I would want to share with people, is that the people in these high places and that are in positions of what we see to be as authority and power, that's where the good people are running those organizations, are at the heads of those. So as long as the world are in the hands of such people that put God first and that feel a responsibility for all of humanity, not just their race and their people, that the world is in good hands.
That's right.
So no matter what they saying on the streets and in our little communities and our neighborhoods, with the fear mongers and the threats that are out there, that I can reassure you that the world is in the hands of the best people, probably in the history of humanity. Yeah. And the world is truly in the hands of those people, and they are steering and guiding and managing all of the necessary things that I believe that God would want humanity to manage, and for the sake of peace and to establish the world that Allah wants for all of his creatures and all of humanity. Yeah, I believe that with all my heart, because I see what they're doing, and we get emails, we read their movements, and we read their mind, what's developing in the minds of these organizations, and what their aspirations are for the future, and the things that they fight for, and I believe we're on the right course. We're in the right course, and they're not disrespecting the freedom of the individual, and which sometimes the world may look ugly and may look, like something that, that we should be fearful of, but it's all a part of respecting the creation that God made and allowing human beings to be human, but to respect each other. I think that's the main goal, and the main focus is the well-being and the health of all of humanity, and the respect for all of humanity. And we never lived in a world like that before. You just study history. The world has never been like this before. And so it's a great day to be alive, alhamdulillah. Yeah. All right. I went too far on that. So we're going to bring in the next program, inshallah. I'm gonna leave it with you, Imam. And if you have any final thing that you would like to say, or Adil can introduce the next guest, inshallah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you completed everything, really, man. Thank you. So,
Yeah,
brother,
thank you.
Adil.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Imam Elam, once again. We're going to turn it over to our good brother on the screen, Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, for the business and technology presentation.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Brothers and sisters, I give you all the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. I bear witness only there's nothing but the one, there's no worthy of worship but the one God Allah. And I bear witness only that Muhammad is his messenger and the seal of the prophets. Imam Watadeen Muhammad II. Thank you, my brother, for allowing me to continue to present during this first Sunday program. It's been a very big blessing, and what I'm going to begin with my presentation today is kind of reflect back on how long I've been had an opportunity to present here on First Sunday. The first part of my presentation is going to be dealing with QR codes, but it's the QR code scam. Those who are trying to misuse and take advantage of people through the use of QR codes. And I remember when I first became comfortable associated with QR codes, I introduced it at our first Sunday program when we were physically meeting at the Mosque Cares building there in East Hazel Crest. And at that time, many people hadn't even heard of QR codes. And at that time, you had to have a code reader to be able to read a QR code. Now, all you have to do is have your camera on your cell phone or whatever, and just point to a QR code, and it can read it for you. The technology is built right into the software of your phone. Just point your camera to that code, and it can read it. But so I'm gonna make a few comments after this first presentation, but I'm gonna share my screen and also share the sound. All right, and then let me bring up, and I've queued this up, so I ought to be able to go right to it and to make sure it's loud enough so everybody can hear. But they did let me know if it's not loud enough, and I'll turn it up louder, but here we go.
Next in Technology Thursday, making sure you don't get caught in a QR code scam.
Money conversation that pays a big dividend. The WBBM Noon Business Hour continues.
It's Technology Thursday, and in this segment, we're focusing on scanning QR codes and the possibility that it could lead to trouble. We welcome in Jerry Irvine, CIO of Prescient Solutions and member of the U.S. Secret Service Electronic Crimes Task Force based in Chicago. Jerry, thank you for joining us today. And the QR code has become just it's part of the wallpaper of modern life. The technology itself has been around for a while, but it really took off during the pandemic. And like every technological innovation, Jerry, there's always the possibility to rip you off.
Absolutely. And hackers are using the popularity of these QR codes now to gain your information off of your cell phones or your computers or any of your personally identifiable information. By going out and creating stickers, they can go to the restaurant where they have their QR code on the bar or on their menus or whatever, and they stick these stickers right on top of it, and you can't look at them and tell, is it a legitimate, QR code or not? They're very difficult to read. And as a result, when you open it up in your Google, it can take you right to a malicious website, or it can actually go on and download an application to your phone. It can also steal information off of your phone, whether it's credit card information or different data that's on your system. So it can gain complete access to your systems.
We're talking with Jerry Irvine, and one example of a scam QR code being used to get credit card information from people is in parking garages and by parking meters, where the QR code, the phony one, is placed near the parking spot, and then people open it and enter their credit card information, thinking that they're actually paying for the space.
Absolutely, and if you have the app for one of these pay parking meters on your app on your phone already, what they'll do is they'll open up a similar app that looks just like your app that you have on the phone, but it'll be their app, and they'll grab your information that way. So it's just like they would do sending you an email with a link in it. Now, instead of you having to click on a link, you click on a QR code or you open a QR code. It's the same principle. Now they're just using it for QR codes.
Now, when it comes to getting a phony email that wants you to click on a malicious link, there are some red flags in there. There are addresses that look nothing like the email address of the legitimate institution that would be sending such an email. What are the red flags for a phony QR code scam?
Really, you need to have an application or a add-in on your browser on your phone. So when you do hover over that QR code, you can look at the bottom and you can see the actual link it's going to, right? So instead of just seeing the box with the graphics on it, you'll actually see the www link. But the way they get around that is they have these short links, the short URL links that may be, just kind of cryptic, so you don't know what it is. So another way to protect yourself would be certain antivirus applications on your phone now will stop you whenever you try to go to a malicious application or a malicious website. It'll come up and give you a warning. So unfortunately, today, most people still do not have an antivirus on their phones or their tablets. So you need to get an antivirus solution on your phone and tablet and make sure that it has malicious QR protection on it.
Jerry Irvine, CIO of Prescient Solutions and member of the U.S. Secret Service Electronic Crimes Task Force based in Chicago. Thank you for joining us today. Join us at...
Okay, brothers and sisters, let me stop there. The most important information that you can have to be safe in terms of a QR code or scanning one is to make sure the code is from a trusted source. If you look at the marketing for our convention, for the Mosque Cares convention, you'll see that on the application, you'll see 2 QR codes at the bottom of the marketing material. Now, the first thing you can tell is this is from a trusted source. You know it's coming from the Mosque Cares. That's a trusted source. So if you want to, you can scan the QR code to make a donation to the Mosque Cares or take you to the website where you can register for the convention. All right. And I am going to be one who will be using a QR code on my business cards. The only thing I'm going to have on my business card, I'm redoing them. The only thing I'm going to have on my business card is my name, the phone number, and a QR code, which would take a person to the website of my business. All right. Okay. But again, it's a trusted source. So you will see now QR codes on the back of cars, trucks. They have QR codes everywhere. If you trust the source, then you can scan it. But even when you scan it, what comes up is the location of the code. That usually it's the website, the location of the website. If you're not comfortable with knowing the source, don't try to address it. Don't try to scan it or go to it using the QR code. Just get the information of whatever that source is and type it in and search it. You don't have to use a QR. You don't have to use a QR code at all. If it's on the back of a truck and the truck is saying it's Amazon, then just go to a search Amazon. Now y'all know I don't use the G word, so that's why I use search. So anyway, just search it and get the source of it. So the most important thing is for QR codes, don't say I'm not going to use them, because I use them. You know the old adage, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just use the good common sense that the Creator has blessed you with, and use the information that's come to you. So the key thing in this case is make sure that the QR code is from a trusted source, and if it's from a trusted source, then take advantage of it, use it. All right. So that's the first part of my presentation today. The next part, and if you want to ask questions, wait till I get to the end, and I'll open up for questions and comments. Then you can ask me questions about the QR codes. So now my next part of my presentation is going to be this information about what major automakers are doing in terms of launching EV charging. If you know, at the first Sunday, I talked about EV chargers, and I talked about them in the context of sisters who got into the business of either setting up chargers or managing chargers. But this, I want to preface by saying Akbar's Transportation, that's my transportation company. Akbar's Transportation is going green. Akbar Transportation is going green. And I'll talk more about that after this. I play this. All right, so let me start this. You see if I got it keyed up here.
Major automakers are banding together to launch a new electric vehicle charging network across North America. They want to build 30,000 chargers, which would be even bigger than Tesla's network. NPR's Camila Dominowski reports.
As EV sales are on the rise, there is a huge push to build more chargers in the U.S. But Sam Abul-Samad with the consultancy Guidehouse Insights says there's another problem.
It's not just a matter of not enough chargers. The chargers that were there often didn't work.
Or they just kind of work, like this charger I was at last month.
Yeah, it's charging slowly. There was a warning that it was currently charging at a reduced rate while it doesn't update.
Charging can also be confusing with hard-to-navigate apps. All of this can make drivers reluctant to buy EVs. So these 7 companies, BMW, GM, Honda, Hyundai, Kia, Mercedes-Benz, and Stellantis, formerly known as Fiat Chrysler, they've decided to create a joint venture to build chargers themselves under one network, so they can make sure they're fast, reliable, easy to use, make sure they're good chargers, great chargers, maybe even super chargers. Tesla's supercharger network, which Tesla builds, owns, and maintains, is extensive and reliable. It's a huge selling point for that company, and it's hard to overstate how it's shaken up the industry. Other companies have started joining the Tesla network, and now, with this alliance, trying to replicate it too. Abu al-Samad says the stakes are high for automakers.
They are making an enormous investment in electrification. They have come to the realization that if they don't do this and they don't make it work, then that money is going to be wasted. That's going to be lost.
The new network plans to draw on federal money to help fund chargers and will be open to all drivers. It doesn't have a name yet, but aims to open the first chargers next summer. Camila Dominowski, NPR News.
All right, brothers and sisters. So now those are my two presentations on that. So let me bring this back up now and give you some, let me stop my share. All right, now, what do I mean by going green? Well, let me just share. I got about 17 minutes. I'm not going to take a whole 17, but let me share with some changes that have occurred with me and my business. And as Dr. Ramadan said earlier in his presentation, and a lot of testers is all. We get a test. We are going to be tested. Allah says in the Quran, did you think you would be accepted saying you believe and not be tested when there were those tested before you? All right, so I can give you a little update on my test. Most of you know that I'm in the transportation business, and one of the things I do is I partner with Uber and Lyft. All right, well, my vehicle that I used is a 2018 Chevy Suburban. It has 189,000 miles on it, all right? And I would say about 2 months ago, the transmission went out. So I had to take it and get the transmission replaced. Just as I got the transmission replaced, about 1 month later, I started getting this noise in the engine. Noise in the engine, okay. And then the transmission started running hot, and it would just shut down. The whole car would shut down and wouldn't move. This happened one time where I had a customer in it, and after picking up a trip with Uber, I had to tell the customer I couldn't complete the trip. Had to take him where he could get another Uber. And of course, the customer had to report that the issues with the car, why he had to get another Uber. Uber contacted me and said I could not drive that car any longer on the platform until I got that particular issue addressed. So, but right after they sent me that message, they sent me a message that said, Abdul Rashid, you qualify for EV on Uber, and sent me a link to look at EVs. So I said, well, let me go just check this car. So I went and got the car, went up to Firestone, had a diagnostic done on it. They ordinarily charge $107 for the diagnostic. The guy came out after 2 hours and he said, we're not going to charge you the full amount for this diagnostic. I said, no. He said, no. He said, because your car has a lot of issues. He said, the first thing is that ticking in the engine, he said, you have a misfire in the cylinder 5 in that engine. He said, we don't do engine work here. He said, but you're either going to have the engine rebuilt or replaced. Now, this is on a car that's already got 189,000 miles on it, right? And so I knew right then, first, I thank Allah for blessing me to get this information. And I knew right then I wasn't going to put another dime in this vehicle, not another quarter. Okay. So I thank Allah for blessing me to get the vehicle home. And I told my wife, that's it for the black, they call it the Black Beauty. Anyway, that's it for the Black Beauty. I'm not putting another dime in it. Parked it out in front of my house. Boy, it was in the garage first. So I clicked on the link for Uber for the EV. And I saw it. It was a Tesla, the one I chose. They made me an appointment the next 2 days later through Hertz. That's how they ran them through. So I went there, and the gentleman, very helpful. He said, you here for your appointment? I said, yeah. The Tesla? I said, yes. He said, okay. He told me what I would need in terms of credit card and driver's license. He told me how much it was going to cost and everything. He said, and so I said, okay. So are you ready to take care of it now? I said, yes, sir. took everything. They showed me a few things of the Tesla. And there's no way you can get a tutorial in 10 minutes on a Tesla, all right? But they did what they could. And so I drove out that same day. Went and charged it up and finished charging up. It was 82%. I charged it up to 100% and went home, took it home. And I started working the next day. After that experience, just driving it, I told my wife, I'm gonna try this for a week and I'm gonna see how it goes. Let me report to all of you. As my brother told me, now before I even went there to look at this Tesla, I asked my brother, because he has a Tesla. Now he has the one with the Falcon doors. If y'all don't know what those Falcon doors, have you ever seen the doors go up and they go up like wings? That's the one he has. And but my brother's an attorney, so he could afford. But I asked him about it. He said, I would never drive another gasoline-powered vehicle again in life. And so I said, you there? He said, that's how much I love this Tesla. Well, I'm here to report to you, I'm of his same mind. There's no way in the world I'll go back to driving a regular gasoline-powered vehicle after driving this Tesla, inshallah. Inshallah. And let me tell you one thing that really sold me on it. I pulled up after driving it for the full day. I was down to 30% on the charge. So look at this as being about 3/4 low in your gas tank. And you pull up to fill it up. So I pulled it up to charge it. I charged it all the way up to 100%. It cost me $14 and some cents to charge it up. I'm telling you, from 30% to 100%, $14 and something to charge it all the way up. I can imagine what that would have cost me if I'd have pulled my car up to a gas pump where it was only a quarter up and to fill it up full. And so, for me, now this may not be applicable for everybody, but for me, it works. For me, it works. So, for me, I pay a rental. Remember now, I use this for business. So the entire cost is tax deductible. And the only thing I don't pay no extra insurance. I don't pay for maintenance. I don't pay for none of that I would pay on this, that I would pay it on my Suburban. All of that is included in my rental fee. All I do is pay the rental and to charge the vehicle up and go out and make money with it. It's not, I'm going out and making money with it each day. All right, now it changed the way I had to work. I work 6 days a week, and but Allah's blessed me. I'm talking about, I'm tremendously blessed. And if this hadn't happened, I wouldn't know this. If my vehicle, that Suburban hadn't gone out on me, I would not know the blessing that I have now. So that's why I say my transportation company, Akbar Enterprises, or Akbar's Transportation, is going green. That would be my marketing label for my transportation business. So the experience has been excellent, valuable, very informative, and I'll be glad to share my experience with this with anyone. I'll share as much as I can here through questions here, and then anybody who would like to call me afterwards, who would like to ask me how much it cost me to, because I will be glad to share that with them personally. I'm gonna leave my phone number. So if anybody wants to ask me that information, they can just give me a call and I'll give them that information one-on-one. So let me give you my phone number. It's 312-925-4196. 312-925-4196. And as the gentleman said in the presentation, these companies getting together, Tesla does build their chargers, and they have a network chargers all across North America and other parts of the world. and there are superchargers. All I have to do in my Tesla, in the Tesla that I rent, because I don't own anything, I rent it, is put in, they have voice command, just put in superchargers. When I say supercharger, up on the screen pops up a list of places where I can go and get the vehicle supercharged. And when I tap on one, it directs me how to get there, and then it prepares the battery for supercharging. That means the battery is prepared to accept supercharging by the time I get there. Supercharging, it takes me from, let's suppose I said I was at 30%, it will take it up to 100% within 45 minutes or less. I can sit there and eat lunch or go into a lot of the places where the superchargers are. There are places like Target or other places. I can sit there and eat lunch or do something else while the car is charging up. All right. And when it's finished and topped off, it tells me how much it is. Since I rent mine, it's going to go on to my bill for a Hertz, and they'll charge it to my credit card. And boom, I drive out and I'm ready to go. That's it. That's how fast it is. So, and in fact, when I leave here now, I got to go do some shopping with my wife and I, but I'm going to go take my car to get it, take the Tesla. I say my car, take my rental. Can we keep saying my car? Take this rental. And I'm about at 45%. So it won't take that long for the charger. But it is a blessing. When I say it's a blessing, and this is a call from, I have to call her back. And Sister Zelly Omar calling me. She don't know that I'm making a presentation. So I can't answer her call right now. I have to call her back. But brothers and sisters, I am blessed, and as my brother always say, blessed and highly favored. But I'll just say blessed by the Creator. Truly, truly blessed. Now, as my wife said, I had to pivot how I work. But you know what taught us how to pivot was the pandemic. The pandemic taught us how to pivot. Whatever we were doing before the pandemic came in, we knew we had to pivot in order to continue to do what we needed to do because of what we were faced with. But the blessing I have is I worship a God that I know that is always in my corner. I don't care what happens. Nothing happens except by Allah's permission. So I know the blessings I have. And I tell anyone, I'm blessed and even more than highly favored because I worship the one God who is Allah. So I'll leave it with that, brothers and sisters. I got about 5 more minutes, but I'll leave that for questions and comments. So Brother Adil, I hope that something I've said during my presentation has been helpful to the believers who tune in.
Brother, you're going to get some questions.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I see them Teslas everywhere.
That's correct.
You're the
right.
first person I know to own one. And the way it's got you itching to get back in it. I can just feel it. I was over here teasing Adil, telling him, I said, yeah, that's what I told my wife. I said, now we married now. We used to go to the movies at least once a week. And you pregnant, we about to have a baby, and said, so this big TV, it's gonna pay for itself in about I can see you sitting down.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
I'm telling you. I'm teasing.
I'm telling
you. You're gonna make us all want to electric.
Well,
isn't that the beauty?
I think I would just tell the believers, if you're thinking about a new car, try one. I would say just rent one. Don't go out and try to. Just rent one. Just go to wherever you rent one, and check it out. Just rent one and decide.
Is it like driving a video game almost? Is it obvious that you don't have a combustion engine?
Oh yeah.
Some cars are quiet. Now some
let
cars,
me tell you.
My car cut off when I get at a light. I hate that. I shut that off.
Yeah. Let me tell you. It is so quiet. It's like a church. I'm so quiet. And then
like you in your living room, huh?
And when you accelerate, oh my goodness.
Like you in your living, and like you in a race car, huh?
Like a rocket that takes off.
I can see it all over your face.
Oh my God,
you a mess. Sister Venus say, say, I don't know what you're gonna do, but we're gonna pray for you.
Oh, my wife just says my new toy. Now it's not mine.
I know it is. I know it is.
It's not mine.
You're right.
This is because he got the key. Who got the keys? Him.
He has the key.
They in his pocket, ain't they? It's his car.
Look, it is a blessing. It is an absolute blessing. But I'll be glad to, let me start asking questions. So
it makes me feel good to see you.
Oh my God.
Excited. That happened.
My God.
But
it really is.
Look at this technology, man. Aren't we blessed? I pray for people. I miss people in my life. I was like, wow, only if they could be here and see this.
Yes.
And see the things that are happening, the skyscrapers and the buildings and the roads that are being built. We in a different place than we was 30 years ago. Even Chicago don't look nothing like it did.
And brother Wazadi Muhammad, look, I prayed at one time when I first started working for Uber. You know, you had to have your own car. You could not come with Uber with a rent or anything. You had to have your own car. And I said, boy, I would be glad with one day if I could just lease a car and put it on Uber, you know. Now you can rent one. In fact, their goal is now by 2030 to be carbon neutral. And that's a goal. They didn't say they was going to be there.
Right.
But their goal is to be carbon neutral by 2030. So you know what they do? For those who sign up or who bring a auto electric vehicle, they give them $1 extra for every trip they take. That's an EV, that person that requested an Uber Green, or Uber Electric. They give them $1 extra for every trip, each trip you take by that. And at the end of the week, they tell you how much you made just for having an electronic vehicle on the platform. How much extra you made? Okay, okay, and it's just so much I could say. But let me start answering these questions, so I can.
We got a bunch of hands up.
Yeah, we do. So so I can start with Sister Brother Ideal. If you want to start with Sister Najma, I can start with her.
Order her hands, yes, sir. Sister Najma.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, Brother Akbar.
Walaikum assalam.
I'm curious, how soon after that, when you pick me up in that car, how soon after that car go out? That was the beginning of June.
Okay, it probably went out about a month later, Sister Najma. Okay, about a month later, the trans went on it. Okay.
Wow. I'm glad I missed it.
The trans went out, and I'm glad I didn't go out when I was on a trip like that. You know, it went out on a smaller trip, a shorter trip. But so about a month after that, Sister Najma, the trans went out.
Wow. I could have been experiencing a Tesla, or I could have been.
But now let me tell you something now. If you had been in that Tesla, you would have loved it. You would have loved it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, next we have Sister Veda Martin.
Yes, Sister Martin.
Oh, yes. You are one of my favorite subjects with the election. I was blessed last year to purchase one.
Okay.
Okay. And I knew my next car was going to be electric because I had put solar panels on my roof.
Yes.
And I had put a charger in my garage.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So I was set to go before I ever got the car.
Okay.
And basically, it is a dream to drive. And, you know, about that acceleration, you know, people laugh at me, but I keep mine at cruise at the speed limit on the city streets.
Yes.
Because that pedal will fly, you know, it will take flight if you give it. It will take flight.
Of course, I don't think I'd ever.
Right. If you mess with that acceleration pedal, yeah, you be going 50 miles an hour down a city street before you know it.
Yes.
So, and it has been truly a blessing because, you know, the car I traded in when I got it was not that old. It was only 6 years old. So I was trading in early, but that meant the value of the car I traded in was good. And then I traded in a Honda Civic. And it's been a dream. And because I have the solar panels, basically in the summer months, I do not pay an electric bill. I do not pay an electric bill.
Air conditioner on blast?
Right now, I got a credit with the electric company for, I'd say about $25.
Alhamdulillah.
$25 to the good.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
The winter, when there's less sunlight and I'm using the furnace, because like I don't turn on the air conditioner unless it's really called for. I have central air. I use my central air when it's really called for. I have ceiling fans. That's the first place I go. And I tell you, I have saved so much money, because you can say that, like my electric bill's not off the Richter scale. And, it's really, even in the wintertime when the sun's not as bright, my electric bill is not that high.
Okay.
So basically, and then I don't have to go to the gas station at all.
Alhamdulillah.
And when when I make a little trip and I stop at that supercharger,
yes,
it is like you say, it is so cheap. It is so cheap, and it is so fast.
Yes.
So hey.
Sister Martine, I'm so glad that somebody else has that experience, because I know people might have thought I was kidding, but I'm so glad somebody else had that experience.
I'm just saying, I'll be glad when you get the what they call. My neighbor used to tell me, "Oh, you got the new car fever. You got a new car." When you get over that stage, because we don't want to see you getting no speeding tickets.
Yes.
No. Yeah, don't get no.
I've had it for a year. No speeding tickets.
No speeding tickets. You either, Sister Evada. I didn't think you was gonna speed, but I see the look on his face. Sister Venus needs to check his speedometer.
But the beauty
to the wise, use that cruise to keep yourself in check.
Yes, the beauty about this, you asked brother, you asked, is it like a video game? Everything is driven by software. I mean, it's a touch screen. Everything is driven by software. You can adjust it. You can adjust it for max speed. That means no matter how hard you push on the that's what Sister Evada was talking about. No matter how hard you push on the accelerator, it's not going to go over that max speed. So if you adjust it for 30 miles an hour or 40 miles an hour or whatever it is, if you adjust it for that and set it for that, it won't go over that.
Okay.
And when you are parked, you talked about video games. There's a game package that's in the console.
Yeah, it is.
So basically, if you
you can play video games
while you eat or something while you were charging.
Yeah, while
you can play a game. You can also
never have to start driving.
You can also do Zoom. You can also do Zoom right there in the car.
Oh wow!
On that screen. Wow. And it's a nice big screen.
It's excellent.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Sister Evada. Thank you.
Check his website out when we get off.
Hey, check it out. Check it out.
I got enough cars.
Okay.
I got enough cars right now. But one day I'm gonna be done raising babies. Then I might get start looking at some downsizing in my garage.
Okay. All right.
Alhamdulillah. But I'm happy to hear that. But that's the future. That's where we headed. And I've heard all kind of things about what the possibilities are once we go electric. They might electrify the roads. You might not ever have to pay for gas.
Yes. You
never know.
All right. I think Sister Tahida's next, Brother Ideal.
We have Sister Tahida, then we'll go with
Brother Hafiz Muhammad the second. Okay.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
What's on, Sister Tahida?
Yeah, I always had a question about that car, and how do you charge it? I've seen charging stations, but is there a way you charge it from your house too?
Yeah, you can put if you want to. If you purchase the car, you can put Tesla. They will. You can buy a charger that you can put in your home, in your garage. My brother has one, and all you do is park the vehicle, and it doesn't have to be a supercharger since you're putting it in your house. You can charge up overnight based on how low the battery is. and all you got to do is plug it in, and it will charge up your vehicle because it's based on how low it is, and then they will calibrate it and they turn off automatically.
So the charger is something that you charge, right? You charge the charger.
Well, the charger in your home, you connect it to your electricity in your home.
Okay, so go
and then
ahead.
you just plug and then you just plug the charger into the vehicle, and it charges the battery, because all you have is a big battery in that vehicle, a huge battery. It covers the whole vehicle. That huge
So
battery.
you always keep that charged up, because if there's a power outage or something like that, how would that affect it?
You just go to a charger. You just go, if the power outage, you just go to where there's a supercharger. Tesla, if you buy a Tesla, they're all over. And here in the Chicago area, they have a huge network. So you never have to worry about not being able to be to charge your vehicle.
You know, it made me think of like those, Sister Taylor, like those power generators that they hooked up to the grid, and it's charging all along. So when your power goes out, it probably stores certain amount of power. It's probably like a generator. I could imagine you might.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
If his power goes out, it's probably still got power because it's his own generator. It probably stores power in it. You know.
So it's its own generator, you say? That
I don't know. I'm asking. He might want to ask his brother.
What you do is, Sister Tahita, if you're interested, and if I were going to get one, now this is just me. This is personal. I get one from someone who has the experience. Now, some people don't like Elon Musk. You may not like him as a person. I may not like him as a person, but the technology, now he's perfected that. Okay, it's just nothing. No one comes close. You know, no one comes close. You know, if he can he's building engines and taking people to the moon and other people. He's perfected the technology. Now, he may not be the best human being as a human being, but that technology, Allah's blessed him with that. And you know it has to come from somewhere, and it can come from him. All right. And it's the common person. You and I can use it. So that tells you something. Allah, that tells you that Allah has blessed us to have access to this. And so if I were going to do this, I would get the charger that Tesla has perfected, and that's the one I would buy for my home if I was going to buy a Tesla vehicle. Okay, because they all work together. They all work together. That's what I would do. That's And so if I ever buy one, that's what I would do.
So how does that car get prevented from, lightning and all that, since it's with electricity?
Because once you unplug it from the charger, everything is self-contained. Because lightning don't affect it. It's everything is contained. The battery is self-contained.
Okay. So it's good to have a generator.
No. Once you charge it up and unplug it, the batteries, it's just like any battery. It's like your flashlight battery. Once you put new batteries in it, you have a battery, So it's nothing connected to the grid. Anything. The battery is separate. It's all contained. All right.
And it's electricity, so it's instant power.
Instant.
Light them tires up if you want to.
It's instant.
Tires are expensive though. I learned that lesson.
Okay, Sister Tahita, anything else?
Straight to the wheel.
I'll call you.
Yes, please call me. Feel free. You got my number.
Please repeat the number.
Okay, 312-925-4196. And if you want to, I'll put it in the chat. Okay.
Okay, Brother Akbar, we have several more hands that have raised since the last.
Okay.
Brother Hafiz, we have Sister Baina. If you don't mind, we'll stop with Sister Baina. And then those of you who have further questions, for the sake of time, please enter them into the chat or get Brother Akbar's information from the chat. He's going to put his number in the chat if you have any questions for him.
Yes.
Regarding that. For the sake of time, we're going to proceed with these last two questions. Then we're going to turn it over to our Imam W.D. Muhammad II. He'll make his comments, and then we'll bring on our featured guest presenter, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Brother Hafiz and then Sister Bain.
Assalamu alaikum to
Wa-alaikum
Imam
assalam.
Muhammad II, to Imam Abdul Rashid Akbar.
Yes,
Alhamdulillah.
yes, alhamdulillah.
Yes, I wanted to say I too am an EV fan. I've been driving the Toyota RAV4 for like 2 years, and it's a hybrid. It's a hybrid gas and electric. So I get about 55 to 60 miles of electric, and the rest is gas. We've been doing that for about 2 years, and my wife, she loved that so much. So now we just bought, for the last 2 months, she bought a VW ID4, which is a competitor to the, so the electric is,
I hear you.
That's not a hybrid.
So the electric it's a straight electric.
Yes.
So, but on the electric, you definitely have to, if you own the car, you want to look into investing in it. There's a special outlet if you install it in your home. And then the electric battery, the electric charger plugs into your home, where they have a special outlet. You just plug it right into the power outlet. But, so you need an electrician to kind of help you install that, to plug it in.
Yes.
So we have that. Now, Toyota has, because you have level 1 charger, you have a level 2 charger, you have a level 3, which are commercial, level 3s are most of the commercial chargers you see at the different stores or whatever, gas stations or whatever. Level 2 charges for about 4 to 6 hours. The supercharging car charge about 3 hours, which is, 3 hours, that's the level 3. And the level 1, which is Toyota specifically deals in level 1. So it charges about 18, it takes about 14 to 18 hours. And the reason why Toyota went that way, because they're into longevity of the battery. So they charge slower, but it helps save the longevity of the battery. Because basically you're looking at a driving cell phone, almost like how you charge.
You can say that.
Yeah. So you're dealing with basically a mobile cell phone. So the charging. Ooh. So if you notice that cell phones, when they charge, sometimes they heat up, they overcharge, burn the battery out of a cell phone. Same thing. So Toyota, and in fact, Toyota helped Elon Musk with his electric technology. So because I knew that, I said, I'm gonna go Toyota first. So Allah blessed us a couple of years ago to find what they call a unicorn, which was a RAV4, which was both EV and gas. So that's a rare one. That's a rare hybrid.
So what type of warranties do you have on your batteries, and what's the life expectancy of your battery?
They give you about a 5. They have different packages, but at least a 5-year to 10-year warranty. They have, I think, on my RAV4 is about 5 to 6 years. But on the
full replacement if you have a catastrophic failure.
Yes,
okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes, sir.
So you just have to renew that warranty.
You just have to renew the warranty. And
cool.
But so the interesting, but by us living in Los Angeles, it's a lot of competition. So the infrastructure is trying to catch up. So every time we go take my wife's car to a charging station, it's a lot of people that are rushing. And then there's, like this morning, she went that one guy said, "Oh, I only got 0%." So they're rushing in.
That ain't your problem.
And I'll be like that.
It's a lot of competition. So make sure you identify around your house where the charging stations are.
He said a guy, not an angel.
You can go online. You can go online and check where the charging stations are. You can check which ones are available. So whatever proximity that you are to your house, you can check what stations are available, and then you can kind of proceed. And so it's just something, when you do a road trip, you just got to really plan it out.
Yes. Excellent comments, brother. Brother Hakim Muhammad II. Thank you, my brother.
Yes, sir.
His wife, she entered some information in the chat regarding like grants and tax information.
Yes. Thank you for that.
My wife, I think I drove her car off the lot one time, and now she won't let me back in her car. She I can't drive her car no more ever again.
But think about it. Do you blame her?
I know. She loved that car. I mean, I sometimes I go outside and I'm like, where did my wife go? She's in there sitting in the car listening to the music.
Oh yeah, the quieter the car, the better you can hear the music.
Oh my goodness.
But she, for anyone who has any information that you need, or if you're considering purchasing one. My wife she could be like an EV consultant because she did all the research
Yes,
and all that
yes,
stuff.
yeah.
So if you have any
Yes.
questions, reach out to me and I'll plug you in with my wife. She can give you some information because she's a student of that stuff. So, feel free to reach out.
Well, let me mention this just before I go to that last question, brother Hafik.
Yes, sir.
But idea. Let me mention this. Right now, of course, Tesla's marketing their vehicles right now, but the government is encouraging you to try to get into it. So they'll give you a tax.
Right.
They'll give you a tax benefit if you purchase it. Now you can't lease it and you can't rent it. You have to actually buy it from a dealer. Okay. But they give you a good tax break. Now they're saying it's going to be up until December 31st. Now they don't know what's going to happen after December 31st. So if you're thinking about purchasing one, look at trying to do it before December 31st because you can get a tax break, a significant one, a tax break on the purchase of a EV. Doesn't have to be a Tesla. It can be any electric vehicle, but it's got to be all electric. All right. So check it out. Check it out. This is a good opportunity now. If you're thinking about replacing your vehicle, to get a good tax break and get an EV. Okay.
The last question was from Sister Baina Pasha.
Yes, Sister Baina.
Assalamu alaikum, Imam Wardeen number 2 and Imam and Brother Ober.
Yes,
my
Sister
my
Baina.
question is very simple.
Okay.
It's just that what is the stock for the chargers and investing in a Tesla stock now? Is it very high?
I don't know. I wish I could. I wish I had invested in it a long time ago. I wish I had invested in it. But let me tell you, as you heard from my presentation, there's a group of auto manufacturers that they're coming together and they're going to build charging stations. All right. I don't know if they're going to, because it's going to cost a lot of money. I'm sure they're going to go out to the public to get some of the money. They're going to go to the government to get some money, but they're going to go to the public to get some of that money. All right. And so I don't know what the name of that entity is going to be, but I would encourage anyone who's interested in this, as they say, in this space, to eat this electronic space, electricity space, to look at that as maybe a possible investment, because there's no way to go but up. Okay, there's no way to go but up, because that's where electricity. This is where it's going. This is the future. We may not, many of those who are still selling what they call these vehicles that burn gas and oil. They are moving to that. They're slowly moving to it. But all you got to do is think back about the horse and buggy. Do you see a horse and buggy out there now? You see what horse and buggies do now? They only do it now for people who want to use them for as a show. That's not how you get around now with a horse and buggy. Okay, they're long gone. Okay.
Yeah, and Imam described it the same way as really as how do you describe it now? He said, could you imagine how polluted the environment was with those horses dropping poop on the streets everywhere?
Yes.
And so it's kind of like the gasoline engine now. It's polluting the air. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what we're gonna look back on it. And so now's the time to get in. Are they selling the shares now?
I don't think they created the company. I don't think they created the company yet.
I heard they coming together. All of the people that don't work, GM and Ford and all that.
Yeah. Just look for that. Look for that.
They said for the first time ever, they ain't never worked together like that. But
that's correct.
Yeah.
You're correct. Because it's in their best interest. The cost is too big for any one company to be able to do this. They have to come together.
Opportunity is too big too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They can see the market.
Tesla have it all.
Yeah, they can see the market. No, they want to compete, and the only way they can compete is they got to sell vehicles, and the only way for people to buy them and have interest in them, they know they can be able to charge them.
Yeah. I hope my banker is listening.
Alhamdulillah.
Well, thank you so much.
No, thank you again, Imam Wardeen Muhammad II. Thank you for allowing me to present again this first Sunday. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it.
I appreciate it too. You're gonna have to take me for a spin in that Tesla.
I'll be glad to come back.
I know you in there. It's in Arizona.
No, you know what?
You got here?
I won't be going for the next 2 years. I'll be here for the next two.
We gotta go to Starbucks. There's a new, there's a new Starbucks on Salt Trail.
Yes, for the So inshallah, one day I'm gonna call you and say, "Are you there?" I'm gonna come out there.
I'm here.
And we'll
I'm
go
always-
we'll go
Yeah,
and have
have
coffee,
coffee.
and you can drive the Tesla.
Yeah, and listen
Okay.
to whatever you want to listen to on the radio. Oh, you don't want me to drive. I got
No. You can drive.
Nah, I'm joking. I've driven race cars before. People didn't even tell me how fast their car was. Scared the heck out of me.
Okay.
Well, wait
I'll be glad to come out.
Was that loose?
Okay. Well, I'll be glad to come out. Yeah, I'll be
die.
here. I'll be here for the
Yeah.
next 2 winters. I'll be here.
All right. We'll get together, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah. All right. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Alaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah. Well, alhamdulillah. Imam W.D. Muhammad II, we like to thank everyone that's listening and hope everyone is here. This is not an intermission. This is not a break. We are getting into the main part of our program coming up after I speak. Adil is going to introduce our featured speaker, our keynote speaker for the afternoon, a young sister born and raised in this community. She's family, one of us. She's from, I feel especially akin to her because she is a part of the legacy families of workers that built what we call the Nation of Islam. While the Nation of Islam was being built, there's certain families that stood out more than other ones and certain things that stood out more than other things. And I believe she's the youngest of Sister Zeli Omar's children. And we all remember the iconic Omar on the Nile, which to me is synonymous when you think of our history and our culture and our influence on the world. That Omar on the Nile gave me great pride whenever I saw that image. It made me think of our greatness in the past that we felt was just as big or as equal as the present day modern society that we lived in, that we had a great motivation when we saw that image of that logo of the pyramid and with the sun setting over the Nile River. And I can see it, just as plain as day. And it was a healthy food drink. It was out there. It was just as attractive for the juice was just as attractive. This was before anybody was drinking health food juices. And this tastes good. It tastes better than Kool-Aid, and it had brighter, more beautiful colors. I remember when we used to sit down at our table, the Omar juice was iconic. Now, I know I hope she don't get mad at me. I shouldn't be talking about the Omar juice, but I told myself whenever I was going to have get an opportunity, I wanted to mention this, that we changed the culture of Black America with Omar juice by us supporting that, having that on the table, because it said to people that you can have a dignified, healthy drink on the table and not feel necessary to copy the status quo and have a bottle of alcohol on the table, that you could have a bottle or a pitcher of Omar juice, which was healthy and we took pride in and everybody loved it. I remember seeing brothers walking around in the street with a gallon of Omar juice in their hand, and was drinking it on a hot summer day. So Omar on the Nile, this is something that is a part of the history and the fabric of our community that our young people, when I get the opportunity, I'm gonna try to do it justice. I'm trying to gather information, some archival photographs or just some history of the Omar on the Nile beverage so I can share it with my children, to let people know, to let my children know, just like everybody ate fish on Friday, but you couldn't find no fish in most of the grocery stores, So we made it popular to buy fish, eat fish, and to drink healthy drinks like the Omar on the Nile drink. So I'm really excited. I just wanted to mention that appreciation for the family of the Omar family, of Sister Zeli's family. And we heard from Brother Jihad earlier, the husband of Sister Zeli Omar. And their family, we have a kinship, because whenever you're really popular in a community, you get treated a little different, and kind of like the Muhammad family. So I understand the obligation and responsibility, and their family has never lost that positive spirit for humanity. It's like an inherent obligation you have to show respect to people and to treat everyone as equals and to show love and compassion to everyone that you meet, and it kind of comes with being from a family like that. So I understand them, and I have to commend each and every one of them for keeping their positive spirit and personality, and to be and really of leadership. It's a responsibility that comes with leadership. I know Sister Omar's son, Sister Zelly's, her sons, and they all have the same spirit. They have a strong, positive spirits and are very compassionate and are leaders in their own right. So we have that to look forward to. But the sister that I'm introducing, that Brother Adil, that we're going to introduce today, she is a very, very, I would have never known it. She's the baby of the family. And I would have never, ever known I should have known, but the brilliance and the talent that she possessed. She is a leader in her own right, and she has many, many great talents that she's going to share information herself with us today. But I remember her as a little girl. She was the baby girl, and she was very bright, energetic. They're very the entire family, like I said, very, very unique family of naturally born leaders. They have the spirit and the ability to lead, and Allah has blessed them and preserved them for this community. And we should get to know this family. And if you don't get to know her children, you should get to know Sister Zelly Omar. She's been a leader in our community for the Dawah effort to promote Islam as it's given us to us by our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and a very, very unwavering loyalty to the leadership of Imam W.D. Muhammad, the founder of our ministry, Imam W.D. Muhammad, and the inheritor of the legacy known as formerly known as the Nation of Islam, led by his father, Imam W.D. Muhammad. And those that followed his father, the best of them continued on with the son, Imam W.D. Muhammad. And most of them now consider themselves the community of just Muslim believers in the association of the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, which is a very loose association. We're a democratic society, democratic Muslim religious society, if you want to label us as such. I think that might be appropriate. So now I'm going to, if I believe she's on, I'm going to bring Sister Shahida Omar to the forefront, and welcome. And the stage is yours. I just want to say I'm so happy to see you. Family. I love family. I love family. All right. Alhamdulillah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you so much, brother. You know how much I love you and I appreciate you. You are dear to our family. You are dear to my heart. I'm so grateful to be here, and I'm seeing all these beautiful elders. Some are hiding out, but I know that you're there, and I truly appreciate this moment to come in here and share with you. I am actually number 8. So I have a brother under me. Naeem Omar is the youngest.
Naeem Omar is the youngest, but
I'm the youngest
brother
girl.
Henry and Sister Zelly, who's the youngest?
Naeem.
Naeem is the youngest.
Naeem
I haven't seen Naeem. I remember Adele.
Adele is older than me.
Yeah, I know he's older than you, because I remember, long story, I won't even go that way. I remember he was so protective of you. You remember how much energy we had. We used to run and run and run. I had a little brother used to run behind me and chase me and not shake him off. And I think it was the Kool-Aid back then. It could have been on my juice, but I'm gonna blame it. It was the on my juice. There's a lot of sugar in there, right?
Yes.
I remember your little brother punched me in the nose because I kept pushing you off of me. You had ran all the way from the school to the Ephraim Boston. We was all running. I don't know if we was playing chase, but you was little. And I was pushing, I pushed you, and your brother punched me in the nose. I did everything in my power not to strangle him. And I never forget that. I never forget that.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
I love him. I love him because, you know, that's the type of big brother. I want my son to be that way.
Yes.
I'm like, anybody you think, I don't care if they playing or not, if they shouldn't touch you shouldn't touch your little sister. No reason. You know, but your spirit, you know, you didn't know you wasn't a boy. You didn't know you wasn't
I did not know that.
You was acting like you was fighting and running and everything. But we were
all that.
Yeah, we had a ball. That whole neighborhood was our playground.
What?
The masjid, the school, the Ephraim Baha Center, everything. It was just like, but I was older, so you probably don't remember as much as I remember. But yeah, I remember, and I was like, this the little baby Omar running around here, you know.
I know it's so interesting and wild to me how time is flying for us, right?
Yep.
And I mean, just being able to see you step up in the way that you have behind your father is beautiful.
I didn't have a choice.
Beautiful, but you're doing it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Alhamdulillah, yeah.
You're doing it. And it actually is interesting. First, I want to say, I could not be upset at you mentioning my dad's juice. Omar on the Nile, that's my hero. My father is my hero. My mother is my shiro. You know, and being able to have
Brother Henry, every person that he spoke to, they did not leave his face, whether they were just buying a 3-second transaction. He said, dear beloved, or dearly beloved, or
beloved. How you doing, beloved?
Everybody that saw him knew they were loved. And so that's something powerful that speaks to the legacy of our entire community. You know, and so don't ever forget that. You all are this history that we call the evolution of the Nation of Islam, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You all made the community that we call the Nation of Islam, your family. You know, and it shows in your face and in your spirit that you all are special people. You know, you see how your sisters look. All of y'all are just beautiful. Your eyes, your spirit, your smile, everything. Your mom, her spirit is all. I've never seen you all with bad spirits, you know, ever. And that's just a great blessing. And I think it's, you know, by design, Allah preserved you all for this day and for the history and to be a part of the legacy of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yeah. And Imam Muhammad, you know.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's how I actually feel. And that's really, I'm so glad that we're in this space right now. And this is the conversation we're having, because that's why I came up with the title of Community, Communication, and Evolution. It really comes down to, you know, and you can come in because I love this, because you're my brother.
Call me in if you need me, but I want to hear from you.
I love it. You're my brother, and because we share the space, I understand, and I love you as a brother, and I appreciate you so much.
Love you back. Love you back.
Yes, and you know, assalamu alaikum, everybody. Again, I am Shahida Omar. I am the daughter of Brother Henry Omar the Nile Juice, and Sister Beautiful Zelly Omar. That is my loving mother. She has been, as you said, in the community for so many years as a pioneer, and I'm so proud to have her as a mother, and proud to have my father as who he was to me in the community, and still to me, that taught me who to be, who I am. And it's so beautiful what you were saying, brother, earlier about you know, the visuals that we have. I was able to have my father give me the visuals of being that strong leader, being able to have this juice company that he built from his own hands from the ground up, and have people come in and had his own juice factory. You know, he was over at the Baha Center. He had the restaurant. He was doing his thing, and he was working with my mother, who pioneered and helped him and brought all the children in to be a part of that. I remember writing on little index cards with my little bitty fingers to invite people out to events and things like that, because we were all involved in that. Being able to see my father step into that space, and also being able to see my mother, who sewed our clothes, cooked our food from scratch. The bread was from scratch. My mother is, I don't know if you all know, but she is a hidden treasure. And she definitely would do, literally we would have every season new curtains because she sewed them herself. She would sew the curtains, put the curtains up every season. There was something for the spring, the summer, the winter. You know, I've seen her paint the walls. I saw her lay tile on the floor. I saw my mother do everything. So
sounds a lot like my mother, Sister Shirley. She did the same thing.
You know,
all of y'all, your sisters wore clothes that your mother made, and all of my sisters wore clothes that that's the what is it? What is it? MGT and G. What is it? What is it? General civilization. My mother said she learned everything about being a wife and a mother in the Nation of Islam because they taught them all of those skills, and they continued those skills. We need that today.
That's it. That's the point.
Yep.
And that's why community is so important. You know why? Because community starts in your house. Community starts in your home. Communication starts in your home. You're able to innovate and elevate from the spaces that you create in your home. Right now, you see a lot of crazy stuff happening out there with these young kids and people just doing all kinds of things because they're running away from the visuals that they did not have. They're trying to create community. They're trying to go outside and create community. You see people joining gangs or getting involved in substance abuse. They're finding friends that are giving them community to share that space with. And so we have to show them, you know, the beautiful visuals that were given to us. We were blessed with that, but that does not come without fault, right? Because even though we have those visuals of the parents doing those beautiful things, communication is so important. And back then we had busy parents. We had busy parents with children, lots of them. And so it's hard to spread all of that communication because you are working in the community. You're working to support your husband, your wife, the business that you're building, all of those things. And your children sometimes lack because they need that communication. They need that one-on-one communication. And it's very important for us to have that communication because, as I said, you're going to go out there into the community, start communicating with them. You're going to learn stuff from those people outside because at home, you're not learning that something happens to you, right? You go out in the world, abuse, you know, anything. If you're not taught at home, I'm the first person that you're coming to. If anything happens, I'm the first person that you talk to. When you talk to me, you have to share every single, that's right, you know, and you have to share every single thing. Go ahead, brother.
I have a 14-year-old and a 12-year-old daughter upstairs and a 14-year-old son. That's exactly what I tell them. I said, you have to come and talk to me first about anything that's bothering you. I said, because other people will give you advice, but they're not going to give you the advice you need. They're not going to tell you what I will tell you. And that's what I tell them. And I just pray that they trust me now. And so you know, because their mother passed. So I'm like the mother. And so I'm on double duty. So it's, but you know, they don't love me as much as mom, but they softening up to me a little bit.
Yeah. And you know, but you're giving them the visuals because you have that space where people are respecting you and seeing your leadership. And that's what
I'm here. So I can be here for them. You know, and that's a blessing. That's a unique situation I have that I'm self-employed and actually my warehouse for my business is in my house. So I'm here. They're gonna get sick of me when they get a little older, but for now I'm here. They won't be able to say that, hey, we didn't have somebody to talk to, we didn't have our dad here. And with my older children, I got 3 older children, they know I'm here. So you know, they'll be lying if they say that I'm not. So I don't really feel that I'm not doing my part. It's just the most hurtful thing for me is that, my God, you know, for babies to lose their mother, I couldn't imagine what that's like. And I'm sure it's a lot of people that probably suffer similar thing. The pandemic hit all over and, you know, it's just, but that's what broke my heart.
Yes.
You know, I cried for 3 years, but I was like, you know, but then I looked at my children and I'm like, they're stronger than I am. So I was like, I got to toughen up and I got to realize that my focus is not trying to replace their mother or trying to find something to help me because they're not going to get what she got. I realized that she's been in me all along. So I kind of see myself doing the things that she did and enjoying them the way she did. Like now, I didn't know how to wash, cook, clean. You know, I cook, but I just made a mess most of the time. But I do all the things she did, and I do them with my children sometimes. And I now have accepted that my priority are them. So I enjoy it. You got to enjoy what you do.
Yes. Yes. And you chose her and she chose you.
Yeah.
And you were given that by the Almighty. You were given.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we were
blessed
one.
with this amazing, beautiful woman that could teach you those things that you didn't know would be inside of you to share with those children, right? And
I
so
just thought she was brilliant. She would go to sleep at night sometime, and I would like put my hand on her forehead and be like trying to figure out what's going on in her. I'm like, how is she so brilliant? But that's because that's where God was guiding her, you know. And I realize now is that God, you know, guides us through our spirit and our aspiration. He might not give us what we think we want, but he gives us what our soul has asked him for. He takes that serious. Like the things that when you were a child say, I wish there was a better world. The whole world might not be better one day, but guess what? He's going to make your world better because he knew that you were sincere when you asked for that. And I believe that I've realized everything I prayed for when I was a little boy, I've realized it, and God has given it to me. You know, it's just, you know, mindset. Yeah.
That's beautiful. And it is mindset. And you have to be active in receiving that and going out and making sure that happens.
You gotta
It's
believe.
up to you. You're not in control. We know that we're not 100% in control of anything, but we do have to be active in that. And it's great, again, to have these visuals that will allow you to even think that that was a possibility. The things that we see is because we were blessed to have the parents that we have, or have a community of people around us. Everybody didn't have parents, you know, mother and father. Everybody didn't have parents at all. Some people were adopted, some people were never. But as long as you have community around you that speaks into your soul and your spirit, and you can actually take from that and learn from that, is so important for us. And I see a lot of elders on here all the time, and I was so beautifully surprised when I came on with the brother that was before you. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name.
You remember Akbar? We used to run from him.
It was so.
He was the only teacher brave enough to try to get us to come back into school. Y'all get back in, stop running around. It's time for prayer. Go inside. That was Akbar. Yeah.
And see, it's a trip because I was actually in Sister Claire Muhammad school from preschool to 6th grade. So that's where I kind of, you know, the end of that, Sister Claire Muhammad at the time had stopped. And then I ended up.
I was grown in 6th grade, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I think we all were kind of.
Yeah, up here, maybe.
You know,
because we were blessed. You know, man was speaking supreme wisdom. He was dropping the science on us. We knew what the other world, the rest of the world was living in this. We were living in the universe.
Yes.
And still are.
And we are. And that's what I was talking to my husband about, who I've been with my amazing husband for 22 years.
Salams. Tell him I wanted to honor him. I resisted putting on my fedora today, but you know, tell him I said, God bless, keep up the good.
Oh, I have to tell him that.
We love him to death. We love him to death. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'll let him know that him being able to be with somebody this amazing is like what you were saying about your wife. I do really feel that having the visual of my father in his leadership blessed me with having someone as amazing as my husband in his leadership and his movement. And we work together as a team, which is so important. And I'm seeing all of these elders all the time when I come out, and I have such an affinity towards all of the elders because I know the work that you put in. I've witnessed it. We have witnessed it as children, what they do. And it's important for you all to know, this was heavy on my heart, like I needed to share this, that your presence is still so very important. A lot of people, when they get to a certain age, and I've been seeing this just in general, they get to a certain age, they feel like, well, you know, I'm in my 70s or I'm in my 80s, I'm in my 60s, whatever. And you think you can't start over with your child. You think you can't continue on with dreams that you've had. You see people who are like coming out here and they still 83-year-old, 90-year-olds getting their degree. And they're like, what are you doing with the degree? You can't use it, because that's been a dream that they've always had. You have to be able to say, I went for what I dreamed of. So I want to say to my elders, I don't want you to ever give up on possibilities of other things that you could be doing. I loved what the brother was talking about, Brother Akbar, before, about being innovative and still being able to do things, because you can't stop believing that you have purpose. And your purpose, you just showing up, are still visuals for us. A lot of times people think that because they had their children, the children moved out into the world and, they come and visit, you are still a visual for us. Every age that you go through, you're not responsible for how we move today, but you are giving us visuals to see what's possible. So if you're in a situation where, you're ill, or you're going through different things, and, you're in a wheelchair, or you're at home and you don't have you can't give up in your mind. You cannot give up. We have to still have a place in us where we want to continue and move forward. You have to have that, because it will allow these younger people to see what's possible, or they'll start giving up when they're younger, and at that age. And you want to be able to show the possibility of doing that. I'll tell you something about my mother. My mother still today she learned how to swim. She's out here taking Tai Chi classes. My mother is taking sewing classes for hats, and she's taking flower classes. She's still doing things, that makes her happy. And she's still painting. My mother painted her couch. My mother is painting things in her house, the blinds in her home. I don't know if she wants me telling you all this, but those are visuals. Those are things
I think that's the Holy Quran. The Quran, when it touches your spirit and when you understand the communication and the language, because when my children started reading the Quran during Ramadan, they all went in grammar school. They never got nothing less than straight A's all the way through up into high school, and through high school. And Allahu Akbar, they still doing well. I believe that's the spirit of Al-Islam. That's the spirit, that's the freedom that Allah puts in your soul, because I'm the same way. I can't be still.
Right.
Always doing something.
I know.
My wife used to call me obsessive compulsive. And I was like, well, I better get this done before she come home and try to clean up, or she see what I've been up to. Yeah. And but that's Islam, man. And you all are all, your mother is a superwoman. I know that for a fact. She cut from that cloth. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I give a lot of credit because of his sincerity. The real God, I don't care what he was doing wrong. But if you listen to some of his old albums and tapes, when we were coming up, he was like taboo. We didn't listen to him. We just listened to Imam, right? But I went back and listened to some of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and one thing I heard over anything was his sincerity and his true belief and his love for his people. He was like a dad. He wasn't like a preacher or a professor or nothing like. He was like a dad that loved his people. He was talking to his children. And he was giving them sincere love and sincere guidance. And your mother, my mother, all products, your father, products of that loving spirit. And that's what I missed more. That's what I mourned when we lost the headquarters on Stony Island, which you live one block away from. When we lost that, I mourned that atmosphere, that world. I was like, my children would never know love like this because it don't exist nowhere else. Everybody is our aunts and uncles. Everybody loves us like our mothers and fathers do. Everybody loves our mothers and fathers. So it's a very, very special situation we come from. And, Allah has a big plan for us.
We can still recreate that though. And so that's the space that I'm saying, like, that happened, but it doesn't have to be the end of it, right? It's interesting you say that because I purchased my first home in that neighborhood recently.
Allahu Akbar, okay.
Yes, thank you. To give back to the community. The purpose is to restore this home beautifully and be able to rent this home out to someone. It's going to be a gorgeous home to someone who is right next door, who is renting at the same price, but you're in a beautiful home that this home is, and you'll be able to have your children there. You'll be able to feel comfortable there. I want to create a space there, but I also want to work with that community to do more in the neighborhood and also just create a different kind of space. I have a nice plan right here to do that. And it's something because of what we were taught and what we saw, but it's still very important for me to say this. The visuals are important, but communication is just as important. We can have these gorgeous visuals, But if you don't have the communication at home, you will lose your children to the streets because they're trying to find communication and community, right? So they'll go out there, they'll do that. Now, some people think that communication is just from you just telling your kids what to do and, you know, what to look out for and things like that. But you have to listen to your children. You have to be interested in what your children are talking to you. It has to be reciprocal. It has to go both ways. And it's very important for us to be able to talk to our children, have them talk to us, you know, and be able to communicate, because even if they stray, right? There's no one on here that's imperfect. That is perfect. Right? I am an imperfect person. I'll tell you that right now, right? It's impossible to be perfect just because you come from, you know, beautiful visuals. There's always something that as human beings, we want more of, right? So that means that we're going out and searching for those things. And you do that and you might, you know, step in some hot water somewhere or the fire, right? And sometimes you'll get lost in that fire if you didn't have enough visuals to bring you backwards. Or sometimes you'll go out there and you'll hit that fire and then you'll be like, wait a minute, you know, this is not where
Could you imagine where we would be if we didn't have those role models?
Yes.
Like, it's our community that brought, and they pulled me out of, I was like, because every night when you're young, you go through things. When you're young, you like, you know, to heck with everything. And you forget about, but then you see these people that love you and you see them and you hear them, you know, pointing in the direction and saying this. I believe it or not, I was told that when you're 14, that as far as Islam, that's when, I don't know if it's males and females or just male, that's when your parents are no longer responsible for your sins. So everything you do wrong, I was like, well, hey, I didn't know my parents were responsible for my sins anyway. But when I was 14, I started feeling I had bad luck. So I was like, okay. So I became conscious. It turned my conscience on. And I was like, oh, well, I'm going to try to be good and be good at two shoes. And everything that I did was good. Allah blessed me more than I could imagine. I would have never dreamed I would be living the life I'm living today when I was young, because nobody promised it. Nobody could promise me what I have today. But I know for a fact that my faith and my belief in knowing that I was a good person, that I am a good person, and that Allah blesses the good in you, and that Allah only wants you to have more good. He only wants you to realize the full potential of the creation that he made of you. And the sky is the limit. And it just humbled me. And I accepted, and I realized it's not what you do for yourself. I realized this a long time ago. I tell this when I'm preaching. I say, it's what you do for others that gives you the most material benefit. Allah will bless you, not just spiritually, material wealth and material joy and pleasure will come to you, because he said, who said the things of this world is not for my devotees? He said, it is indeed for my devotees, and it's exclusively for them. It's indeed for them in this life, but exclusively for them in the next life. So you don't go after money for the sake of money and getting rich. You go after the money for the sake of Allah, and Allah will let you, you can rule the world. You have all the money you need, so long as you have good intention of what you plan on doing with it. Once I realized that, I'm like, I'm not greedy. I just want to reach my potential. You know?
I didn't know for myself personally, you know, I grew up, you know, I'm a singer, writer, producer. Something just
and a great one. When I first heard you sing, you blew my mind. I said, this girl is playing the bongos. I think you had a guitar too. I was like, wow, you blew my mind. But I should have known better, because you come from Henry and Zelly. You know, Sister Zelly. I was like, I should have known. I'll praise you a lot. But go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, I definitely grew up, you know, dancing. I was on the cheerleading squad, which, you know, they allowed that to happen. You got the
Muhammad school,
at the Muhammad school. I was on the drill team. But when I went from in 8th grade, I was on the cheerleader squad at Bryn Mawr in Chicago.
Bryn Mawr.
Bryn Mawr, 175th.
Right in the neighborhood. I'm trying to remember Bryn Mawr. Everybody went to Bryn Mawr. They came from Bryn Mawr came to Claire Muhammad School. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And so from 6th to 8th grade, I was at Bryn Mawr. And then I went to Corliss High. Well, actually, I went to Aqsa, which was an all-girl Muslim school for my first year of high school.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
And it was only 5 Black females in the whole school. It was an all-girl Muslim school, 5 Black sisters there. And it was interesting because I went from, the Muslim school and the way we were trained.
African American to Indian and Asian and Arab.
All Arab. Everybody was from the Middle East there. That was it.
Wow.
And it was interesting because we went to up until 6th grade at Sister Claire Muhammad, 6th to 8th grade. You're learning new ideas. You're walking around in the scarf and stuff. You change it up a little bit. You start learning that lifestyle. So to go from that 6th to 8th grade, I'm trying to blend in with the crowd, and then going into the Muslim school in my first year of high school. And then I'm wearing like baggy jeans and a long sleeve t-shirt wasn't enough walking into that Muslim school because you have all these people from the Middle East. They're like, what do you have on? Like, what? Put a scarf on your head. One time I got snatched out the mosque at this school because I was going in with like, my sleeves were probably like right here. There was no.
I think my sister got arrested in Arabia.
Oh,
pretty sure both of them got detained.
I'm telling you,
what they was wearing, but what they were supposed to wear.
They were not playing around with that, and it was really difficult to adjust to that. And I actually got bullied quite a bit on the way to school with the with the Black children that I rode with. So they were Muslims too, because they're like, "What you trying to be? Not Muslim?" It was really interesting, but. I'm saying all that to say that you learn different things as you go throughout life. It's never going to be consistent. So your children, we know, look, I'm dressed like this. I respect this place. I respect everyone here. I don't wear a scarf every day. This is I'm being honest. So, I'm Shahida Omar, but I am still myself. I'm the artist that I choose to be, with morals and with things that I bring that I want to speak about in my music that are important to the world. And I'm showing up how I'm seeing in my energy and how I'm feeling. And so I'm, being honest with you guys about who I am. And at the same time, I know that I wouldn't be able to have like snatched myself out of certain situations if I didn't have this amazing background to guide me back to ground me. So my point is, everybody, as long as you can create your community at home, have your communication with your children, create those visuals that they need and deserve, and sometimes we don't, if the parents didn't have it themselves, they don't know how to give it. But it's not too late to learn. As you are getting older, we are not at this point, and as we know, with the passing of your amazing wife, I had a chance to meet her. She was such a light and such a beautiful spirit herself. And to know that she put the light in you and your children is amazing, right? And so
my father first met her, he said publicly one day, the first time he ever mentioned her name, he said, thank God for Robin. He knew she had changed my life, and she did. I think she was just an angel that God sent me for 26 years. It'll be 30 years this year. And I believe that she served her purpose, that, I need more time here, I guess, to purify my soul, but God was done with her. He on earth, she did her job.
Yeah.
13 books for my father.
I didn't know that. Okay.
She loved my father to death. All the CDs and DVDs, she did all. She went to school and taught herself how to code and do build our website. You'll be surprised. One day we have to talk. I'll tell you all the stuff she did. You wouldn't believe it.
I would love it.
She did more than the whole community of his paid staff after he passed, almost by herself, single-handedly. And not for a dime, while she worked full-time as a project manager for JP Morgan Chase. So she was phenomenal. And I know it was her, that dynamic human soul, that spirit that y'all got, that spirit that will pull you out of the depths of hell, because you stand on the firmest foundation that you can be given, that you get God. God moves through everything. And when you have that spirit, Everything works for you. The sun, the moon, the star. I used to tell people, like, I felt so blessed. I'll be like, when I go outside sometime, the rain stops. I cut my grass, I come back in, it immediately pours back down. I'm like, Allah, stop the rain for me, man. But that's irrational, but it sounds crazy. But I'm like, when you give Allah credit for all the good that happens in your life, then Imam Muhammad said that your hands and your movements will be as though it is the movement and the hand of Allah doing that work, because we submit ourselves to his will. It's his will, not our will. And when we do that, Allah gives us the help we need.
That's right.
That's how I know. And y'all powerful. Y'all had a powerful spirit. You got that from your mama and your daddy.
That's right.
That spirit lives on, and it's going to continue to live on. And hopefully it'll live on in your future generations, your children, your grandchildren, and your extended family. And that's what Allah wants for us.
Yes. And for myself, I don't have any children of my own, but I do have a beautiful bonus daughter that I was blessed with from my husband's previous. And it's been to be her bonus mom is what I call it. And so I love that space. And I think that, with this.
You mind if I ask how your age?
I'm 47.
No, you're not.
Just turned 47 this year.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to be, because I think Medina was a year older than me. Well, I have a daughter that's 32. Is she the same way? She raising her husband's child. And, but the thing is that when you speak, people see your strength, and people like to follow leadership. Like you were saying at the beginning of your lecture, at the beginning of your lecture, you were saying that we're looking for leadership that we wanted guidance. I wish that was one of the biggest dilemmas I had when my father passed. I wanted the elders to guide me, but they didn't feel it was their place. So they came at me the wrong way, some of them, in opposition and defensive and things like I'm your son. I'm like, I don't want this. I'm your child. I'm like, you my heroes. And some of them heard me, but most of them didn't. I was like, I want you to tell me what to do, but don't beat me up if I didn't do nothing wrong. Don't whoop me if I didn't do nothing.
Yes, and they have to be willing. And I keep going back to this, which is the topics here, is that communication is so important. You have to be able to be willing to not just tell someone why and what to do, but you have to share your story, right? You have to be able to be vulnerable enough with your child so that they can be vulnerable with you. So if you say, hey, I did this, if they have questions about your past, don't say, that's my past, mind your business. You have to be willing to share those things, because it allows this child, it's a question, right? If this person question, it doesn't matter if it's a child or adult, right? They have these questions, they want to learn from you. So you still have to teach. And if you don't teach, that's right, brother. If you're not willing to teach, and you are—
That's Alfred. Alfred love you too. You remember Alfred.
Talking, and you're not having them come in and you don't want to share with them. Guess what? With that question, they're going to go somewhere else and learn from somewhere else, and they're going to do what someone else told them. So share with them.
And there's some sister or some brother or some thug ready to teach you. But we need you talking all over this country. We need fire like you. Very few people fire me up like this, but I tell you,
she don't realize. I know she don't realize how unique she is. There's not a lot of us that have survived with their mind, their spirit, their mind, soul, and body, the way she has survived what we came through. The devil wanted to defeat Imam Muhammad and his future. They spent billions, if not trillions of dollars trying to defeat our future so that we wouldn't be here today. And those of us that are here today is nothing short of a miracle with our humanity.
That's right.
And you looking at a sister that shines bright as the brightest star in her soul with all of her humanity intact. And she still has her mother as a role model. So
we should have you on a national tour. We need you on a national tour to go around these cities.
They seeing her. And she talk about children. You know how many children you got right now that's listening to you and hearing this? You know how many parents is telling you that Sister Shahida was on the Mosque Cares First Sunday program speaking today, and you got to go on YouTube and check it out. You know how many young sisters that's looking for you as a role model? There's not a more beautiful woman out there that I would want my daughter to see as a role model.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, a Dawa, she's up there. I call her down here. But you know, I'm gonna let you speak. But
yeah,
you know it. I know you're humble. I can see it. You don't like this flattery. You don't like this kind of talk. But this is how desperate we are as a people. The African American.
That's right. That's right.
Sober-minded people that still are in touch with their own creation, the woman that God made in you, and you willing to share it with people. You willing to help bring people up to where you are.
Yes,
and that's just a blessing.
Thank you.
I'll support you wherever you go.
Thank you all. That's beautiful. And I would love to come out and speak more. I think it's really important
Mm-hmm.
that we have these conversations because, again, it's important for everyone to know that no one is without fault. Everybody has had things that they've gone through in their lives where they're not, happy with, or have gone through things where they've been hurt, they've been, possibly abused, or whatever the situation is. As long as you know that you can come out of those things and still go forward because of these amazing visuals that these people around you were able to create, it is so important to have our leaders be leaders. It is so important to have our parents and our people in our community be leaders and not give up, because that's what's happening. You have people who are older and they're like, you know what, it's their time now to take over. Well, if they don't know where they're going, where are they going to? If you're not sharing with them and showing them and continuing to fire them up. And I'm so grateful that I'm able to fire you up, but I'm able to fire you up because of the community that fired me up, that put that fire in my soul, right? So if we can give that to these children and make sure that they are able to learn, we have all this craziness. It's so sad to see all of the things that's happening out here where we have all this gun violence and all of the drugs and all of the just everything, all of the, I could say so many things that's happening out here that's repeating itself over and over and over. And it's becoming a culture, right? And people don't have culture because of where we started, right? As a people in general, there is no culture. Your culture starts in your community, in your home, right? That's kind of what it is. So you have these spaces around us where we were able to be blessed with the community that we had. That was a culture for us, in a sense, that could create what we are and who we are today. And we need to continue the uprising of that, because everything else is kind of falling to the wayside. Everything else is hitting so hard. And in working on this stuff in Chicago, I remember when I first got the property there, and I was out there with some friends, and I walked them through the space with me, and I was just speaking to the neighbors. I was just like, how you doing? Nice to meet you guys. I'm over here working on this property, and I'm just like trying to spread some love, right? Yeah. And my friends are like, what are you doing? Why are you speaking to these strangers? People here are crazy. Chicago is different. And I said, how are you not going to talk to
a human being
person next door?
They still human beings.
They still, like, why would you not speak to these people? I'm a stranger right now because I don't live here. So if I'm coming here and I'm showing them respect, I have to be, just as a human being, you still speak to people. If I'm not there, I would speak to somebody else somewhere else. So why would I not speak to them because I'm afraid? It's that kind of thought process. I know it's a lot happening everywhere. It's not just in Chicago. This is everywhere. But that fear will hold you back from growing the community that you need. So for me, I'm like, I want to talk to all these people because I want to create a community around here. I want to connect with them so that we can start talking to each other. If something happening in the neighborhood, we should be able to say, hey, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. And although I'm not there, I want to be able to have whoever is in the household to know, hey, this is created for you. These spaces, you guys can share this amongst each other on this little block. Everybody should be able to watch out for each other. And it's just that, you have the neighbor next door robbing your house. This person over here doing it. It's just what it is. And it's terrible. And if you're not communicating with each other, right? It's gone. It's going to happen. All of these things will happen. The stretch of that will happen. So it's very important for us as who we are, but the children are going to be able to be better human beings. These youngsters are going to be better from what they're learning. And I do know there's always something where you have a parent that says something like, they're grown now, or even your peers, like, I'm grown, it's not my parents' fault. It's not. What I'm doing is not my parents' fault, right? It's not. But the visuals are important. What you're showing them is important, because what they see, they'll be able to say, okay, this is, like we said, we go back to where we were. If we can come back to the space of who we were and how we started, and the importance of the space that we're in, it will allow us to continue to grow there. And I think those children need that, and they're fighting against it because they don't have it. They don't have that at home. They don't have it in the immediate community. A lot of people are around here just, doing all kinds of wild stuff. Like, I don't want to downgrade, space
Right.
it.
But
you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people who
it's pop culture. They feed this into our community, pop culture, with no break or no wall up there that say, hey, this is not right, because they don't have a parent. Their parent was raised on pop culture, guns and violence and drugs and over sexualized culture. And
but they wouldn't be able to get it. They wouldn't be able to connect to that if they had brighter visuals at home. Right. So if you have brighter visuals in your space, you could see it, you recognize it, like, oh my God, that's crazy, or that's something I'm interested in, or no, that's not what I want to do. But if your visuals in your space are bright enough, it could outshine whatever they're looking at on the camera that's showing these drugs, that's showing the, all the shaking, all the everything that's happening out there in that.
Then in the negative spirit, the hatred of anybody that's got $2 more than you. You jealous, instead of saying, oh girl, that's nice, that's that's pretty, or I like that. Where'd you get that? Instead of hating on them, And so you get a lot of that. And I was listening to a comedian the other day, and he was telling his story, Ali Sadiq, I think that was his name. And I showed them a little scene where he said his mother he's going to the grocery store, and he was looking at the crab, and she said, you want to eat for a day, or do you want to eat for a month? This was the joke he told. But then when he went with his father, he said his father was fun. He bought everything. He went in the grocery store with his father. His father bought him 50 pounds. So I said, the reason why your friend, I'm trying not to say too much in case somebody know him, had the attitude, pretending like, when did you cook that? We don't eat leftovers. Or what is that? I'm allergic to that. I don't eat that. And I said, that's because they don't get that at home. During Ramadan, we invited a child over for pizza. When the pizza came, they called their mother and took the pizza out and left because they were eating different pizza than we were eating. I was like, we've been fasting all day. But that was a lie had that happened to me to wake me up so that I can see. Now, on another day, I might have thought, if we hadn't been fasting, I would have thought, oh, well, maybe she had to go. Maybe the pizza took too long. But I was like, we've been fasting all day. We all hungry. We want you to sit down and eat with us.
Yes.
And so, but I was like, but in their home situation, they probably don't get what, and then they assume, I say, you looking at my money. I'm like, I don't have no extra money. I'm like, you looking at it. People think because you got a nice house, you drive a nice car, whatever, and you clean, or your children they appear to be, well taken care of. They think that they get, and then jealousy is one of the things that brings us down. I got neighbors I invite all the time to come look at my yard, to come over. I share my vegetables that I grow in my garden. And I got neighbors that still have not been in my yard. And I know why, because they're jealous. And I've invited them in the house. I've invited other people in my house, and they were friendly at first. Now they're not friendly. And so we have an issue where we don't have good examples of love for each other, where we put material stuff over love,
Yes. And you are speaking my language, because that happens all the time here. And it's really interesting. You know what it is. And I 100% agree with you. I also feel like it comes from not having as many leaders, right? As many people that are in power, in position. So when you see one person that has a powerful position, they think that, like you said, because I have a nice house, or that you don't work for it, that I don't, do certain things. And that.
And can I share something else with you? That I've learned this I'm 55. I'm an old man, I'm up there. I'm getting up there.
No.
So, look, I've experienced, Adil helped me understand this too. He said a lot of times it's not even just that, it's your peace. It's that you glow, your peace, that Allah has blessed your soul with happiness and peace. And a lot of times that hurt people more than money. And if you're mean and well dressed, they like, well, she could at least be poor and broke and have a good soul. But you got a good soul and you got a little money in your pocket. So they don't like that. Some people will hate you. You know what Allah?
I agree.
Allah had to speak to the prophet. Allah told the prophet, he said, don't mourn over these people. Don't feel sad. You know why they hate you and they reject you? Because you love me, you love God, and you believe in the next day, in the hereafter.
Yeah.
Because you're a sincere believer in what God has promised, and you believe in God. So you're at peace.
Yes.
You're at peace. And so the prophet was like, oh, he's like, I didn't do nothing wrong. Allah revealed this, and that's in the Quran. Yeah.
Yes.
So
yes,
it's something, man. I know, because I know people that say stuff, have said stuff behind the back of your family purely because they're jealous of your family.
Yeah.
Jealous of the beauty that you show and jealous of the success of your self-made father who brought a product up that gave dignity to the entire Black community, not just the Nation of Islam, brought dignity to the entire Black community.
Yes.
I'm on her now.
I have, so just like you said, I have so many people who come up to me that I've never known, didn't know anything about, that were in the community and not in the community, speaking about my dad and how beautiful he was and how he gave them their first job and they made him want to put on their first suit. It made them want to become entrepreneurs. That visual is so important for them, and the energy and the communication and all of those things that are shared with that. And I'm so with you on that. People will see your shine and try to take it from you just in the fact that they are not able to gain that themselves. I do feel, though, in addition to that, that if they had more shining stars, right? Because right now, if you're the only shining star in their immediate space and you're like this, it's
like, why? She looked like me. She looked like me. Why?
Yeah, like what is
and I understand perfectly. I don't judge people when they do that. I know they're looking at me like, who is this? So I try to make them see that I'm just like you. I grew up on the South Side. I was scared of the gangbangers. I thought we was poor and broke, but every time I asked my mom and daddy for something, they said, we can't afford that. What you want that for? You don't need that. I didn't think we were wealthy. I didn't think I was superior. My father kept me out of the Nation of Islam because he didn't want me indoctrinated with that Black supremacy stuff. So I didn't know of no Black supremacy. I went to Montessori school. So I'm like, but then I was like, it's not my job to convince people that I'm worthy of their love. 100%. So I said, it is what it is. You're going to either love me or hate me,
That's exactly what I was going to say behind you, because that's exactly what's going on. You can't convince people who are already thinking that way. It's no way you can change their thoughts about why you should have something when they don't have it, or why you should be looking like this when they don't look like that, or why you should, be able to have the energy, the power, and all of the things that you have just in spirit when they don't have it. It's no way to change that and say, hey, I'm just like you, because they don't feel that way. They feel in themselves that they're not good enough, that they're not. You can't teach people that in their spirit. So they have to be willing to, change. And it's so important for people. And even I do believe that people who are willing in a space where they feel like, darker, where they depressed, or because everybody goes through a depression phase. It's impossible. Nobody's walking around smiling all the time. I'm not walking around with these cheese on every single day, all day. It's impossible.
That's all I remember, though. Your face, Allah's my witness. The other day, I thought of Rubietta, and I thought I was going to miss her because, Adele told me, said, well, I talked to Shahid and blah, and I immediately, for some reason, I saw Rubietta, and she had the brightest smile. That's all we're going to remember. So whatever happened, those are things that you have internally. That's why Muslims don't have to go to confessional. That's between you and your God. When people used to come to me and try to tell me, oh, I was like, I told one email, I was like, that's between you and your God. And I felt bad because I shut him down. But I was like, I know you as this brother. I'm like, you're an idol to me. I don't want to hear your sins.
Yes.
I don't want to hear that.
Yes.
I'm like, you want to change my opinion that I have of you. And so I'm saying that publicly now because I'm letting people know I'm the last person that would judge you.
Yes.
And if you start telling me about how dirty you used to be, then I'm going to judge you. I'm going to judge you. You don't want that. I'm gonna tell my daughter, I'm like, come here, stand over here.
Because that's all the memories you're gonna have. But it is still very important for people to know that you're imperfect, right? So even though I say, even for myself, like, I'm not smiling all day. It's not like I'm not smiling, so I'm in this dark place. What I'm saying is you don't have to pretend all day long. You don't have to be on 10 all day. You don't have to be in character all day. It's impossible.
And some people, and you know what? You can see through that.
You can see through it.
You can see through it, so they're wasting their time.
You waste your time. So be willing to say that. That's why I feel like speaking from a place of vulnerability, right? And saying that to the people on here is that everybody has moments. So I'm not saying, I had the whole, that's not the point. Everybody has moments, and that's okay. Right. So at the end of the day, the only way you can gain strength and continue to gain strength is to know that that's okay. Like that's a normal thing. We're human. It's normal. So it's important to be able to want to continue to grow, to be a better person. And even if you have people around you who are in dark spaces or, want something that you have and all of that, if they are willing to make change and find the brightness in their spirit, they can overcome that themselves. There's nothing you can teach them, but they can overcome that. So I'm saying that to the people who are in dark spirit right now, because there's some people on here that I'm sure have some darkness that they need to overcome.
And it's like a cycle. Some people can't get out of it.
That's
some
right.
People don't, and they need people that will talk to them and that care about them. But you have to convince them. That's why you got to speak more, because you have to convince them that it's a reality, that it's possible. Yeah, change. That's a new thing. Change is possible, that you can come out of that. I read this woman was complaining about her grandbaby crying, and she shut me down because it was like, she's a crybaby. I was like, no, but really that's the strength, that emotional, that spiritual strength. That's your soul telling you something is off balance, something that's not right. And spirituality is something that's seeking peace, is seeking balance. So I text this to her. I said, nothing is more sensitive than water. I said, its whole body responds to the slightest disturbance. Sensitivity is not a sign of weakness. Remember, it was the movement of water that carved its way through some of the hardest substances on Earth, including granite. The Colorado River is responsible for the Grand Canyon. Like spirit, water will stop at nothing to find a place to rest, to find peace. Water is the source of all life. So women are emotional for a reason. And our women are leaders. They have come through that developmental stage. And whenever you see a woman crying, I said, that's an opportunity for you to share wisdom with her. And you're doing what God has called you to respond to the call, the cry of the soul of the woman that's in need, or the man that's in need. You might see men weep too. I cried all day and night when my wife passed. So that's the soul saying, I don't understand. I need help. I need guidance here. I need wisdom. I need somebody to help me with this feeling. But the water, it will never be satisfied. The spirit will never be satisfied until it gets the right answers.
That's right. Yep. And you are so right. It's definitely important to understand that both women and men go through those moments of vulnerability. And we have to be willing to accept that and understand that. For me, I feel like it's important to be in that space. It's okay. We're all human. We come from different, you have a space where I can speak to, women that are, connected to wanting to grow and do more. And I can also speak to the men who are connected and wanted to grow, and everybody who's feeling like they can't be vulnerable in a space, you have to be able to do that. We have to be able to give each other that space to do that. And that's important. I created a line called Basic Peace. It's a lifestyle brand because of the people that. And so I created that because I wanted to have something that it has like clothing and home goods and all of these things that I'm still in the creation of. But I wanted to be able to give back through positive affirmations. For instance, I pulled this out because I wanted you guys to see it. And this is not because I'm selling anything. I'm just letting you know.
No, yes, you are. Yes, ma'am. You better be. I'm loving it. I was wondering if you was following your dad's spirit all the way or just part the way.
All the way,
Business is a must, especially it's a must.
It's a must. And so there's so many things that are coming along with this, but because I'm a writer and I love to journal and I love to do these things, this is the logo, but it's Basic Peace, right?
You gotta put the information in the chat for us, Will.
I'll do that.
Yeah, okay.
Then I have one, I won't give up. That's what this says, because it's all about what I'm discussing. This is important. Don't give up on yourself. You can journal, you can write things down. This one is I'm going places.
All right.
You want to feel like you're still going. I actually drew this art. This is something that I created with my art here.
Yes. I remember you had some art on the stage. You did some light art. You got a nice show. We got to have your show back.
I would love it.
Or you gotta share a link or something or whatever you want to share with us. You have us. We're here. We're your community, and we will share whatever you would like for us to share, inshallah.
Yeah, and so that said, I'll stay true to myself. And the last thing that I want to say is, this is Life Has Just Began. I am a vegan, so that is something I don't know that you knew. I'm a vegan. I've been a vegan for 8 years, but I was a vegetarian.
Skin tells on you.
For 17 and a half. Thank you.
Yeah,
for 17 and a half years, I was a vegetarian. And I've been a vegan for 8 years. So for 25 plus years, I haven't had any animal products. So I've been away from that, any kind of meats anyway, or seafood or anything. When I say vegetarian, I mean full vegetarian for 17 and a half years and vegan for 8. And so it's important for us to have a healthy body, you know.
Basically, you don't eat and you don't consume intelligent life. You make the rest of us feel bad.
I don't make you feel bad at all, because I think it's important that we eat as many vegetables.
No. If my father said, if we were to really follow strictly what the prophet said, what halal is, we can't eat meat. We don't know the Arabs because they put halal zabiha on it. We don't know that that's halal. Halal is the food. The prophet said halal is the food that you raise, you capture, and you slaughter yourself. So that means mama, daddy, somebody, uncle, brother, somebody need to slaughter it, and somebody need to witness it.
Yeah.
So we can't but we can do it because we're not in an Islamic society. So Allah gives exceptions. See, so you eat what's available and Allah forgive it. You know, say recite, Allah's name over it, and then He'll forgive you.
Yeah. But now we're in a place where we don't have to eat what's given. We can actually get it ourselves. When before we had to eat what was given. And I would say when I was younger, the beautiful thing that I had about my mom at home is with her cooking, she wasn't in there frying all kinds of chicken and all. It wasn't like a fry, it was baked. Our desserts, I still remember one of my favorite.
She wasn't pulling nothing out the freezer either.
But she
no hot dogs, no processed meat. My mother, I remember one day we had some hot dogs. My mother was like, y'all heard me eat that, your daddy come home.
I'm telling you.
I didn't even know that.
We had those blessings. And my mother, she used to make a dessert that was one of my favorites, which was strawberries and bananas with a little bit of honey on top, or possibly it was a little sugar, some kind of sweetener, and she put that in the fridge, and that would be dessert. So it's like I was blessed with that. And I think that I wasn't always into vegetables back then. I would eat them. But now I feel like being able to see that and participate in her cooking and things like that when I was younger made it more of something that I wanted to do. But not only that, I became vegan for a different reason. I would eat the meat and I would eat the seafood and things like that because it was there, because that's what we had, right? But I never liked eating it. So when I got to a position where I was where I was said, I don't want any more.
Don't like meat.
Don't
I
like
leave
it.
her alone now. She don't like eating meat.
It felt bad. I would see the fish.
It
When I
hurts
was
me
eating
now
it,
because I see the look on her face. I
Yes.
see the look on her face that she'll do. I was like, "Did you even taste it?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's good." But I'm like, she don't want it.
No. And so I think that's I know that's why I became a vegetarian originally, and then I learned how to become a vegan. And the difference between the two is with vegetarians, you can still eat from the animal, so you can still have dairy, you can still have egg, but you don't eat the animal. You don't eat seafood, you don't eat any of those things. You just can eat from it: dairy, eggs, honey, things like that. But as a vegan, you don't eat from the animal either. There's
milk,
no
no
dairy,
cheese.
there's no eggs, there's no honey, there's nothing coming from a living creature. Honey either because of the bee. And a lot of the times it's the bee farms and the way they're farming the bees, not giving them the freedom to get the honey from them. They're taking their source of life of living. So it's like that too, but some vegans, most vegans do go that route, but not all of them. Some of them still might partake in some honey. Myself,
So you can taste everything.
Yeah.
You can taste everything in your vegetables and food, I bet.
I can.
That's the gift. That's the gift. What about sugar? Do you process sugar?
It's so funny that
Sometimes.
I don't. I eat agave. I put agave in there. So agave nectar is a natural sweetener. And I do that, but I don't do sugars. Something that I learned recently about sugar is white sugars, sugar cane, they have to process it with bone to turn it to white. You Google that and you'll be surprised at how sugar becomes sugar. Look up, is sugar vegan? Which you would think sugar is just sugar, but they have to process it through bone to turn it into a white sugar powder. And even some of the raw sugars are not sugar. And it's some things that you just never know. I know they did, a lot of people on here are not drinkers of the Islamic community, but say some people are doing some wines or something like that. This is just for information. The wines are 9 times out of 10 as a red wine is not vegan. It goes through a process, even though it's grapes. It goes through a process where it's processed with like egg, or sometimes it's just like weird processes of things that I don't want to mention. And if I'm not saying it correctly, if you look it up online, you will be very
like to clarify, because I'm a more scientist in the kitchen. I got all kind of pickled stuff and certain things. To clarify. But what about grape juice? Grape juice is probably cool. That's just
grape juice is fine. Grape juice is fine. And but again, it depends on what they're adding, if they're using a sugarcane sugar or how they're doing it. So it's stuff that you have to look up, and you could go all the way down a rabbit hole with that on what you would partake in, because everything is so processed. And so I also have a garden outside that I make my own herbs from. I dehydrate my own herbs. I'm out here like
I'm looking at, I cut my peppermint down yesterday, put rubber bands. I got it hanging on the hanger over there. So I was like, I ain't never cut this peppermint down. I'm like, let me cut it down. I have some this winter, so. I got, thyme, oregano, rosemary. And what's that one I love that you smack? I can't think of it. It's in spaghetti sauce, all the flavor. That comes back. You probably live in a warm climate.
Oregano?
Not oregano, it's in spaghetti, the other one. That adds a little sweetness to it. Tarragon. Tarragon.
Yeah.
You know why I'm traumatized. One time, I was just years ago when I first got married, my father came in my backyard and he was like, "Oh, what's this?" He said, "Oh, you growing herbs in it?" And I was like, "Yeah, Dad." And he was like, "Is that tarragon?" And I said, "Yeah." And he reached down and snatched the whole plant out the ground. I was like, "That come back. That's gonna come back." So, every time I think of tarragon, I get traumatized. I get anxiety, and not in an extreme way, but I forget to say tarragon. But I dry herbs and I freeze some. I freeze my dill and I pickle my own dills. I got like one of those 3-gallon things. I cut all the dill, keep in the freezer, and then when I get pickles, I put the dill in there, vinegar and salt. You
pickle your dill. I haven't done that yet, and I will do it because I'm growing cucumbers and dill. So I'm gonna have to. pickle them together. I haven't done that yet.
Sister.
Oh, look at you. Uh-oh, you're gonna make me go in my garden too and grab something. Let me see what you got.
I just gave, my barber just left here this morning, and I just gave him, this was full up here with pickles, and I just gave him, and all of this, I shouldn't be sticking my hand in here. That's here from my yard that I grew in my garden.
Wow.
And these were cucumbers, but now they're pickles.
Woo!
Yep, I even bought those little candy canes for my children to stick in them to try to get them in, because I can't, at one time I would get like 10 cucumbers a day, and I couldn't give them away fast.
I know. I know, that's exactly what's been going on here. And I have been growing the largest cucumbers in my garden, and I have been loving the process of dehydrating those herbs. I actually took my mom a bunch of herbs. I can show you some I dehydrated.
You grow garlic. You know how you eat the chives?
I haven't grown the garlic yet.
You gotta just get a bulb of garlic, pop them, break all them off, stick them in the ground. They love bone meal, so you can plant them near your tulips or your whatever, your lilies, and they'll grow right alongside of them. Yeah. But if you don't get big bulbs of garlic, eat the tops. The tops are delicious. I dehydrated my tops, and it tastes like, it gives it a green color, and it tastes like garlic. Yeah.
I know we're making people hungry on here because this stuff sounds so good. With the, I'll tell you, like, I have hydroponic towers. So I have 3 towers that I was trying to find my phone. I don't know what I did with it, but I have towers that have it's 3 towers, and they grow 28 plants per tower. My sister Jamela is on here. I love you so much, sister. I love you.
I'm like Sister Jamela. I saw, we hosted, we saw her a long time ago.
So we have the hydroponic towers, and we have 3 towers that have 28 plants per tower. So I'm doing herbs on some. I grow my own greens for Thanksgiving, or, we don't call it Thanksgiving around here, but the time of that. And then we also do, just a tower of lettuce.
And feeding them hydroponic means, so that's, you got a pump almost like a fish tank that's circulating the water, and you're doing good with it. It's
amazing. It's amazing. So it has like a little bowl of water on the end and on the bottom. And so we take that, and you put water in the bottom of the tub, and then the water comes up through the top of the tub, and then it comes
and feeds the plants.
Yeah, and it feeds the plants. And you also have to put a special feed in there for them, a natural feed, and it's so amazing, just like fantastic. It's called LA Urban Farms is the name of the company that makes them. LA Urban Farms. Oh, and they are.
If you ever, you probably don't have time to get dirty, but if you got a mud room and you decide you want to grow a garden in the earth outside, asparagus comes up in the spring. I can go out of my yard. Asparagus, now call me crazy, it's delicious raw. If you get it fresh out the ground, it is so good raw. I go out there and snap. I'm chewing on asparagus. If it's a tomato out there, grab a tomato, grab a little baby cucumber. I've had breakfast.
Wow.
And then if I want a little flavor spice, I pop a garlic top or a piece of onion. I have a little onion with that asparagus and tomato in my mouth. I grow, I make oil with the basil, with the Italian basil. You make basil oil, and you can put on your salads and all.
Everything. I make the basil. Like, I'm sorry, you guys, we went off into a whole tangent of food,
but this is what we need to get back to. Our children, one time a friend of mine I brought to my house, my mother had a garden in the yard, and we were young. So the child, I don't blame the child for not knowing how long it takes to grow cucumbers. But my mother said, how long do you think it grows? My mother always asking questions. When you ask her a question, she asks you a question. So the kid said 7 years, and my mother looked at me like the child was, I was like, and I could look at the child, and in their eyes, they were heartbroken. They were heartbroken because, like, oh, she looked, I must have said something really dumb. But if you don't grow up where the food is grown, the only place you see food is in the grocery store. Right. How you know how long it takes to grow anything?
And you don't taste the real food. I'm telling you, even if you all there and you can't have like a whole tower, or you can't do a big garden in your yard, or you don't have the yard, they have these little bitty hydroponic towers that you could put in your house, like little table things that you can grow your own herbs, your own tomatoes and things like that right in your kitchen in a little space. Right now outside, I have grown tomatoes. I've grown a watermelon on there, cantaloupe.
You got a sunroom? Is it outside? Is it
It's outside.
Also, it gets natural rain, nitrogen from the air.
Rain, and it
Nitrogen
gets
from
water.
from the sky. Yeah. So
Yep. And then you can do that, but they also have the ones that you have in the house where it's just the water is going through it all day and you don't have that, but you get to grow so much. Like I can show you some stuff. I have to step away from for a second if you want to see some of the things.
You know, man, showing us. I'm nosy.
Real quick. Okay.
I'm real nosy.
And when, inshallah, I believe it's when she comes back, when we will be sure to ask her. I know a lot of you are asking in the chat where you can purchase the books. We will ask her.
Oh yeah, for her information, we'll add it, inshallah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, these are literally just some of the lettuce that I took off of my garden.
Oh wow.
Isn't that beautiful? This came from right outside.
That is extremely beautiful.
So
and
fresh.
I know what baby lettuce look like because I've grown it.
Yeah.
You just pick that. So you got to eat salad tonight.
You got to eat some salad tonight.
You got to eat some salad tonight. You just picked that.
Salad, you see all that?
Yeah.
So let me show you these herbs. Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I have way too many herbs to show you, so I'm just kind of like bringing a few.
You know what I do when company comes over? You bottled yours?
I bottle them.
And you got a labeler.
I got the label.
See, that's what I lost. When I lost Robin would bottle my stuff. She would label it. I got bottles of deal that's been up there since Robin passed away.
Oh.
Yeah. We used
Speaking
to
of
do
that white thing, look. I made this for my husband.
What is that?
Shah's husband potion.
Oh, okay. Husband potion.
I made this for my dad, for my husband. And it's been so amazing to be able to make this stuff and like create this for my household.
I made a spice. I call it Dean spice. It's a citrus spice. I share it with you one day.
Yes.
I don't want to give up my recipe, then people would know because I sell it sometimes. But it's really dehydrated fruit that I mix together with salt, and it's a citrus. I call it a citrus, but it's a citrus blend. They can't copy it. But I have a Puerto Rican friend from years ago when I was raising my children, my older children. He told me, grow your own potatoes. He said the potatoes we get in the store are old and they don't taste nearly as good. They're too starchy. And I did it one day. You put them potatoes, you heat them however you want to boil them or heat them in the microwave, and they taste like they already have butter on them. So if you ever get the opportunity, they do. They don't need butter, they don't need salt. You know, I think I might have put a little salt on it, but I was like, my God, he was right. It was so much moisture in it that it made you think it had butter in it, you know.
Wow.
And the color of it was so beautiful. It looked like it had butter in it.
And that's why I need to have the in-ground like you have, because I'm going to do
you don't get dirty though. You need some gloves and boots.
Raised gardens, because I want to do that. Like I'm going to do the raised.
Mine's a raised. I do raised gardens.
Okay,
yeah, mine's a raised. Yeah. I even put a drainage so that it don't flood when I'm watering it more than it need water. I've dug a drain so it goes straight out to the drain through the yard so my yard isn't soggy. Yeah. If you plan it right, you can do a really nice raised bed, because then you can put the soil, the healthy organic soil that you want in there, and then you know the sky's the limit after that. I love it. I've been doing it my whole life. My mother, when I was a kid, my job was in spring was to turn her garden over.
Wow.
So when I moved out, I bought my first house at 25. Now, of course, I had a mortgage. I didn't buy it, but you know, 15 years later, I owned it, and that's how I bought this house with the money from the sale. Yeah, double. I sold it for double what we originally paid for it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like talking on this wire here, but I got a couple of houses.
Hey, but that's how you
Yeah.
teach your children how to have the generational wealth and teach them how to grow.
You know what I tell my peers? I married one woman. I ain't never had to start over. How many times have you started over? And y'all just separate your stuff from her stuff. You have to start over. You have to dream over. You have to build new. Me and Robin, we met and we built our dreams and we lived them.
That's right.
26 years and it paid. We profited.
I love that. I love that so much. And that's a very important message to have for people too.
Stay together.
So important. Stay together and make a plan to build together. Because people are out here trying to build solo, you know, you can still grow individually. You're an individual. So that's going to happen, right? But you do still need to grow together and build things together. So that in a case like this, where you are here and it's just you were able to grow on as an individual, and with the knowledge and the things that you have with your wife, you were able to gain that and continue to stand strong as an individual from the things that you did together. And that's so important. Like all these people out here just running around doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's why it was so hard. That's why it was so hard, because I realized I used to beg her. I was like, Robin, you know how much money you make, what you got, and how, you know, she was making a decent amount. I was like, you don't want nothing? She was like, no, we got enough cars. You don't need to. I was like, what happened to our plan, our dream, you know, 10, 15 years ago? She didn't want that no more. That was small stuff. That's what young Robin wanted. Nice cars, big house, this and that. And then I realized all she wanted is my happiness. Same thing that I wanted. All I wanted was her happiness. I would be like a kid looking at the window, looking at the security system, like Robin pulling up, you know. I'll be like, come in the house. I was like, what did I do? What'd you notice? You don't notice nothing? I was like, come on. And she'd be like, boy, you better get out. You better get out of the stage. I was like, I just trimmed the bushes. Or I washed all the windows inside and out. You know, everything I did to make her happy. Every meal I cooked was because I wanted her to enjoy it. And so I had to learn how to enjoy. I lost like 30 pounds after she passed.
Wow.
You know, because I didn't enjoy nothing.
Looking the same and doing the things that you used to do.
I didn't enjoy nothing. I wasn't angry. I just didn't have no joy.
Your appetite for the moment, and you were going through the grieving process, which is normal.
Yeah, I was grieving, you know. So now I enjoy everything because I realized I'm freer than I ever been.
Wow, I love that.
I'm freer than I ever been, because before I had this responsibility as a protector, father, husband, a protector. I was really trying to help her reach the potential that I thought Allah had for her. Now I'm like, you know what? I dodged a bullet, because my children don't want another woman in this house. I thought they needed another woman in this house. I'm like, nope. So now I'm more in tuned into their sensitivities and their feelings and their needs. And I'm like, man, I'm an old man. I was like, I was a virgin to whatever age. I'm like, I'm gonna stay a virgin until I know my children are gonna be good.
I love
that. I don't have to have a woman in my house, but not right now. They wouldn't know how to pick up where she left off. You know, and the people that I meet, they don't be in my tax bracket anyway. Really?
Yeah, you don't want them chasing after you for the wrong reasons.
For the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
I did over here laughing because you know I'm telling the truth.
It's the truth. You want to have, you know, and in addition to that, you want to make sure you have somebody that's grounded in your space and that wants to grow and grow with you.
And a lot of people may think they are and think they will, but I'm like, I'm not a book or blueprint that you read and then you're like, oh, I can do this. No, you got to get to know me.
Yes.
You got to get to know me.
Yeah, because
and I'm a great person. I am. Most people don't believe me. They think I'm pretending, but I am what I am. You know.
This is true. You are an amazing brother, and people should get to know you that way and know that and understand that you are human and that you're an amazing human being. And you know, at some point when you are ready and that
when I'm ready, I ain't
no,
ready.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
When that happens, you don't want the wrong people coming chasing behind you right now. Like, oh, brother.
I got children. I don't want to lose my children.
That's right.
They had Robin, and now they stuck with me. That's scary. That was a joke.
I was about to say, don't discredit yourself, because the blessing of you.
But Robin was a saint. Robin was a saint. She was an angel, and she was a perfect role model.
Yeah.
You know, for her.
You can be the perfect leader that you are. So
That's
you
right.
continue to be the best leader, because nobody's perfect, right? But just be the best
Right.
leader that you could be, and just make sure again
Yes, ma'am.
that you are communicating with your children and making sure that you're able to talk to them and let them talk to you and share that open forum space, because children will go out there and run and learn from everything else. So
True, that's true.
I don't know if that's my nephew saying Jamal, because my nephew is Jamal, or if that's a hand trying to come in, but
I don't know.
you know,
But you know what? I did recently take some steps that I hadn't taken, because my son and daughter, they speak a different language. They watch anime, One Piece, and he plays Roblox all day. And so him and his friends, he always yelling up there. So the other day I was like, let me do something, because I was buying a shirt to match with some tennis shoes that I had. And so I was like, he had bought some One Piece. So I bought me a One Piece t-shirt. I don't even know who the guy is, but I got his picture on the t-shirt. And so I was with, and then he sat down and started talking to me, and he showed me a video. I hope he can't hear me. He showed, I don't know, I have no idea what he was showing me, but somebody punched something and it destroyed the universe, the whole universe. So I said, so how is he still alive if he destroyed the universe? He said, oh, the universe and One Piece come back, or something. And so, but I said, this is my son. This is what he gets pleasure out of. So I said, if I ever want to be closer to him, I gotta learn some of this stuff. So I sat and watched One Piece with him one time. It's pretty good. You know, it's juvenile, but it's
not juvenile. It's important. You have to be able to be open to those young minds. You know, again, if you're not open to your children who are trying to talk to you or show you things, and you're like, and somebody's like, oh, you know, that's nobody wants to pay attention to that, or that's too young, or that's just a game, or that's this. It means more to them. And sometimes these video games and or stuff like what you're talking about, it actually is a form of communication, because they don't know how to communicate outside of the home and in open space, especially right now with social media. It's like everybody doesn't know how to talk to each other anymore. So they're communicating behind these closed doors in the dark, avatars, and just
that's his buddy, that's his buddy, and I'm like, who is that? Darren? Who's that? Oh, that's Emmanuel. That's whoever.
Yep, learn those people, because you don't know what kind of vultures are in there coming after your children as well, because you do have some people, you know, in there falsely pretending like they're a child. And
they know about the grown-ups that pretend. And so he's been pretty fortunate to know how to report people that's not, and he has a circle of people. And I think that's what he's afraid of. He just graduated 8th grade, and he has a group. His group are all in the gifted classes. And he, you know, they all got high grades and all, but I think he's afraid because most of his friends are going to the prep school down the street, but he's going to the public school down the street, and it's much bigger. So, but I told him, I said, you know what? I said, if you had 5 or 6 close friends in 8th grade, you probably going to have maybe 10 or 15 close friends. And guess what? They got gifted classes, you know, AP, advanced performance class. They have them out there. So you seek those classes out. I said, you already on top. I said, now's the time to work hard to stay on the top, because it's harder to struggle from the bottom than it is to struggle at the top. Because he looked at me like he didn't, you know, he was like, you know, like he wasn't excited about school. I was like, what you mean, man? You was in the top 10% of your class, or whatever he was. And he introduced the superintendent, you know, at his graduation, and he had like a 4.5 GPA, which is the highest you can get because they put a cap on it. So I told him, I was like, you on the top. I said, you got to struggle on the top. I said, life is about struggle. Nothing's going to come easy, but everything that you enjoy in life, you're going to reflect back and look, that's because I did X, Y, Z. That's because I was willing to struggle. I was willing to fight. I was not willing to give up. And so I gave him a prep talk. Every now and then I give him a prep talk. I start out yelling until I get his attention, and then I calm down, and then I say, son, I was like, you're not gonna let me down. I said, you know, I said, Muhammad, man, we winners, man. We fighters. We don't give up. We fight to the last, and we win. We don't accept defeat. That's what I told him. I said, defeat ain't in our vocabulary. And I gave him a big hug, and he hung out with me for a minute. He was on his phone, but He hung out with me. So,
Yeah, I mean, at least he's open to you to share those things, and it's important to.
but he's only
let them
14.
know that.
So
I know, but still,
I take what I can get.
like you said, you thought you were grown at 14. You were walking out the door with a whole.
I did. My parents was looking for me in the streets.
Your mama looking for you, so that's that age, and you definitely. It's a blessing that he's able to talk to you and share with some of those things.
I hope I keep it. That's what I pray for. That's what I want. I want to save my children from the wicked, wicked world and that devil that's out there that want to eat them up wholesale. I know that's what the devil wants. The devil want to eat them alive. They don't want me and you. We stuck in our ways. They want the little ones.
Yeah.
They want them early before they know what hit them.
Yep. And that's why it's so important to make them understand that their community starts in the home.
Yeah.
The community starts in the home, and your communication in here starts with the home, because they will run into those streets searching for answers, and the devil will be so ready to pick them.
Waiting on them.
They're ready. They sitting there already. That devil is sitting there just waiting for the open opportunity for that person to be weak.
I know.
So,
everybody they've ever met that come in like, oh, your children are so cute. They're so beautiful. I want to help you. Oh, Mr. Muhammad, blah, blah. First thing they try to do is turn my kids against me. First thing they do is putting me down, putting everything I do. If I like this, they should like that. So I said, okay. I said, oh, they assume you could bear witness. Or if you can't bear witness, your sisters are on here. You could ask them. Our parents didn't lord over us, and we wasn't kept in the house, and we didn't have freedom. We saw the world. Everything was open. Our parents was always working. The world was our community, and we had freedom. The world wasn't as dangerous, of course, as it is now, but I don't feel like I was kept. I saw the world. I had a choice. And my father used to tell me, when I used to come around, he'd look at me and I'll be looking like Dad, he know that I'm feeling guilty, like I ain't seen him in a while. And he's like, and I'm thinking, oh, he gonna be mad because I haven't come home in a while or whatever. Then he said to somebody else, but I knew he was really speaking to me, let me know, relax, son, I ain't mad at you. He was speaking to somebody else, and he said, I don't worry about none of y'all. He said, I don't worry about none of my kids. He said, your own nature will take care of you. Or he might have said, Allah will take care of you. Or he said, your own nature will take care of you. Yeah. So that gave me the strength and faith to know that, and now that I'm older, I know he's just saying what the prophet said, that God already put in us everything we need to get to the Jannah, to get to God and to get guidance from God. It's already in us. It's in our blueprint. It's in our souls. I forget the hadith. He said, they said, what do we do if we don't have the Sunnah? And what if we don't have you, if we don't have the Quran and Al-Islam? And he said, follow the best of what's in your own self. That's what the prophet said, right? Yeah. And I knew that's all my dad was saying. He was like, son, I know you're a good boy. You my son. I raised you. You can get it. You can make it anywhere. Yeah. And that's been my spirit.
That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing to pass. I would say we were a little bit more tight to the hip.
Y'all girls, yeah. Women,
we were a little tighter to the hip.
Because everything is a wolf. Everything is a wolf. And you're the baby, so I know. But you had your sisters, and what I remember about your sisters, y'all all could humbug. I don't know about you. You didn't have to fight. But your sisters could, they all could humbug. They could fight.
Yeah, but I would say, like, by the time I was 10, all of my sisters were out the household. And my brother Adele, which is over me, he was out probably around the age of, I could have been 14, but I did have just me and my brother in the home. So, my sisters are older than I am. So it was quite a bit of a movement through life that we had to experience, younger ones. So it was a little different. I think that all my sisters and they all had each other at a certain time. That was like different for me.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Yeah. And I do feel like, again, it still was good to have.
So you're more intuitive.
Yeah.
When's your birthday?
May 7th.
May 7th.
Oh, Taurus.
You how?
Taurus. Oh
God, my mother's Taurus. Okay. Yeah. So you are very independent and very strong-willed.
Yes.
And yeah, you are tough. You're a natural born leader. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Feel
My
that.
son's an Aries.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, he's an Aries, my son, but he's real independent and forceful and aggressive, you know.
Yeah.
But he has a heart. He is extremely compassionate. He has a
Yeah.
really-
Yeah. 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 I do feel that, I feel like I was born to have a message and be able to connect to people and to care about people. I do know that I truly care about people, and I want people to feel heard, and I want people to feel respected, and I want to be respected myself, obviously, but I want to be able to like just share a good energy with people. Is really important. Again, nobody's perfect. Like, I'm not.
Yeah, tourists are givers.
You know what I
Tourists
mean?
are givers. They give, and you like to provide for people and help people. Yeah.
Mhm.
You're
Yeah.
natural born leader. You're a leader.
Mhm.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
That's a blessing.
Thank you, brother.
So you had a lot of time with your mom, a lot of one-on-one. So you have a lot of her wisdom in you.
I would say that because we had so many daughters ahead of time, they kind of took a lot out. By the time it got to me.
But mama's voice is always in the background.
Mom's always, being able to watch her was very beautiful, to be able to see. But it's important to, communication is very important. So I think that, you have those amazing visuals, but communication together is very important. So I think that being able to have witnessed the things that I saw with my mom and my sisters, and me having the outlets of going to different, music classes. Like the one thing I would say is my mother supported me in my music early on,
I didn't know that. I didn't know you was the star you are till you walked on that stage. I had no clue. And you showed up with your own band. I was like, wow.
It was beautiful, and I couldn't wait. And my mother know that I would do anything for her. So she just calls me and says, hey, would you do this? I'm down for the cause. That's all she has to do is ask. And so, yeah. And so I was there in a heartbeat, and just like I'm here right now, she told me about this, and I'm like, absolutely. And, I love you. You're a brother to me, and I would show up any day. And so this has been
all your family and my big sisters and my big brother. Yeah.
Yeah.
We used to see each other more than we saw our own parents.
That's
our parents was working. I saw when me and my sister was over there, and I saw her, Rubietta and Kashmir. They were always around. I used to see Jamila sometime. She was older. I used to see Medina all the time. Yeah. She was always out there playing ball at jump rope, or like you said, in the drilling with the drill team, and or dancing in the with Sister Nidra and them.
Yeah.
And y'all was family.
We were family.
I didn't see him much. I saw him more after I was an adult, because he was always working, supporting my father, doing whatever he was doing.
Yeah.
In the community. Yeah.
Yep. And that was a blessing. It's important for you to involve your children in activities, stuff like that. I'm grateful for being able to be involved in music. Like I said, my mom supporting me in that, and dance classes. I toured with plays for 4 years on the road, traveling the country, dancing in plays, and acting. I've been on film and TV and, different kinds of things myself, and music. So this has been a beautiful space to be able to do this in the entertainment life and world. But I know that having that grounded background allows me to be able to be the best person that I'm showing up as in the space that I'm in. And I know that this is, the world of entertainment is very interesting.
And I love that your world is going to see your world. This is your world too.
Yeah, I know.
This is your home. This is your family. And so they can see, and they can see like, oh, okay. So this is her community. Maybe, we might be interested in, learning more about who she really is. That it's for real. You the real McCoy. You the real deal. And so they know that now. And if they met your mother, they know that. you know.
Yes.
They met your mother and, you know, other members of your family, but you really don't know a person till you see them all together in a gathering. Then you know who they are, because you see how they treat each other.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. That's so true. And, you know, we need to have more of that every single day. So I'm grateful for all of it and grateful for the space of this in this entertainment realm, you know, and being able to just, you know, push forward through everything that I want. And just every time I have to, you know, when you're working through, there's so much going on in this line of business, but in life. And so I'm always having to remind myself of my leadership and my space and my mentality and my movement, who I want to be in the world, how I want to show up in the world, how I want to connect with people to show them that they can do the same thing, because it's not about being over someone or feeling like you're like on this high horse of space. It's like, you're here too. Like we're both human beings. Like we were talking about earlier, we're both human beings. You can do the same thing and move and or be a brighter star in your own space, you know, and we have so many bright stars out here, not stars, but bright stars in the world, like you're shining bright. And so it's important to be able to shine that light all around the world and continue to give off the most positive energy you can give. And it can be draining because you will have people coming out there trying to snatch your light. They see that shining bright star. And
see, this is the wisdom that the Holy Quran gives us. Allah says that nothing did God do or establish that the devil didn't try to mimic or go ahead of God and take the lead. So people see your shine, and then they'll come and try to see how much burden they can put on you to see how much strength you have. And then that's when you got to let them see the other side. Hey, wait a minute. You know, I'm a nice person, but you need to give me a little space. You need to bag up. You know? And you don't have to be mean. You don't have to be. I know you got your husband there. He ain't gonna let nobody get.
Well, I mean, you do, because
you.
as a woman and as a Black woman, unfortunately, you're tested.
You have to be protected.
Looked at, you're tested as weak, especially when you're working with people that are outside of that space.
They want to make you think you're weak. Because what does it profit what does it profit them to treat me like I'm weak if I'm not weak? You see? So they want to find who's weak, who can they get to believe that you're less than what God made you to be, who can get you to believe that you're not equal or that you're not as good as or better than. So I sit with people that I know, leaders and heads of states and organizations, big church, we're poor people, wealthy churches own and run big church. And I sit down with them and have conversations. I look around the room, everybody want to talk to me. They having more fun. The leader at the that summit, we was before the G8 summit, or the what is it called? The head of the people that make the decision for the money in Dubai and the Middle East. I forget the name of it because that stuff's not really my thing. You know what I'm talking about? But I was there with these big sheikhs that control money, and then there was a whole group of organizations. They all there giving they spin. We all line up against the wall, you know, buffet chairs and everything, and everybody. And when I answered the question, because he saw I wasn't there, I didn't expect him to give me money. I wasn't there to ask for him to support or to finance anything. I was there to, he asked a question, I answered it from my heart. He made his right-hand man that was sitting next to him get up. I got pictures on my website and everything, and had me come sit next to him the entire time. And I said that because I answered the question sincerely and with the light of my love for Muhammad the Prophet and from what my understanding of the Holy Quran. And I know that's why he did that. And then half the people in the room wasn't African American. None of them was African American except for me and my travel buddy. Not him. His dad was with me. They thought that he was just making an example. But I know it was my answer. I knew without a doubt it was my answer. It had nothing to do, because I've been in that room for an hour or more with the same black skin on, and everybody was making conversation and asking questions and commenting, but it was until they asked a specific question to each person and it came around to me. And when I asked my question, he sat me down next to him.
Love that.
So that's how I know that if you're sincere and, you know, truth is one. Truth is one. Knowledge is universal. There's one knowledge, there's one science to the creation. God said be, and it is. It existed. So there's one creation. So any knowledge or truth that I have confidence and believe in, I can use that to relate to any human being. I don't care what kind of scientist or doctor. I've said things that I know impressed. I spoke to, he might not admit it, a nuclear physicist, a guy scientist. You know, I said something to him and he responded, jerk responded, but I think he would have took that response back if he had thought about what I said, because I saw his wheels turn in his brain. He thought about it and he was like, oh. And now the same question that we presented, I see on the Science Channel on scientists and teachers, doctors and things talking about the same thing that I talked about, but in a new light, in the light that I talk about. I said, how can you talk about the universe as being so violent? They always saying, if I got sick of hearing it, because I love science. And so I was like, why do you keep saying violent? I said, do I call my immune system violent because it'll find something foreign in my body and it attacks it with all its strength and with the power and it annihilates it, obliterates it? I said, so we can't even go close to most of those bodies that are in the sky that have this great magnetism and power and destructive force. We're not intended. God didn't create us to be up there unprotected or vulnerable. So why are you calling it violent? I think it's beautiful. I think there's a message in it. Like Allah says, everything in this created, in this material reality is a message to ourselves, our soul as a creation, to our soul. And so I said, a black hole, I loved it because I was like, the black hole, it looks like the Kaaba in the middle with the light of the Milky Way swimming around it. I said 1,400 years, they couldn't see the Milky Way. We didn't know what the Milky Way looked like, but when you look at the Muslims making tawaf around the Kaaba, right? They look like the Milky Way. So I said, they started saying, well, we got a picture recently of the black hole. We know they exist, or we believe they exist. So what is a black hole? So I said, I thought to myself, well, what is the nature of a black hole? They say nothing can escape a black hole, not even light. A photon of light, if it gets close to the black hole, they say it goes into, it's drawn in and it can't get out. Stars, it eats up Milky Ways, nebulas and galaxies and everything. I said, what in my life or in the life of the human being that God created is like milk, is like a black hole. I said, the human intellect. Whatever man engages his intellect to, he can break it apart, figure it out. He can name it, tell you what it is, and tell you how it operates, it works, and what to do with it. So I said, one thing, the human mind. And then every time I learn more about black holes, I learned that it's more like a human mind. I said they have black holes that merge. So it's a super black hole. We put our heads together, our minds together. Now you have a super intelligent. And we, you know, so if we use our minds, it's the greatest gift that God has given us. Some people say, why isn't the heart the greatest gift? Oh, but the heart also is a thing that you can consider to have an ability like a black hole. And they say things are destroyed. We don't know what happens to those things when go in the black hole. It doesn't destroy it. And some things the black hole spits back out. But we do know that the black hole does produce stars, new nebulas, new galaxies, new formations of things in the heavenly bodies. So I told that to my son's professor on graduation day, his science professor. I happened to be sitting next to him in the audience, and I could tell his mind was blown too. And I said, I didn't even graduate college. So if we put what Allah has given us, the knowledge is universal. Then you can sit in anything, just engage your mind and let it engage your mind, and don't fear. And things we don't understand, we wait until Allah reveals it to us, or we leave it alone.
And you are absolutely right with that. And it's important too to have, like what you said, you have this black hole and you can put your minds together to create this bigger place if people are willing to come together. And people should be willing to come together. That's one thing in the community that we tend to lack, is that everybody's trying to be above the next person.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to outdo the next person. Everybody's trying to outshine the next person instead of working together. That's how so many businesses and so many, like all these major companies that's out there, they're willing to work together. It doesn't mean that you don't have one person that is running things, but that you have to be willing to work with other people so that you
gotta
can
have a leader. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with having leadership.
That's right.
That's why everybody has a president, they have a board, and you have a vice president, you have people, and you change, you vote and elect new people, but you share equally in the responsibility of whatever the goals are for that. Yeah.
And a lot of people are trying to be the leader though. So even if they're
Everybody
a
wanna be
leader,
the
everybody
boss.
wants to outshine a leader. I'm a better leader than you. What makes you the leader? I'm going to do this. So you have all these people that are willing to do this just because they are, like we said earlier, people want to take.
And they're too, this is another thing that I share with people. The reason why Allah forbid gambling for us,
Yeah.
you know why? Because I believe gambling is a strong proponent of faith.
Right.
When you gamble and you lose, you have a feeling of loss, you lose material wealth, and you have a feeling of despair, hopelessness, and desperate to get back on top.
Yeah.
When you go out on faith, you know that your faith and your love for Allah, whether that person you try to help and give the charity to uses it or benefits from it, that your reward is already in the record with Allah, and it already has increased your strength of faith and well-being, because you know you did a good thing. So I think Allah doesn't want us to waste that proponent that will make us more charitable and helpful to our fellow man on gambling. So so people working together, that's what I was thinking about. Us working together, one of the problems is that we look and don't have the patience. We don't, my father talked about the Crystal Cathedral, the head of that, Robert Schuller. He spoke about him, and the only time I heard him quote Robert Schuller was when Robert Schuller said that God, what did he say? He said, God believes in you. God is a believer. What did he say? I can't, it slipped my mind. My mind is rushing. But he said something to the effect where God believes in you and so do I. We have to believe in each other. That's really my point. But I heard him say, it's going to come back to me later, but that's not really what's important. What's important is that what I was thinking was that we have to give each other a chance.
Yes.
Because we have to make wise decisions, pick this person, and then give them a chance and help them instead of condemn them and pull them down. Give them, there's a reason why you picked him.
Yes.
So give him a chance. You work with him, you give him a chance.
Support.
And give him your support.
Mm-hmm.
Give him guidance wherever you can. Like you say, hey, brother, you're doing the wrong thing. We don't think you can handle this job. Well, okay.
Tell me why.
Yeah, tell me why. Instead, they're like, no, I'm gonna replace you. You know, they're like, no, I need to be the boss, not you.
Right. Tell me why, because obviously you're in that position because you have you're stronger in other areas, in spaces, and they're strong in some areas. So they can share that with you and give you some of the knowledge that you need to help you to continue to grow and make this house bigger and better and stronger. Why not do that? So it was going back to what you were saying about leadership and how it's okay to have a leader and have people still work together with you. It's okay to have a leader. That's fine.
The leader really is your greatest asset because he's your servant. The leader should be a selfless leader who relies on the guidance from God. And not to lead, and because God ain't going to micromanage you, but he has to have the trust that in his own ability to lead and know that his desire is to serve the purpose of his job or office, whatever.
That's right.
Let me tell you what my father did that was ingenious. That's more valuable than if he built 100 institutions and left them in our hands and appointed board members and leaders and everything, people to manage our collective wealth. He told us that he taught us, he did it by example. He got 500 businessmen. Most people got 500 friends. He collected only $2,000. Their first investment was $1 million. 2,000 times 500 is $1 million. They took that first investment. They all voted on a product that they thought that they could all get containers, label them, and put their own private label on it. So once they got the product, they split it up and they put their own labels on it and start selling. That business was not supposed to fail. It failed because we have too many people that are planted in our community and they never believe in us, and they actually they there to make sure that you don't get off the ground. So you have that dynamic. But Imam Muhammad was so wise. He knew that. He didn't know where the enemy was going to come. He wasn't worried about the enemy. He didn't care. He wanted to plant the seed to let us know that we are connected and we together. Ain't nowhere for us to go. We family. So anytime we want to get together and get $1 million, we could do it in a blink of an eye. All we have to do is call for it. And we have to have the right leadership first. I don't have the energy or the time to run a business effort for a community. And because they've done a heck of a job of splitting up and running off and hiding in different corners and dividing themselves as it is to make it virtually impossible. Everything that I present to the community, they put so much red tape and they make it a big issue where they got to have 100 shura meetings and group meetings before they even decide on if they even gonna look in my direction. So I can't do it. But I want them to know that they got to go to bed and answer to their Lord the same way I do. And they have to answer to their own moral conscience and say, did you drop the ball? Or you're gonna point at me and say, I dropped the ball? No.
That's
you
right.
Dropped the ball. You should get together and get people you trust. And if you don't trust nobody, you know you done lost. I mean, you done had food go bad in the refrigerator, you done all kind of stuff. You know, I'm like, well, if you lose $2,000, that ain't gonna kill you. And then get up and find somebody better than that person. You ain't gonna strike out. I wouldn't stop giving up that money until I done struck out at least 3 times. People lose, you know, and feel they lost something, and then they point the finger and say, oh, it's all his fault. You know, I've had people tell me that, you know, they blame Imam. I'm like, Imam was your leader. He didn't run that business. Y'all ran that business. You can't blame him. You can't blame him for nothing. He was
and
a good.
A lot of people want to put the weight on the shoulders of only one person. You know, like you said, if you have people that are working together and holding up their end of the stick, everything will work out. My dad used to have this saying, beware of your leaders, you know? And so that was really important because it's like you have to have, if you have.
Everybody has leaders. That is, if some brother told me, if you don't have God as your leader, you got the devil as the leader. Something gonna lead you. That's in our nature. God put us in our nature. We are creatures of devotion. He put the devotional nature in us. So whatever you're devoted to, if you put that above God, that's your God. Even your children. You can't put nothing above God. You devote yourself to God, then everything else that falls under that is going to be taken care of.
That's right. And it's impossible for the community to grow the way you want to. You can have all these amazing meetings and these beautiful things that you're doing Sunday. I think this is great that people get to come in and hear this and talk about it, but people have to be willing to make change and work together and on a stronger front, be ready to come in and have, want to communicate, but also come in with fresh ideas. If you're going to come in with the idea, follow it through, come in with some ideas that you could work. Hey, I was talking to this sister about this or this brother about this. We could come together and do this. If you just bring it to one person and then it's all on their hands, it's like, how many ideas are you getting? I'm sure you get people coming to you every single day with new ideas. If people can work together and they do what they need to do.
I get a lot of copycats.
Really?
Everybody want to be the most eloquent reciter of the Holy Quran. Everybody wants to appear to be this majestic, you know, leader like Imam W.D. Muhammad. I'm like, what? These people done lost their mind. Ain't none of them Imam Muhammad. You're not gonna reproduce him.
Yes.
That's why I do what I do.
Yes.
I'm not trying to reproduce my father. I'm trying to support and continue the work he does and follow what I feel is the plan that Allah has for me.
Yes.
I'm not trying to be him. So a lot of people don't come with new stuff.
Yeah.
So my father was trying to get our community back to a rational mind, because the mindset of the Nation of Islam, most of the sisters were the sanity and the rational, piece or half of the whatever of the mind of the leadership of our community was mostly our wives. But our wives are always in the background.
Yeah.
So we've been stuck behind stagnant leadership that's really mimicking the preacher of the church on the corner. All you want is a congregation that's going to dump money in your bucket at the end of the week and help you pay the light bill and the electric bill and everything. And you don't want to see no growth or even the growth of humanity. And you want to fire and brimstone everybody. I'm like, the church been doing that forever. My father said that people are too advanced socially now where you can't scare them into faith.
Yeah.
You're not going to say, oh, brother, you better say your prayers. You better come in here with a kufi cap and a miswhack and some sandals on next
They'll
time.
run away as fast as they can.
They're going to run away as fast as they can. You need to speak to their intelligence.
That's right.
And show them love and humanity. Speak to their humanity. And that's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to speak to people. If there's a human being left in them, hopefully I get a response.
And because people are much more advanced today. And so
way more advanced, smarter than you. Smarty, you can recite the whole Quran by heart, but you're the dumbest thing walking the room.
That's right.
It's sad.
It is sad. It is. And then you see out here too with all of these churches and different things, and they're able to come together and create these large masses of space with these beautiful places. And then we can't even keep our small mosque in order. We can't make sure that this place is clean, make sure that these walls are painted right, make sure that people are coming in here on clean carpets and fresh everything.
And mind you, that's not no fault. That's not no fault of our religion or anything. I've been looking at this for many, many years. It's the people, but you look at what Honorable Elijah Muhammad attracted to him, the down and out, the disgruntled, the people that were dissatisfied. So we got a lot of people that didn't evolve into the believer that Imam Muhammad was trying to evolve us to trust Muhammad the prophet and to see him not as just a spiritual leader. Most of us looking for a replacement. Why do you think when Imam passed, a bunch of them went to the Arab? Because he light-skinned, he looked like the new Jesus. They ain't nobody but the new Jesus, and they ain't gonna do nothing but hand you a broom and a mop and a charity bucket and say, put some money in there and go sit down and shut up. That's really, they're not looking for leadership amongst us. That would be insane. That's like us having a black masjid and the first white man walk in the room, we make him our leader. They're not gonna make you their leader. You're gonna come there to work or to serve. And some of them are happy with that because they're looking for Jesus. And they found it in the Arab. They found a new Jesus. And sometimes when I Google Arabs on the internet, it looks just like the Catholic Church. It's like, oh my God, what's this sad music they playing? And then, but you can go to some other sites and they have spirit. They have spirit. The Quran is being recited. And when you listen to some imams, your tears are coming to your eyes. You can hear them reciting. But then you have other ones that want to be seen as a saint, a holy man. And we're prone to that. So we have to be careful about that because there are people out there that know where we come from and they know how to get us stuck. You will go from white Jesus to white Arab Imam. And he'll be our leader. And then they tell us, oh, there's no discrimination. There's no difference. I had a man tell me that a couple of weeks ago. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't curse, but I started to. I said, bull. I said, what you mean you ain't racist? The way you've been treating me? And I said, and you know I'm a Muslim. I said, because I gave you the greetings. I come in here before I gave you the greetings. And you've been disrespecting me. I said, you ain't right. I said, brother, I said, Aki, I said, if I had a business in Chinatown, I would respect the Chinese. And I walked out. And I walked out because I felt this. I opened my heart to him. You a Muslim, you my brother.
Yes.
Closer to me than my own blood. You just as close as my own blood. And And I could tell where he was acting. You know, when you're being disrespected. And a lot of people don't understand it because you ain't black. I mean, they're not a black male. A lot of times black male gets in. I know how people act. And because I was like, something he didn't put in my bag, I didn't complain about it. And I came back, but I don't even remember what the situation was. But this is something they tell all of us. They tell us there's no racism. Everyone's equal. There's no discrimination. Then I'm like, well, how come I know this dark-skinned Arabs, how come y'all, the dark-skins over here ain't opening as many businesses as y'all open? I'm not trying to knock the Arabs. I'm not trying to threaten them. I walked into another place because they starting to buy up everything around here. A seafood place. I was standing there, was one dude sitting in the chair. Maybe he worked there and he just was sitting in the chair and the place was empty. Even his counter was empty. So I knew it was new. He wasn't making no money. So I went in there, I saw some things on the shelf, some cans and stuff and some ramen noodles. The price, I asked him, he had some king crab legs and some lobster tails and some other stuff. And I was like, how much is that? And I was like, oh, that's kind of expensive. But this was before he stood back, had me standing there for like 5 minutes. And then I told him, I said, I forgot what I said. I hate to remember when I'm have to kind of reprimand people because it's negative. So I'm not gonna remember word for word what I said, but I said something to the effect. I said, we made the word Islam a household word. People look like me. I said Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, Minister Farrakhan. I said Imam Wafiddin Muhammad. I said, because I knew he knew who Imam was. I said Islam, peace. I said, we opened the door so that you could have a business in a predominantly Black community. I said, brother, advice. And he was agreeing. He says, I know. He said, you're right. You're 100% right. I said, I'm going to give you some advice. And I actually feared for him because I had a school teacher, had a long cut down his face. I was almost in tears when I saw him because I saw him after I graduated from school a couple years. What happened? Somebody robbed him. He was an Arab. And I know it's a Black man that cut him, robbed him. So I told him, I said, make eye contact. Be friendly, be polite, say hello. Speak to people when you see them. We know you behind the counter working, but don't act like you don't see me. Just say, I'll be with you in one moment.
Yeah.
He said, okay, I ain't been back there since. I ain't gonna do business with him because he got the wrong idea. He got the wrong idea. And it's so sad that I never see anybody in his life.
And that is sad. And you have to, people have to have respect for all cultures. You have to be able to respect each other. And that's something that we lack in general in the world, and so being in that space. Yeah, it's arrogance.
Mostly arrogance.
Yeah, it's arrogance and just people feeling better than, but also it goes back to, it's even deeper than that. People come here into this country and they are taught from when they first come in, they're given a blueprint of what Black people are, of what this person is and what that person is.
I forget I left that out too. I told him, I said, we not all what you hear on the radio and see on television. I said I'm a Muslim, and I didn't even tell them what my name or nothing.
Yeah, they don't know that, and even if you did tell them your name, he wouldn't have understood that or known what that was. So it's still like people, they get a certain blueprint of how they're supposed to treat every single person in a stereotypical space, and
we're
that's
ignorant. You know what most of them see us as? We're the uneducated. We're the ignorant.
Absolutely.
No, we had Imam W.D. Muhammad. We are not. We're more educated in the Bible and the Quran than most of them.
Yeah. But it's important though that we don't have to even prove that to them, right? Because at the end of the day, we're in a space right now where with everything that happened with the quarantine and all this stuff, people are starting to come out and realize their power and their nature and their space and the true ability that they have to create their own jobs, to own their own businesses, where they don't have to go to that man's store. They don't have to go to that man's convenience store because this person in my neighborhood just opened up a convenience store right here. This person over here just did that. That's where we need to be opening our own convenience stores in our own space, our own grocery stores, our own clothing stores, our own just stuff that we need, fruits and vegetables, real produce in your neighborhoods. Like this stuff has to happen. And if
regardless of Walmart and these other big corporations that's there, and what my father said is that how can we compete with them prices? Because he said sometimes that's what these big companies do. That's the history. I keep my television on the History Channel because they talk about how these big corporations started out, and then their idea is capitalism, that they want to control the market, so they'll saturate the market with their product, and they'll even buy up the competition, and they make these huge conglomerates where you cannot compete with their prices. But my father said the Jews came in and did it. How did they do it? They did it because they realized that the only way they would be able to stay in business is to make a profit. And the only way they can make a profit is to have their prices maybe be a little bit better. So they put kosher on everything. And kosher to a Jew means this is better for me than that cheaper price stuff, better quality, and it's permissible by God. And the loyalty that I have to my people, because these are my people, that I'm willing to pay $1 more, couple dollars more if necessary for the same product that I can get closer to my home or where I live. And I don't mind driving down the street. And he said that's how they did it, loyalty. So our situation is that we kind of come into that, like we'll see a young man on the corner selling his CD or his DVD or selling something, and we happy to go in our pocket. We don't care what he say, $10 or $20, $50. You're gonna give it to him because he looks like he's trying to move up, do something productive, entrepreneur. But we have to have the same spirit when you see a brother open a store. When a brother open a store, he didn't just hit the lotto. That brother's struggling harder than that boy on the corner. That brother got taxes to pay, he got bills, he got overhead, he got to pay himself, and he probably got to feed his wife and kids. That brother needs your charity more than anybody. But we don't do it that way.
Yeah, and we have the opportunity now because the tide has kind of even ground out a little bit.
I agree. I'm just not seeing it in our neighborhood, but I hear you and I agree.
And so we have to step up, and we're not fully stepping up yet. And so some people are still in freeze. Some people still are in a space where they don't realize that they have grants out there now. They have the potential to do other things that they have to go and search for. These grants that are giving people of color businesses, they're helping them, support them do these things. So if you are going out there and you're actively learning about how to start your own, that's where it's going to come from. And it was a time where it was all Walmart, Target, all of these businesses, Macy's, a lot of them are out of business. Sears, they're not even around anymore. You have a lot of these companies that have
that went under
quarantine, lost their business, but during the quarantine space, people stayed at home because they didn't have to go to work. They're working out of their house. And when they started doing it, they said,
Amazon took over.
Amazon, but why do I need to?
But that opened an opportunity that caused all of the competition that we complained about in our communities. You can go from city to city to city to city. The same 5 or 6 stores and banks was in every town. And you couldn't compete with them because you open your place, they have a sale immediately.
But you can now. You have a chance to be innovative. And
I believe it.
You don't have to do the same stores and the same anything. We are such a bright people, right? We don't have to do the same exact store that somebody else has. Like, I'm sure people have dreams that they've been like, man, I don't know that I can actually do this because nobody is going to support this. No, like, live that through. I do believe if you open stores in your neighborhood that's competing with some of the largest stores, that we want to support each other. Right now, today, we're in a time where we do want to go out and support that person. As long as in that store, those people that are in our store are welcoming you. What's up, brother? How you doing, brother? Let me show you this. They're giving you that respect that I was talking about earlier with the next door to somebody. I can't do a house and not speak to the neighbors. These people can't have a business and not welcome people into your space and make them feel welcome. And the people that you hire has to have the same energy, the same attitude. You want to bring people in that's welcoming people and making them feel the peace and the positivity and the movement that's going to make people keep coming back. So I do believe that we're in a space that we can create that. We're not stuck anymore. We were very stuck, and it's important to know that we're not stuck. It's if you know, we were in a time where there weren't a lot of females able to speak up as I'm doing, or just like nobody was listening to me. You had all the male leaders that were talking. They weren't listening.
We need women speaking like that to our young men, because our young men don't hear that on a regular basis. If they're not hearing it at home, they need to hear that as often. And I think that's probably our lesson. That should be our next step, is to educate people on how and what it, you know, step by step, what will it take to start a new business. And what I used to tell people, that everybody you meet is your client. So you should have a business card with your name, your email, and some contact, because that's a potential customer. That, you know, money is a byproduct of service. If you don't have anything that you can offer to your community or the society that you live in, then you where's your value? So your value is what you offer to the community. And sometimes you can offer it and you can give it for free. And if you find out that somebody needs what you need, they're gonna pay you. Everybody pays for things that they need and don't have time to do themselves. So that's what I used to tell my children that when they was young. I said, your value is your education, what you have up here, and what you can give back. So so we need to show them how they can gain the skills that they need. Because if you know how to wash windows, wash floors. My father, when he was put out the nation, that's what he did. He knocked on doors and he had a bucket of soap, and now you couldn't do this today. He had a scrub brush, and he shampooed people's carpets, and they paid him good money to do it. So but I think the young people now are so afraid. They don't know.
They don't know. They don't know because they weren't shown. And they also have to, we have these programs now that are teaching people. You have a lot of amazing programs. For instance, I don't know if you've heard of this, but there's these young brothers called Earn Your Leisure that is doing, you guys should look them up if you don't know about them. Earn Your Leisure, a great program for Black men and just not just men, but women, businesses. It's not for just Black men, but they are schooling you on how to start a business, how to run a business. They have conventions that they have all over the world, and you come out and you go and you learn and you do things. You have to be willing to go out and learn and do those things. It was something that you said, I heard someone speaking earlier, and I don't know if I misheard it because it was when I was first coming in, about a limo business. Was
that's Akbar.
Okay, yes.
I mean,
and so what I met a brother that had a Uber. I talk to all the drivers, like when I'm I love the whole like communication and talking to them about their life and stuff. So I was talking to one of them that had he was telling me about how he started his own limo company, and he was saying that he was broke, he didn't have much, but he went out and he got himself a SUV, a limo truck, and he was, you know, leasing it out, and then he turned it into a purchase, and then he bought that limo truck, and then he started going out and doing the jobs and just being like a personal limo guy, you know, somebody.
That's what Akbar did,
right? And then
you describing exactly Akbar's business,
and so what he did too was he ended up buying another limo, and maybe that's the same thing he was doing, because I came in at the last.
He got a Tesla now. Something happened with him.
So he ended up purchasing another truck of the same kind, and he had that, and he rented that truck out. So he would drive the one he was in, and then he rented that truck out, and then he got that truck paid off. So he had 2 trucks now. Then he bought another truck. And then he rented that truck out so that whoever was, you know, they would come in and say, I want to work for your limo service. He would rent them that truck. They would pay for that limo, and they would drive around and do their thing until he collected like 7 to 8 of those vehicles. And it just grew into that. And now he has a whole limo service of people working for him. But because he loves to meet people and still do stuff, he still goes out and every now and then because he said he's a single, you know, he's a single guy. You know, he's trying to like still have communication. He doesn't have a lot of friends and stuff out in the space, like outside of that. So he still likes to meet people. He lost his wife actually. And he
I said, it sounds sad. You're making me feel bad.
I'm telling you, that's what he said. He's like, I felt like I wanted to meet people again. And just
he probably wanted to tell me, leave the people alone. Why are you talking to people? I was like, this is probably the first person I talked to today. And I probably won't talk to nobody else for the rest of the day.
That's what he was saying. He said, he came and he wanted to be able to still feel like he was giving back to people. He didn't have any children. And so
because he got a big heart like me.
He had a big heart and he was amazing. He was fantastic. And we had the best conversations. And I just love that he has started this business. And so my point of saying that's another thing that someone else can look into. Just starting with, he leased it out first.
My wife used to use a limo service when she used to travel called White Knight. And she said, but it's a black limo service. I was like, hey, I said, that's ingenious. So people don't discriminate. They can't see, and it's called White Knight.
They don't know. They don't know.
Nobody know.
Here, it's a lot of black.
That was her favorite limo service. Yeah.
Yep.
Competitive and nice, clean limos and everything. Yeah.
Yep. That's how
I don't know why she took a limo to the airport or whatever, but that's what her job. The job, they paid for it. So
yeah. I mean, my husband and I, we always have a service because you don't want to leave your car.
In some public space where somebody could break in and damage it. Yeah.
And we use one brother to pick us up all the time. And if he can't do it, then we hire someone else, but he has his own truck and he picks us up and he takes us around and, back and forth. And
that's a good business. And it's a business where you have freedom. Some people are not meant to punch a clock and the answer to a boss or supervisor or manager. Some people are meant to be independent. And you can, and if you can find your niche, something you enjoy to do, like I said, money is a byproduct of service. You have a service that you love to provide, figure out how to get paid doing it. That's what I say. Yeah. And I was raised in this community, so I love, doing what I do. My mother, I watched my mother sell. She had the Claire Muhammad Memorial resale side. So sales is my thing, So when I discovered I could sell my father's tapes, which that's my life, and I listened to them and learn them. And this one brother said, "Oh man, I'm having a hard time selling these tapes." And I said, "Well, brother," do you listen to the tapes? I said, "You know what? I don't sell tapes." I said, because I listen to the tapes and I sell people what I got from the tape, my spirit. And when I tell people, oh, that's the time Imam Muhammad was in Georgia, he was speaking about the soul of the nafs of the development of the human, the stages. And by the time I get through telling them what they reaching in their pocket, I said, I didn't sell them that tape. That tape is just a piece of plastic sitting over there. I sold them my spirit that I got from the tape. They see my face light up, my spirit, me come alive, and they want some of that, That's like when you be like, this is, oh my God, what that pie tastes like? It's delicious. And they say, oh man, you save me some, And that's what you do. We sell spirit. We don't buy items either anyway. We buy pictures of items. When I go in the grocery store, there be pictures on the cooler of what's in the cooler. I'm like, I can see through the glass. Why they got pictures on the cooler?
Right, exactly. Yep.
I can see through the glass. Why is there a picture? Because we don't buy things no more. The picture's more beautiful. And what is a picture? What is a picture? A picture, an image is just a ghost of the real thing. So it's a spirit. Yep. So we don't buy things, we buy spirits.
Yeah, that's true.
We buy the image of the thing, which is just the ghost of it. It's a spirit.
Yeah, that's true. That's why it's important.
But they don't want people listening to me. They don't think I can lead. So I don't know. But I'm just belly aching. I'm just whining. But it's true. Sisters like yourself need more exposure. I need more opportunity to talk to people that aren't old enough to be my mother, and you the same. We need to be able to talk to each other, and what young people today, they think they're smarter. They think the older people are ignorant. So we need to give them opportunities to express themselves, but we have to organize it so that we guide their thoughts instead of them thinking that they're guiding us. You see? And we wise enough to do it. I used to tell people when I was younger, I said, I don't discipline my babies ever. I said, you can't outsmart a baby. You ain't got to whoop a baby. You just trick them.
Yeah.
I'm smarter than a baby any day. Yeah. I ain't never hit a baby, hit a child. My neighbor come to me, your sons was out here cursing. This one said this and this one said that. I said, what? I said, did you say that? I said, did you? And I looked at Wallace. I said, looked at Moomta. I said, did you say it? And they just kind of looked at me like, and then I said to her, she was like, what you gonna do? I was like, y'all come on in here. I said, you ain't gonna whoop them or nothing? I said, no, they just repeating something they heard me say. I told the truth. I said, I curse. I can't whip them, and I'm guilty of cursing. Yeah. You do that, then I'm a hypocrite. Daddy hit me. Now I got violent kids. Then whenever they see something they don't like, even if they did it, they're gonna hit somebody.
Yep. And it is, though, it's sad that we have youngsters who don't respect or listen to their elders. I mean, that's a real, like I have, like I said earlier, when I first started this, I have such a deep affinity and just like energy towards my elders, because they've gone through so much more than I could ever imagine, especially in times that had nothing to do with me today. And so being able to respect them and understand that we need to be there for them in all different measures is so important. We have to be able to do that. But in addition to that, our elders have to be willing to be more vulnerable. And I think that that's something that we are definitely lacking. And if they're
vulnerable or willing to take on the charge that their day is not over. Just because your kids is grown, half your grandkids are grown, that we still need you, if not more now than we did in the past. We need your leadership. We need your guidance. We need your instruction.
You are still valuable. You are so
they're more than valuable. We lost out here, some of us.
And they have given up. And that's what I was saying earlier. A lot of
they gave up on us.
They give up on themselves. Because in time, it's like, my time is done, or this is that, and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, you have so much wisdom that you can share with us. You have so much to give, and you have to be willing to relinquish your own power, because you are used to the leaders of like your father. They have to be able to relinquish that.
You know what I think some of them are intimidated by? How articulate some of us are, and how well we speak in order to, and how we're able to order our language and our words. But language and words is not wisdom.
Yeah.
So I don't care if you speak like the country backwoods. If you smarter than me and you smarter than me, you need to instruct me. I don't care how much college I got under my belt, how many degrees, that you need to come. Like we used to see the elders, and you've seen old little programs on TV where they show the elder. She's speaking, not speaking the high level, college level, but she's educating and she's speaking to the people because she's respected. Yeah. For some reason, our Muslim community act like people want to imply our religion is a religion of liberation and equality. Yeah. Now, we might not see that in all of the Arab countries, and it may be a new thing in some of in their areas, but I don't believe in the Nation of Islam, and I know during the tenure of Imam W.D. Muhammad that our women were ever given a back seat and told that they were to be, heard and not seen, or not to be in a place to lead. Our women have freedom. And so we have to dispel that false notion that our women are not intelligent. Most of our women have better educations than we do, and are smarter, and have more ability, and have more job experience than we do. That's the truth. Because who do you see driving in the cars? Go out at rush hour in the morning and after. There's women in all the traffic. I notice. See, people don't notice that. I notice stuff like that. I notice who goes to work and who comes home from work. It's the women that's paying the bills and feeding the household. And so we got to change that scenario where the women have to take a role of leadership, or we won't have good leaders.
Yeah, I agree. And being able to be in a space like this allows that to happen. And so we need to have more people that are willing to step up and be heard, and also, you know, just have people that are willing to listen. I do believe that we're in a time where people want to listen. That's why we have people on here listening right now, you know, because they want to have change and they want to see something different. And also they're still seeking for more in their own personal lives. And I know that this forum revitalizes energy in so many people. I know that it helps so many people of our community to be able to hear people talk, because some people don't have, you know, family members that's coming into their space. So this is their family. This here is a way.
And this, you have Robin the thing. I didn't come up with that. When my father passed, my biggest nightmare before he passed is like, because everybody was whispering in my ear when I was a child, like, oh, you're gonna help your father, you're gonna be the next leader, you're gonna be the next leader. And I'm like, well, where's the instruction manual? I'm thinking somebody, am I gonna wake up, dream one night, and I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna have everything I need. And so my biggest fear was my father ever passing, and then me trying to figure out how to accommodate all these people that love and respect him and that are looking to me for leadership. So I said, I remember the first speech I gave at the first Sunday I did, but Robin came up with the idea because we knew that we had a lot of leaders. And I might have told her first, or I might have said it. I said, when the Imam Muhammad, he was the light in our world. You know, metaphorically, he was it. So I said, what happens when the sun sets? We see the moon in most cases. The moon rises and it's a bright light. But what's behind the moon? Starlights. There's many, many stars. So I said, that's what we're going to do. The sun is set. So we have to have a program that accommodates not just the leadership, the imams that led the congregation in prayer and that heads masjids and things. I said, we're going to have a community program that shines the light on all of these people that complain about their voices not being heard. Like, I have a business, I'm a 30-year, I'm successful, I'm working politics, I'm a school teacher, I'm an educator, I have this expertise or this profession. And so we called it the Mosque Cares Community First Sunday. And that basically these are professionals in our community that are come, and now they're on the platform that Imam Muhammad provided for us with his passing. And we still going strong. And I don't know, sometimes I like to take credit for things that I probably not do credit, but I started seeing things happening in other, like on TV. I'm like, you know, people are adopting this format. You know, they might have been doing it already, but it's kind of like we made almost like a talk show environment. But we included Islamic education with the Islamic education and finance on there. And recently we included the health forum. So that's what the community is all about. And so this platform, you're right. But what we need is maybe you can help us solicit people, Forgive me, I told you I'm not that educated. I couldn't stay in school, but maybe I'll go back someday. Maybe you can help us find people, quality people that can be a guest on our program. Because we take rabbis, we take priests, we have all kind of people, all walks of life. No matter who they are, if they have value, they have value. And they have value to us, you see? So, and we will welcome, and that's what a lot of people ask, well, how come you didn't ask so-and-so and so? We don't ask anybody. People generally ask us, you know, and not because we have a long list or because we pick and choose. We don't, we actually don't. If a person approaches us and says, hey, I'd like to do a program, and then we'll say, okay, we'll check who has next month or the months after that, and that's how it goes. That's generally how it goes. And the program is, you know, gone well. You know, we'd be happy, overjoyed to have any people that you feel can contribute to the betterment or the educational process that we're going through as a community, and to attract young people. We want to attract young people, to be honest with you. You don't look a day over 21, but that's okay.
I hear that. I'll take it.
So you could get us them 21-year-olds, the 18-year-olds.
Which is funny. I still get
But-
carded.
I know you do. You can help us get some 18-year-old. You might get my sons to come back over here.
Yeah, I think it's important to be able to connect with the younger community in general, just to be able to relate, and that's important, that they feel like they're being heard. And I think that as long as it doesn't have to be a younger person talking to them, it really just has to be a place where they feel like they're being heard. And if they feel like they're being heard and their voice is important,
so we on to something. So we got to put together a program that invites young people, but what's going to be the attraction? We got to come up with some language that's going to attract them to want to come on and speak about, and then we have to weed out the haram. A lot of our youngsters ain't doing bad stuff on the internet. So we might find the easy ones to get is the ones that's already out there, that's networking, that's got websites and got internet stuff going.
They might be doing stuff you just don't know about it. They have those secret pages on the internet.
Yeah, but we tell them to leave that out of the conversation.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think too, what was I going to say? Was something in regards to what you just said and having, when I was in Atlanta, in Atlanta visiting my mom in Georgia, anyway, she's in Stone Mountain, but I went to the mosque with her in Atlanta, and I was talking to one of the brothers there who owned like this amazing hall or something where he has events and stuff. And he was talking about how he tries to implement different things in the community and what to bring there. And he was having so much pushback because everybody was telling him what to do. And none of the elders were listening to his ideas. And so he couldn't bring things in because once again, people are trying to control. And so they won't listen. So we can be there.
He looked a little bit, he was African-American like me, right? Yeah, that's how they do us. A lot of the elders, they think like this Negro don't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
How'd I get here if I don't know what I'm doing?
Yeah.
Why am I before you? Why am I paying the taxes, the bills, the lights, the gas? Why am I doing this?
Yeah.
If I don't belong here.
That's exactly what's going on. And they feel too that they've had, so it has to go, the respect has to go both ways. So I want to say, yes, we have to respect our elders. We have to listen to them to come with the wisdom that they can give. And at the same time, the elders have to give these young people a chance to breathe. They actually have to listen to the ideas and not tell them what to do all day, but actually listen to what they're bringing to them and be open to that space. And how can someone do something if they're being stuck in a bottle? They might do something at his place. He might put together an event, but how much more amazing could that have been if he didn't have this person on his back trying to like guide him the whole time into what to do? It's like, give me this freedom so that I can show you what I'm trying to build here. And that's important. It's exactly what you're saying.
You want to know something else? There's a trend going around, and I haven't said this to too many people, so I've been trying not to villainize myself, but there's this situation that a lot of African-American women find themselves in as breadwinners and struggling, put their kids, might put 4 or 5 kids, might have put 1 or 2 through grammar school, high school, and college, fed them, made sure they have roof over their house, a warm bed to sleep in, and got them on their way, and took care of them and was a good parent, good single parent.
Yeah.
But some of them, they have some that go out and find their own careers, get married, and get out from mama's wing. But they got other ones that stay at home. Yeah. And some that mama still loves just as much. They just a good, just as productive in other ways. But they had this one that they really got close to. And they really, really don't want to see him go. Even if he got married, they still be on the phone with him every day, waking him up in the morning, talking to him, because they buddies, they homies.
Yeah.
And, some of them probably would have got married, but that grown son is right there looking after mommy, make sure don't know another bad man come in the house and mistreat her. And he's driving her car, taking it, washing it, going grocery shopping, running errands, taking care of her house and doing things. So essentially, he's still being a good son. But where does the line come between where does the new man get to shine? Or her new man, where does he get to be a husband? Because every time the son puff his chest out and get in the husband's face, and the husband is like, "Whoa, bro, I love your mom. I'm not a threat here. The son is always, being like, I don't know what's up with him, but he better watch how he talk to me, and then the mom takes his side. So I got this term I coined that some women have husband sons.
True.
And the more sons they got, the more husbands. So I said, you're not just dealing with your future husband or your ex or whoever. I'm like, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 husband sons and one real husband. I'm like, them other sons ain't his sons.
Yeah.
Them your husbands. That's how they act.
Yeah.
So I call this term husband sons. A lot of women have husband sons that won't allow the mama to spread her wings and fly. She cannot be free and independent because she got a husband son and she ain't ready for him to go.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta let.
And some of them go, they leave the house, but they still husband sons. They on the phone with them all the time, every day. And so that's a situation. I don't know how I got off on that situation. You could tell when I'm dealing with something personal.
But it makes sense though. A lot of people are husband sons and they have had to step up in ways to.
I like that you repeated that husband son. Give me credit for it. If you use it, give me credit.
That was a good one right there. I won't use it outside of here
because sometimes I'll be scared to repeat it because they get mad at me when I say it. So I say it once and then I shut up.
You had a great one.
You better ask your husband, son.
And it's true because you do have people, these young men that have to step up and protect their moms.
That's true.
A lot of these,
and you don't know what they've been through. You don't know what they've been through.
You don't know what they've been through. You don't know what kind of men the mothers have been with before. You don't know if even with their own father, they had to step up and become.
And so a lot of women are looking for little boys. They give up on a husband. They want a boy. They want to pick a man off the street and I'm gonna make a man out of this boy. I'm like, if he was drinking, smoking, and getting high and asking you if he could borrow your car for a minute, what you think gonna be doing next year? He's gonna be doing the same thing. He's grown. This dude 30-something, 40. And that's what he was doing when you met him. He ain't gonna stop today.
Yep. And you better believe that husband son is gonna step in right there.
And that husband son gonna step in. So to that woman, she the breadwinner, she the one that probably got an education, probably got a bachelor's degree, maybe even a master's degree. So to that woman, all us African-American males are boys to her. Ain't none of us men.
Well,
she love them. She may love us, but we don't know what the hell we doing, or else we'd be paying her bills.
Yeah, I think that in that
case, some of them. Now, ain't nobody diss me. I'm a different type of male. I stand in my own 2 feet and I walk in my own shoes.
I can't speak up for like all women and all men in that position, but
I know I'm just putting something out there.
Right. I do feel like, and I'm just saying for myself, like I do feel like in that position with her being, so educated and having her own business and doing or working hard, not having
working hard, paying the bills.
She's going to be
not only do she work hard to pay the bills, she run the home. She cooking food and washing clothes too, taking care of them like they're little boys.
So, but that's going to happen even with her husband, son, and her actual husband,
and actual real sons too. Yeah,
and you're with someone where you can't see people, or not just her, but just some people in general. If they're dealing with someone and they have this certain,
I'm not blaming her. I'm blaming us. 100% is on us.
Yeah, I feel like we need more men.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's 100% on us. More men that's willing to do what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did. My father said he didn't have money. He felt too ashamed to come home to his wife and children. And so he stayed out on the curb with his friends and stayed and she would have to come and bring him. And not, this story ain't public, but Muhammad family, don't get me. But this has happened to a lot of men where they feel too low in their self-esteem, where but Sister Clara, she said he was a little man, so she would hoist him up on her shoulder and bring him in the house. Bring him in the house, but he eventually, his spirit led him to be the man that he was, because he was a fighter. Yeah. If you don't feel dignity in your home, right, stay out of your home till you feel enough dignity and self-respect to come, till you feel empowered. Go out and work, hustle, and come home with something. Come home with some presents. And a lot of men, I know, I grew up with kids, they fathers were drug addicts and things like that, and they would see their father on Christmas only, and he'd come with gifts and presents, and they knew where he'd been all year. He just too ashamed to come home. But when he come home, he'd come with gifts and stuff, And our man need to come home with some rent, some rent, the gas bill, the light bill, something, not just groceries. A lot of them buy groceries, and sometimes that helps, So I know guys, I see guys in the store, they be shopping, probably spending their own money, but a lot of them are comfortable with having these women that are comfortable with taking care of grown men. I live in, I'm not going to say, I don't want to get hurt. I'm not pointing no fingers, but I live in a community full of women that take care of grown men.
Yeah. This is true.
Yeah. This almost is the big part of this community. Yeah.
It's very true. It's a big part of this community. And, that has to change with the new group that's coming up. We definitely have more leaders, more leadership. And and
more traditional. I wouldn't say traditional, because the devil has corrupted language, where we hear traditional and we think that you trying to take power from a woman. But we have to come with men that take pride in being providers.
Yes.
It's okay for your woman to take pride in helping you out, giving you gifts, but she shouldn't take pride in providing for you when you're an able-bodied man.
Yes.
You should take pride in providing.
Yep. And being partners. If you can't be a full-time provider, which some people just, with the day and age today, you have to build yourself into that space. Right. So if you can't be a full-time provider where you're doing everything, you have to be willing to be the best partner you can be, so that you can work together and create that space as a unit. That way it's not like all on you and all on this person. You're building businesses, you're building
my ego. I had contemplated all of that. I had contemplated all of it. I was like, I remember my mother used to complain about how bad we was, and she was always calling my dad, telling on us of what me and my brother was doing in the house and blah, blah, blah. I said, my wife she ain't gonna go through that. I said, I'm self-employed, I have a business. So right now I'm making more money than her. So I'm gonna try to, and I work at home. So I'm gonna make sure that when she come home, the children are taken care of, they clean, they babies, that this was early, they were babies, they had their naps, they fed. And when she come home, she can relax, get ready, warm. She liked to serve dinner, she warm dinner and all this and that. But I was thinking to myself, like, what do I do? What can I do? I was like, I'm gonna still be an equal partner, whatever, because I have abilities. I stripped my floors myself, I painted the whole house, everything. I fixed the seal and all the bad went. This is my old house. I used to dig in the couch for change to buy hardware and screws to go to Ace Hardware to fit. We didn't have nothing, but we had a home. And I paid half of the mortgage. I think I paid the full mortgage back then, and she paid the utility. But I told myself that I know this community, and I know the devil. See, the thing about truth, the truth is supported by the very reality that we exist in, by the sun, the moon, the earth, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the earth we stand on. The truth is established, but a lie needs falsehood. A lie needs support. A lie needs to deceive. It needs to deceive innocence so that it'll look like it's coming from an innocent person. So I saw evil. One thing about people that have evil design on you, they broadcast it. A lot of people will falsely accuse you of something just so that they can publicly slander you and say, look, I told you that nigga ain't no good. Ooh, excuse me, my language. He ain't no good. I told you he stole from me. I know he stole from me. They'll come in and say, you stole my so-and-so, didn't you? And you'll be like, what? I don't stole what? Come here. And then they'll walk away. And you're like, why you walk away? Then next thing you know, they saying it to other people. they'll say, or you say you have a habit of doing this and talking to people, you're a dude, you talk to people and they tell everybody in the room you're a homosexual. You walk in the room and they know as soon as you start talking, you're gonna do this. They say, see, I told you, look at them. And you wonder why the women whispering and giggling, and that never happened to me, but I'm just saying, the devil needs to project. And I discovered that the devil is so bold that they'll actually tell you the lies they about to tell on you. I'm not an aggressive person. I'm not a person that would provoke, I don't think I am, provoke any bad feelings, but I've had people approach me and say crazy stuff. And I was like, where'd that come from? But because they want to convince other people that you're a bad person.
Yeah.
Because they're jealous. That's the only reason. They got issues. They crazy or something.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's the thing about falsehood. Falsehood projects itself. So we shouldn't be afraid of jealous people. We shouldn't be afraid of lies, of falsehood, because the very nature that God created you with has the support of the entire universe, of your own self, your family, your friends, everybody. Truth is the only thing that lasts. Falsehood always perishes, and it's bound to perish, and it's bound to come to light if the deception is there. And I used to tell people this too. I don't do things in a rush. Like if you got an emergency, you call the fire department, you call 911. My phone number is not, Wallace, I need you to do so. Don't call me. I'm not going to jump up out of bed and come running to you. Because it's like you get a gut feeling like, something weird about that dude. I don't know if I should hire him. I don't think I want him in my house. I'm gonna make sure somebody here next time he come back. I'm ask them, what's up with this dude? And little do you know, this dude been talking to your friend, your enemy that can't stand you, and he done said every evil thing about you. And yeah, he might mean you some harm. So God gives us the warnings. If you don't listen to him, our intelligence, our brain, our senses, those 5 senses tingle. God gave you that for a reason. If you don't listen to it, guess whose fault that is? God said, I gave you what you needed. You knew you shouldn't have went out there that night in the middle of the night to get in. And he said that somebody just shot at him. What you think gonna happen when you get there?
That's right.
They gonna think he got backup, So yeah, you don't get in, you follow your instinct and you tell them, well, I'm gonna call the police for you. Where are you? But I can't come. I've been in situations like that and I went back to sleep. Yeah, I went back to sleep. I said, shit, like, you go to sleep after you heard so-and-so said something. I was like, what? Who am I? I'm like, yeah, I went back to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, this world is a mess, but we have to trust in goodness and trust in decency and know that our lives wants the best,
Yep.
Yeah.
And also, people, like you said, do see the falsehoods and they see people in false face. And that's why I
still love them.
Yeah, they still love
he's gonna go smoke dope, but you still give him your money. What about this guy that don't do nothing? This guy don't do nothing but do what's right, and every time you ask him something, he immediately jumped to. But you gonna give him all your money. He ain't gonna do nothing but use it and burn it up or destroy it, use it for some corruption. So this another thing a lot of mothers do. They put all of their energies and resources into the one that they know is enabled by them. Help that one that went to school and graduated. Buy her a new car, buy her, help her with her rent this month. Oh, she can take care of herself, Well, don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, because then you kind of leave that person out there to kind of figure it out on their own, and they'll figure out a lot more.
It makes them stronger, but some people break.
Some people break. Some people break, and some people need the support. At the end of the day, we all need support. So no matter what level you're at, if you are, you're a child that's used to doing things on your own, or someone who is more needy, or whatever the case, you have to be able to give people equal communication. And that's difficult, especially when you're a human being yourself. So I do understand that. That's why,
and you're a mama. Mamas love their babies.
They do.
When you're a mama, so nothing I'm saying is advice. I'm just throwing it out there. Because I know mothers love different from fathers, and they love different from anybody on the planet that's a mother. So I know mothers, you can't tell them what to do and what not to do. That's their choice.
But they're also human. So it's, mothers mother differently. Some mothers mother really hard like this.
Right.
So they're all human. It depends on what space they're in, or some don't mother at all. Some don't mother enough. So it's yes, you can have these parents, but at the end of the day, everybody's human. And that's what it keeps boiling down to, is that you have all these individuals who are human, and we're all having this human experience. And so we all have to be able to share with each other, communicate, like I said, having that community start at home, or, you're going to have people running out there getting involved in drugs and doing everything else. But it doesn't mean that just because they're out there doing that, they were lacking at home. Some people are just curious. Some people are just curious humans. Like, I just want to see what that is, because I was so bottled up in the house. I need to go over here and experience that lifestyle because I'm bored. Some people do that too. And so we have to just.
And some people, I believe that their mind develops better from experiencing things as opposed to reading about it, or as opposed to watching it on TV, or having somebody else tell them about it.
Yes, that's so true. I'm a product.
Because I used to watch my daughter. I used to call her the vacuum cleaner, because when she was a baby, if there was something on the floor, she was gonna find it and she was gonna be chewing. I used to be like, what's that in your mouth? Every few minutes, I'm digging in her jaw, trying to get, she done found something on the car. I'm like, you don't have to taste everything. Yeah. And then I had to put covers on my chairs. I thought they was leather because they said leather when I was bought them, but she chewed all the backs of my chairs. So some people experience life in different ways.
Yep. Some people experience it through experiencing it.
Experiencing it, yeah.
They have to go out and actually.
And who are we to say, oh, what a police officer that worked in DC, he told me, he said, I told Imam, he was like kind of fed up with all these crackheads and drug addicts or whatever. And why, I forget the question he said he asked, but I remember what he said my father answered about how does Allah view those people? He said, Allah created them with the same freedom that you and I have. So if they want to destroy themselves and destroy their life, that's the freedom that Allah gave them to do that. Now we can call them away from that, but we cannot force them. We can't say, we can't judge them for that because we don't know. We just have to put laws in place. And if they break the law, you can do that. But that person, I forget what the question, but I could feel his spirit the way he was asking. And he had a feeling like he had an epiphany when Imam Muhammad told him that God created the human being to be free, to explore the creation that he made of you. So even though we may see somebody and view them as a person that's self-destructive or destroying their life, but we can call them away from it, but we're not to oppress them.
Yes.
We're not to put greater burdens on them.
They can come back with the.
They can come back and they can open their heart to you and say, you know what? I'm tired of hurting my friend. I'm gonna try to be a better person, or at least in front of them. I'm gonna have my faults and try to be a better person in front of them. And if you just show love to them, sometimes your presence can just change them, Yeah, but don't go out your way.
That's right. And some people really want the change and they just need the support to do that. So
the support, right.
Like you said, you have people that'll go outside because that's what they want to do. And they try those things, but then eventually, okay, it just got too hot and I'm ready to revert back, and they have enough morals and visuals and energy inside of them from things that they've learned in the past to kind of get them back on the right path. And that's important to be able to share that and give that to people so that they can have something to revert back to. Because if people don't have anything to revert back to, it's hard to pull yourself out of something when you don't know what the other side looks like. I want to be different.
That's it. They stuck.
I don't know what the other side is. I want to do something different, but I don't know what that looks like. I want to be able to live better, do better, be better, but I don't know what that looks like. So sometimes we just have to be supportive to people and give them that, some of those things, or share with them or take them out. It could just be just the simplest things that some people just need friends. Some people just need community, as we were talking about. Some people just need that in general. I went to this program out here because I'm a searcher. I seek knowledge. I seek to learn. That's who I am. I like to learn and I like to share, right? And so I went to a place here that had they called it a trans-denominational church. It was all different people of every different background, all different religions speaking. It wasn't just, you'll have a Christian speaker one day, you'll have a Muslim speaker, you'll have a Jewish speaker, you'll have a Jehovah. And they always had different speakers, but they were all speaking the same message, which is we are very important. We mean something. We have to grow and do something better for ourselves, for the betterment of the environment, the universe, society. Everything is very important. So
was that your first experience in that type of atmosphere?
It was not.
It was okay. I was gonna say I really had a first experience with the Parliament, with the Religions for Peace USA. We went on a retreat in this Catskill Mountains, and we all kind of lived together. These houses was heated by the earth, and it was just a nature thing, no TVs and radios, and we kind of slept on these cots. I was really nervous when I first got there. I was like, I'm not gonna like this. But the people we met, I became real close in kinship, I felt, with a Buddhist guy.
Yeah.
And, we were with people with Zoroastrian religion, Sikhs, of course, Jews, Christians, Muslims. And so we had many opportunities where they designed it where we could sit and talk. And I discovered something. I even talked to Hindus. And I remember myself, it almost took me back while I was sitting there because I had time to reflect in this environment, which was, we weren't spread out all over the place. We ate in the same, right next to each other. And, we were always together. We were going on walks and stuff like that. So I remember myself, and when I was young at Clara Muhammad School, I was so ignorant and glad when I would hear about, I was thinking to myself, I was seeing myself as a young man. I was like, the same stuff that I'm listening to now and it's touching my heart and I'm feeling kin to them. And I'm hearing the Quran in my mind and hearing how that's in the Holy Quran. What you say about your faith or what leads you to God is the same thing that we have in our religion. It's just a different book, a different language. And I was thinking to myself as a kid, I said, I would have been cracking up. They start talking about all these, things, strange things, but I was a kid. I was ignorant. But faith is one. Faith is real, and all people have access to it. And all of the major religions, they have it. They have a true path to God.
Yes.
From what I experienced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree with that 100%. Because
the real God, to Allah, to Allah. They have a path and it takes them straight to him. And so we can't say we better than him because we believe different. We can't say we're better because we don't know. It's Allah is their judge.
Yeah, I mean, we're all connected to the same, right? So, whatever their title of God is for them, we're all connected to the same. And so that's what I took from that, especially when they are seeking better, not somebody that's like, obviously, if you're going out devil worshiping, that's something different. But if they're seeking,
mind you, I didn't listen to the devil worshipers talk.
I didn't know they didn't have that.
They got that at the Parliament of the World's Religions, and this year they're gonna be in Chicago. Wow. If y'all can go, you should try to go. If you're gonna be in Chicago, if you can, it's on the 6th. It's coming up real soon. It's the 14th through they got so many religious groups. They call Wiccans or something, but they got people that dress like warlocks and witches and stuff like that. But they don't, Satan is busy. The real devil is busy. So Satan is the one that puts these ideas in people's mind, but the human soul belongs to God. So if Satan wants to give you a devil religion, he's not going to get that person unless Allah won't allow him access to that person. So I saw some weird stuff.
Oh, we got someone on that.
Now I could talk all night. So we're gonna allow people to jump in. If it's okay with you, have a few people, and you can if they keep the questions, I'm gonna turn it to our Ideal. He's good at managing any questions that you might have.
Wonderful.
I love talking to you. Give my family the greetings.
I will.
Give Medina a big hug because that's my sister.
Yes.
I don't call her my big sister, but I think she's a year older than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Close
Yeah,
to
she ain't my big sister, but she my sister. So,
Yeah.
and Kashmir and Jamila
Yeah.
and Kashmir was close. Kashmir and Medina, those are the ones that I used to see all the time, and they like family. And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
make sure you give everybody greetings. And I hope mom's doing okay. Hopefully we didn't put her to sleep. She probably sleep now.
No, my mother is here.
Yeah, okay. Well, tell her if she should have jumped in. If she
I
want to
don't
jump
see
in.
her on here, but I know she's
Okay.
something. I just don't see.
She might call. She might call. She usually calls before the day is out.
Yeah, I know she's listening to me.
Okay.
So
She's on there under Abdulaziz.
Oh, okay.
So Adil, you want to pick a?
Yes, we want to be respectful of your time, Sister Shahid. So you let us know. We see it's a couple hands raised.
Yes.
If you have time for 2 or 3 questions, or you let us know. Okay, so we'll take 3.
This is the longest we ever been. I'm sorry. Don't be mad at me.
No, I love it and I appreciate it.
I needed to talk to you and to hear from you because there's an element in our community that pulls when my father passed, they started a community of the youth movement because they knew when my grandfather passed, there were Vietnam veterans, and the average age of the people, the community that my father inherited was like teenagers, 15, 16, 17. Most of the brothers, the imams, the leaders today in their 70s and 80s, they'll tell you right now, I was 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 when I came into the community under your father's leadership. So the devil knew that young people would be something crucial to my leadership. So they designed these organizations and leaders that pulled them away from us. And most of them never came back. They never looked back. They said, oh, Wallace can't be your leader. You studied Arabic in Saudi Arabia or Syria, and you're superior to him. I said, y'all gonna miss the boat. It's about us as a human family, not about us and how well we read and recite the Quran. That'll give you a good job in the Arab mosque.
Yeah.
You might be able to work for one of them, or they may even make you an imam. But imam, his mission was to free all of us. Mm-hmm. And you're not going to find freedom out there. You're going to find it in here.
Okay.
Sister Shahida, before we go to the questions, earlier in the chat, when you showed your books, please, the believers want to know where they can support you with the Basic Peace, your products or your merchandise or your service. Please let us know.
Yes, it's basicpeace.com. It's that simple. It is BASICPEACE. So it's basicpeace.com. That's the name of the company.
Okay. Yeah, so we're putting it in the chat right now.
Okay, I see the hands and I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, first we're going to go with Brother David. We see you. Brother Jamal had his hand up for a while, so we'll start with Brother Jamal, and then we'll go with Brother David, and we'll go from there.
Yes, I would love it.
Brother Jamal, and please be mindful of the time, and we want to respect our guests' time. So go ahead, Brother Jamal.
Some people get jobs, I know.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yes, Brother Jamal Dean Bilal, New York City. Pray Allah everyone's well. Mm-hmm. I've been on the line with you all since the beginning, 2:30 approximately, 2:30. So I appreciate everything. Very briefly, I learned a lot from Imam's comments over the last hour, a couple hours or so. He answered some of my basic questions, but I still want to know, I actually reached out to mosqueers. But let me preface that. I've been in the community since 81. My dad was in the nation.
You want to follow?
I'm kind of a senior, if you will.
Okay. Yeah.
I've supported the convention, the Ramadan session, Savior's Day, things like that over the years, including this year, last year. But I try to support the mosqueers and what it's doing, including this upcoming convention. But I reached out to mosqueers on a couple of occasions. I actually called mosqueers a week or so ago, questions. And I haven't gotten a response from mosqueers, but yet I get a lot of emails from mosque chairs regarding different events and things like that. So I'm curious, because the last call I made, I was just trying to find out if I couldn't get any information from the imam himself. Was there a representative? What kind of format is in place for
Brother,
sincere believers?
brother, I'm right here right now.
Well,
But I don't have time to answer my own phone most of the time. I apologize. I get a lot of calls. Yeah. I'm here right now. I may have seen it, but I didn't have time. I didn't want to call you while I'm distracted. But I do believe I remember hearing you call and say you wanted to talk to me or talk to me. That's hard to do. If you be more specific in the future, then we can address the questions you have. And if you have access to the internet, you can also have live chat with us on the internet. Okay. But I've been here for 8 hours or maybe better. So if you have any questions, you feel free to ask them. Okay. So I think we might move on to the next, or you can call the Mosqueers and leave us a message.
Well, I did
put
that
it in the
last
chat
week.
right now.
I left the message last week, brother man. I haven't got
Okay.
So, brother,
if you please, I apologize, but right now we're in the middle of this program, so I'll try to get to your message as soon as possible. You know, we're a volunteer basis also. So we don't have a staff that's answering the phone right now. Yep. But with your help, brother, inshallah, we'll make whatever improvements that you see fit that we should be doing. Okay. But if you have a question, this is Sister Shahida Omar's time right now. If you have a question for me, could you put it in the chat, please?
Okay, I'll consider it. If I don't leave a message in the chat, then I'll consider getting some
It
feedback.
must not be very important what you want to leave. Okay, let's go on to the next
I would
question.
love to know the question though.
Yeah, he doesn't have a question.
You have a question?
He don't. He doesn't.
Oh.
He's been talking to us all day on the chat. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next.
David.
Mhm.
Brother David.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum. Hey, Shahida. You probably don't remember me. I'm Jamila's classmate. We all a little older than you. You're about 15 years younger than Jamila. Yeah. But I remember you and Naeem were the only ones left in the house over there after all your big sisters were gone. Your mother had me do some kind of work or something. That was many moons ago. But anyway, peace to you, WD, and the Invisible Man idea. We know you over there on the scene and everyone else. And
Yes,
Jamila,
he'll come out of shell one day.
take a little of your time and say, hey, Jamila. Now, what I wanted to say, I know we don't do confessions here, but in the 9th grade, they had us at the Ephraim Bahar Center, and Jamila was my classmate. We were some of the last survivors. In fact, we the last 9th grade class that the Claire Muhammad system had. Okay. So down in the basement, there used to be 3 fountains with yellow, green, and red drink in there. You know whose those drinks was. They were your
fountains,
father.
yeah.
And I don't want to do no confessions, but I think I took a half a cup one day at lunchtime without paying for it, you know. So, but that Omar on the Nile was something else, you know. It would be down there in the,
and you know that those are fountains like see, that's the beauty of the Omar on the Nile. We taught African American people. We had a popular club, what used to be the original club was the Ephraim Bar Center. We taught people that you don't have to have a bottle of liquor on every table. You don't have to have a bottle of liquor at any of your public events and any of your affairs. We had Omar on the Nile, and that was like we was in style.
Okay, so I want to get to that just for a little humor. Then I also want to say, without putting all your business out there, tell Mr. B Smooth, Little Caesar or Caesar, last year he was doing Caesar commercial. Yeah. Tell him we would like to see him and ask him to make a 2-minute video, maybe promoting the mosque here or showing some respect for Imam Muhammad. Maybe he'll do that so we can play it. So we can play it at the convention.
He's gonna be back. The next time we're gonna.
Now I know he gets paid money for showing his face and whatever he do. So ask him to do it out of love and charity for us, because he showed up at the convention. What was that, 7 years ago when you sang for us?
That was that 2016.
I can't remember, but he definitely is so supportive, and he shows
up. I know he is. I know. Yeah. So I don't want to put his business out there, but you know I know what's going on. So I just want to send a plug out to him too. We would love to see him show up.
Thank you.
Yeah, good people in Hollywood.
It's good people in Hollywood. And I
Yep.
will say this, like he's super supportive of me and what I do. I never ever impose upon him to be involved in anything outside of, you know, what he's used to. And so if he came into this space, you know, because that's something that he chose or he wanted to do, I would do that. But I try to keep those two things.
I know. I'm just doing my commercial break for him because he's a celebrity. But outside of that, we'll try to reach out to you at Basic Peace and support all your efforts. We love you. Sister Zelly, I know you out there, Brother Jihad. So outside of that, that's it for me. We look forward to seeing all y'all soon. Keep up the good work, WD. We'll be in touch. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Wow, look at my son.
All right, I believe Sister Mahasan, you had their phone line open, and then we go with Sister Camila. And we do want to be respectful of your time and also our guest, Sister Shahida's time. So please keep your comments brief, and then so we can close out. And we do have our annual Muslim convention, which is coming up. So the next first Sunday will be during the 34th annual Muslim convention, which is Labor Day weekend, September 1st through the 3rd. And we'll have that.
So it won't be this format. It'll be we'll give out the schedule just before the convention. We should have the schedule. Yeah, but we won't have a first Sunday next first Sunday. We'll be in the convention. Yeah, but it's fully virtual, inshallah. Yeah.
You can find that information on muslimconvention.net, and that information will be in the chat. So Sister Mahasan, if your mic is still open, if not, open up your mic. We'll go to you, then we'll go to Sister Camila. Go ahead, Sister Camila. I think Sister Mahasan is not ready. Go ahead, Sister Camila, if you're ready. Sister Camila Fathan.
Yes, I'm ready. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. This again was, oh my goodness, such an awesome first Sunday. And I remember Sister Shaw when you came to the culture night, and you know I want to talk to you again. You touched so many bases. You and Imam Warifuddin Muhammad II, you all touched so many bases today that I've been trying to articulate and feel it in my soul and saying stand. I mean, they were all touched. I mean, so I am really very, very, very happy. And I don't want to put you on the spot, Sister Shaw, but I need to talk with you because it's not too late for things to happen. Now, I'm not saying anything in regards to our virtual culture night, but that's all I'll say. But is it okay? How is the best way to to reach you, to talk with you about that?
You can reach me actually on maybe I will give my email address to Brother Adele, and he can, pass that information forward so that I'm not getting an influx of emails from all over the world because we are on a public forum. So
that's why I was trying to frame the question in a way that we kind of understand, you understand what I want to ask you and talk with you about. We still have some time. So I'll be looking forward to that, and inshallah.
I would love to, absolutely. So he has my email address and he can pass that forward to you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm so happy. Thank you. I'm so happy. My first Sundays are always such a thrill. I'll get off the line now. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, believers.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Thank you.
Okay, that looks like that was the last question.
Okay.
So I'm gonna turn it back over to our leader, Imam Muhammad II.
Yeah, we're just gonna close out with a short dua, and thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for the time. I hope you rest and recover from this, because we went really, really long, but I think not a moment was wasted. And I pray Allah, He rewards you in full measure for all of your hard work and your sacrifice, and that He supports you in your future endeavors, and that you come back and see us sometime. Just let us know. We're your family anytime. And you know how to reach me. You can reach me directly if you want. You know, Ideal, he's the buffer because I'm stressed out all the time. So he keeps things pretty professional for me. And anytime you need to reach me 24/7, you can reach me through him. And if you have some ideas, we welcome and we would really appreciate any ideas or help you can give us, the Mosque Cares, you know, whether it's, you know, support or just letting us know what you're doing and we can share it with the community, you know. And yeah, so alhamdulillah. So I'm gonna close out the dua. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Walas innal insana lafi khusr illa alladhina amanu wa aminu salihat wa tawassaw bil haqq wa tawassaw bis sabr. Peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Sheikh Muhammad.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. This is the part where everybody just starts saying assalamu alaikum, but I can hear you keep talking.
Go ahead.
I want to say that I thank you so much. I don't need to go to sleep because I'm fully awakened from this conversation. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And one thing I want to say too, that I learned at the all-girl Muslim school that was all from the Middle East, is when they say their prayers, they say it like this. They cup the hands together because you catch your blessing from Allah.
Yeah.
If you leave it open, they fall through. So if
you notice when you see that picture, there's a real popular picture of Imam. Imam is praying exactly like this.
And then when you say your prayers, you
the
blessings.
You put it,
so I just wanted to share that before because I know that there's so many different ways, because I used to do it like this for years and there's so many ways to do that. But this was so beautiful to me, to catch your blessings and then you pass them over. So I just wanted to share that with you.
I always see the sisters doing that too.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah, that's very beautiful. And you know, old habits are hard to break, but hopefully that touches the hearts of people, because Imam Muhammad said something to me one day and it changed my whole perception that we not only submitting ourselves, that the prayer, when you study the prayer that Allah inspired Muhammad the Prophet to do, he said that we not only are submitting to Allah, our bodies, bowing our heads. He said we, by putting our forehead on the ground, that we're submitting our intellect, that even we know we're acknowledging that God knows and we know not, you know. And I said, wow, you know, that the Muhammad the Prophet loved God so much that he submitted his own mind. He, you know, and see, we have the father of intellect, Abraham, where he was searching and looking, trying to find God with his mind. So he's the father of the intelligence. But Muhammad the Prophet, he's such a beautiful person that he submitted his mind. And this, I won't forget this. I'm a practice, because I saw my father praying. You know us guys with, you know, big guys with the you got
but assalamu alaikum. Imam Muhammad had told us to do it like that too. I remember that. He said, if you open your hands, it's gonna fall through.
Trying to steal my thunder? That's
what
I said. Alhamdulillah.
Yes, that's what he said.
Allahu Akbar. Amen, sister. I know you just agreeing. Alhamdulillah. But yes, that's exactly what he said. Yeah. And he used to do this. He did it later, like in his, you know, he had been teaching us for many years before we saw him do that. And he said, do this. And he would, I think he would stop at his heart. He would come all the way down, stop at his heart. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, sister. I told you, this sister is a sincere believer. She's a believer, and we need the help of sincere believers. What did the Prophet say? The Prophet said, they asked him, how do I know Islam? He said, you add, what's the hadith? I'm getting tired now. The hadith where the Prophet said, how do I know Islam? He said, what is Islam? I think was the question, what is Islam? And he told him, but he said, how do we know what Islam is? Something to that effect. He said, you know, by asking common belief. I butchered it, didn't I? There's a little bit of it, but the believer is not in the leadership. The sincere believer is the example. The Prophet himself said that the sincere believer is the best example of what Islam is. And so this is what I'm trying to do. This is what I want to achieve. I don't want people to look to a clergy because there's no clergy now. It's not. The prophet said, the best title you can give me, you're the messenger of God. What should we call you? He said, brother is the best thing you can call me is brother. So our prophet, that's his power. That's his stature, that he's a human being like us, but he is the best. So that's we gotta have you back. Just to cook Bible. So we're gonna pray. I'm gonna ask all of us to make dua that we get more sincere believers, because that's a sign. If anybody ever said there was a curse on our community, that our community was being punished by Allah, this is a sign that tonight that Allah has blessed us with sincere believer, with a sincere believer tonight in me and in others, and in most of the people that support the Mosque Cares. I believe, you know, I'm prejudiced, but I believe we the cream of the crop. But if we're going to get more, that we have to make dua and pray for one another, and care about each other and continue to love each other, like the sister showed us in such a beautiful, almost like a motherly way, you know, of expressing her desire to support her community, the community that she loves, like we love too. Yeah. So thank you so much, and wa alaikum assalam.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Wa alaikum assalam. I agree.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. That sounds like dua. Somebody said dua. That's a
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.